There's been drama, rivalries and upsets. We started the weekend with 20 Premier League teams, but now we are down to our final 8 teams. And today, we crown the 2026 ePremier League champions.
Manchester City, back-to-back ePremier League champions.
This means everything. No matter the expectation, no matter the colours you're wearing, no matter how many times you've been here, no matter what has happened in the past.
Third time finalist for Mark Marley, doesn't manage to get it over the line.
No matter if you're new or not, this means everything.
Hello and welcome to the ePremier League Grand Finals. We're in Manchester. We started the weekend with 20 Premier League teams and we are down to our final 8. Myself, Mr. Brandon Smith and Harry Hesketh are here. Harry, first things first, how are you feeling?
I'm so excited to be here. Everything is on the line today.
Everything is on the line today, and it's not just for the players here today. Things are on the line because we've got some special SPC items for our community. Brandon, we'll come to you. We'll speak about that. Did you manage to complete any of these?
I didn't, because last year Matoma got one when Brighton were in the top 4. That wasn't the case, unfortunately, this year. However, these 4 players are available if you've already done the SPC. If you haven't, unfortunately, you're too late. Nathan Ake, Okafor, Bergval and Talby all come in. Depending on every result is how the upgrade path will affect these items. You win a game, it goes up by 1. You win a second game, you get another +1. You win the whole thing, FG, you get a play style as well.
Yeah, wow, we absolutely love it. Yesterday's action was incredible. I've just mentioned some teams were knocked out. Let's take a look at the bracket in full then. This was how the state of play was left at yesterday. You can see on here there was some surprising results as well. Harry, what was your highlight of yesterday?
My highlight is Cameron Rock not conceding a goal. That is unheard of on this game. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think that'll happen today, but we'll see.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Cameron Rock is in action very, very soon against Tottenham Hotspur. We'll welcome him back in the form. Teams, we'll speak about them in a minute. Quick one for you. Yesterday, what was your highlight?
All Newcastle United. They got a Derby Day quarter-final. What a run they've had in this tournament.
Yeah, a massively impressive run. Let's take a look back then, shall we, at yesterday's action. If you missed it, tune into this. Hello and welcome to the ePremier League Finals. We're in Manchester. Now the stakes are even higher. The stakes are even higher.
Both games are quite tight going into the second leg.
What a start!
Come on, man.
Brentford have flipped the game on his head. Fulham top bins. Everton have got to turn this round. He's already started. Gorilla has pulled a goal back. 4 big teams fall here.
Liverpool will go marching on. They ran into the villains and it was one-way traffic.
Job done. Commiserations to Everton. Take a bow at NH. It's a huge victory for Chelsea.
Michael Fisher, that is superb. Hold the phone. Aston Villa will be going through.
Come on! Chelsea into the top 8.
Newcastle United, Premier League quarter-finalists.
Did not have that on the bingo card today.
Yeah, well, what a day of action that was yesterday. Like you just said, you didn't have it on the bingo card. But let's see, shall we, what these 2 men beside me had on their bingo card. We'll start with you, Harry, because you've done your brackets. You've predicted what you see happening here today. If you're watching at home, feel free to leave your feedback in the comments for us. Interestingly enough, you have gone with a Tottenham Hotspur win. The same Tottenham Hotspur who your housemate plays for.
Yeah, some would say bias, but you've got to think a lot of these in the first round are actually shock results. They finished 3rd in the group, so I'm just going head. I don't think there'll be any surprises there. And you could say I've gone heart over head in the semi-finals, putting Tom and Tex, Spurs and Leeds through to the final, and then may the best man win in that, I suppose.
I mean, listen, I can see your face and a picture says 1,000 words sometimes, Brandon. Let's load up your bracket, shall we?
Do predictions.
Onto the
I'm a little bit
screen.
worried because I've just seen 5 Man City team looking at me probably from across the room. I've gone a little bit different here. I think we're going to get a final, of course, with Spurs and Leeds, but the road on that, I just see Forest potentially winning this game, and I also would love to see this Newcastle United side go and do what I honestly think would be the impossible. Go and beat Sunderland, the two Brazilians, the two powerhouses in that derby day. Newcastle United, go on, make it happen.
It's a really interesting dynamic in the studio because he is just getting stared at by the Manchester City coaches. The same Manchester City that have won the ePremier League title 2 years in a row. They are going for back-to-back. But listen, we're going to go a little bit back and look at the fixtures we've got coming up. Aston Villa versus Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham are your favourites to win this tournament as well. But Cameron Rock and Aston Villa yesterday were incredible, weren't they?
I think this game, judging from yesterday, you've got to say all of it hangs on leg one. Will we see a Cameron Rock masterclass again? Will he give Tom a mountain to climb? I don't think so, because I've never seen Marley get beat by more than 3 or 4, I don't think. But if Cameron Rock plays anything like he did, who knows?
Let's take a look at Spurs as well. We've just seen some of the Aston Villa highlights again. They were super impressive yesterday. I mean, Cameron Rock in particular, the only player here to not concede a goal in two games and also score a lot of them.
Absolutely. I mean, what a duo they've created. I mean, Aston Villa have been very consistent. They've always been in the top 8. They've always been in this stage of the tournament. But something tells me this team could be different. On the other side, as we said for Spurs, Tom, he's been here before. He won it with Watford in the second ever Premier League back in 2020. But Martin Marley, there is a fairy tale story there that's waiting to be complete. But according to my bracket, it's not going to happen. Harry's bracket, it will happen.
We will definitely come back to that bracket at some point if things change for sure. Let's look at the featured game for what we're kicking off with. Manchester City, the defending champions. They've won it 2 years in a row. They're up against a Nottingham Forest side who looked good. They looked really, really confident. We're going to look at City first. They won their group. We haven't seen them in action yet, but these two are just born winners, aren't they?
Absolutely, Harry. Look, on paper, it's all on them, really, isn't it? They've won it 3 times before. They could go and win it 3 years in a row. That's why I look at Forest and go, we're not under the same pressure here.
I have heard rumours as well that Forest are happy with the matchup. They're happy with who plays first and who plays second.
I mean, will Manchester City be happy as well, though? Because
maybe not after hearing that, it could give them a little...
They've, of course, had the weekend off.
Still.
He is just staring at us, the coach here, by the way, Edu. He does a fantastic job at Manchester City. Of course, we have to speak about the opponents as well, Nottingham Forest, but we'll leave it in the good hands of Mr. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, Nottingham Forest is where we'll be turning our attention to. Ryan, you've played here before. You've competed at this level. What will these players be feeling before we get into the clips?
Obviously nervous, but I think excited, especially those players that we didn't see yesterday because of how well they've done in the group stages. The likes of City, obviously, I think will be really hoping to prove a point that I think for the last couple of years, obviously they've won it against Brighton in the finals. They're not there now. So hopefully they can get it across the line for their sakes.
Well, not only are we going to be showing you some incredible gameplay, we're hoping to teach you how to get better at FC as well. This is R3, we've got the controller, We've picked out a clip. Ryan, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, this is a goal from Michael Fisher in the group, or in the knockout stages, against Zanieri of Liverpool. It ultimately starts from the transition, building up, triggering runs, utilising the player locks a few times, just to create those spaces into the box. And we have the controller, so we can just walk you through it.
Let's go back to the start, because you said about the player locks there.
Yeah.
What is the player lock? Talk me through, what are you talking about here? Because I saw the cursor changing around. I've not seen that before.
So player locks are very, very simple for those at home that aren't familiar. You need to click in the left analog stick and the right analog stick at the same time. Once you do that, the cursor above the player that you were controlling, it changes from a triangle to a diamond shape.
Okay.
Once you do that, you can then flick the right analog stick towards a desired player, whoever you want, and then the AI will be controlling that previous player.
Let's see in action then. Let's see the player lock happen.
So you will see it here, gets the ball into Bruno, does the player lock, and then you can see just above the player's head there. Yeah, there you go. The diamond has been selected. He's now changed it with his right analog stick, flicked it over to that selected player to make his opponent make a decision. Do you track the run? Do you try and maybe change cursor and close down the person in possession? It's down to you.
So the player lock, you think, for Nottingham Forest will be the key, one of his keys in unpicking this Man City defence?
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Fisher is very proficient at utilising the player locks and other mechanics in the game, but I feel like it's something that is very, very useful in building up.
Well, let's have a look at some of the players he's going to be using as well. One in particular, Bruno Fernandes. He has been, for me, the player of the tournament in-game.
Yep.
If you're lucky enough to get him at home or you're saving up your coins, what is this item all about? What is Bruno all about?
He's all about everything, to be honest with you. Can obviously offer a lot going forward defensively as well. He's got decent defending stats. He's got intercept as a play style, which we'll touch on in a moment. But stats-wise, pretty much all across the board, He's got everything.
Let's get to the play styles then. This is where he really excels. What do you like?
It's magical. He's got everything. I would say, arguably, this is the only thing I would say is missing technical, but for me, all-round a perfect player.
Well, watch out for Bruno Fernandes. Watch out for the player locks. The ePremier League is getting underway very, very shortly. We've bigged up Nottingham Forest, but let's hear from the reigning defending champions Manchester City now with Casey.
Right, guys, I'm here with the Manchester City duo who are hoping to go back-to-back champions. Matthias, I will go to you first. First of all, last time you did it twice, but you did it with Tex. Can you win it this time around without him?
It's difficult without Tex, of course. It's different situation, but Jafonso is one of the best of the world. So I think we can win. We need to win for the spots. So of course, he's a different teammate, but of course we can win.
Well, if you personally can go back-to-back, would you consider yourself the greatest ePremier League player of all time?
I don't know what to say, what I can say about that, because I'm not thinking in that, and I think people need to decide and not me, so let's see what happens first.
All right, well, Jafonso, I know your eyes are on that trophy, but first you have to get through Forest. How are you feeling about Sam Brewster and Michael Fisher?
Yeah, I think Forest has been a really good team until now in the competition. They did a good group stage, and yeah, they won their game yesterday, so we are expecting a good game.
All right, well, Jafonso and Bonanno, very good luck. We will see if you can go back-to-back. Let's get right into those games. I'm super excited to get started.
Back-to-back ePremier League champions!
We need to fight every single match.
Nottingham Forest taking on the champions of last year.
Simple, really. If you lose, you go home.
Playing out of his mind right now.
It's heaven for Aston Villa. Be prepared.
We could be watching something special here.
Well, here we are once again, another ePremier League finals day. The 8th time this competition has looked to crown a new winner as we bring out Tottenham Hotspur and Aston Villa for our first quarter-final here on main stage. I mean, look, Rich, wherever you look, the bracket is getting better and better. The competition's getting stronger.
And wherever you look on that stage, ePremier League champions, both Villa and Spurs, have got a champion. Who's going to come out on top? I can't wait to see it.
Absolutely. Well, that's on one side of the stage there. On the opposite side of the stage, we'll be keeping a closer eye on this one. Manchester City, in the history of this competition, have already won it 3 times. One of the last 2 years in a row. Can they go and do it 3 years in a row today?
Yeah, incredible feat. Bonanno, if he wins this, is he the greatest ePremier League player of all time? That'd be 3 ePremier League titles in a row. Manchester City would have won 4 out of the 8 ePremier Leagues. Nottingham Forest looking to cut them down to size. And what a game. I spoke to Sam Brewster, I spoke to Fisher just probably 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago before we went live. They fancy this, they like the matchup. Fisher lost against Bonanno last year in the groups, 3-0. However, he said, new game, let me have him.
What I love about this matchup as well, she said, Matthias Bonanno, that man on camera, whenever he's played in the Premier League, this is his 3rd season. How did the last 2 seasons go, Rich?
It was almost unbeatable.
In the 3 seasons he's played this competition, he's only lost 1 game, hasn't he?
He has been almost perfect alongside Jafonso. Now, let us know at home, we can see you. Who do you think is going to win the ePremier League 2026? Who are you supporting? Is it Nottingham Forest? Is it Manchester City? Aston Villa, Tottenham Hotspur, Leeds United, Chelsea? Or are you from Newcastle United, Sunderland? That's coming up. I can't wait. All the games are crackers today.
And also, cannot forget Sam Brewster. He's been in an ePremier League grand final. He represented Brentford, the Bees, all the way back in 2022. Sorry, they lost in the final to Norwich with Damian Goalpoacher, of course, was playing for Brighton yesterday. That game is not ready as of yet, but we know one game is underway. Let's jump into it now. Spurs against Villa, and we can confirm the first match, if you didn't know, is Mark Marley against Cameron Rock. Richard Buckley, Cameron Rock, superb yesterday. 2 games played in the knockouts, 12 goals scored, 0 conceded.
And the big question for me is the players who are joining the tournament at this stage, who won their group stage, they won their group A, B, C and D all the way back the last weekend of February. What are they going to do? How are they going to show up? We've not seen them play over this weekend yet. They've waited a long time. They've been watching. They've been joining us on guest commentary. What did Tottenham Hotspur have? What do Manchester City have as they enter the tournament at this stage?
Well, one thing the Spurs have, Richard Buckley, he's won a champion. Tom Leesey's won it before with Watford all the way back in 2020. But Mark Marley, he has been to more finals than anyone. The one thing that's been missing is just that trophy at the end of it. Speaking of Mark Marley, he looks to come forward with the first chance of the game. Not only Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, but also Harry Hesketh joining us in the commentary for this one. I mean, in the predictions, you've gone for a Spurs win here. How do you see this one going? We said we expect Cameron not to concede a goal.
Yeah, I just couldn't stay away from this game. I think it took me about 8 minutes to get myself involved. It's a tough one. We're just used to seeing Cameron Rock absolute demolish people in the first leg, so it's going to be interesting to see if it is level after 30, after 40, how he reacts and how he plays for the rest of the game.
Is there a question mark when you look at Cameron Rock? He's shown unbelievable levels. When we get into the latter stages of tournaments, he's not got that experience of maybe icing up, of getting over the line, or of winning that tournament. I mean, on the other side of it, you've got Tom Lees, who has done that.
That's exactly what Cameron Rock said in the interview yesterday at the end, weren't it? It was like, he was saying about time that performed in the latter stages. You could argue it's not the latter stages yet.
Today is where it matters.
And we're going to find out today. We're going to find out now.
What is rather interesting here is what Aston Villa haven't actually dropped a single game in terms of they're unpolished in the group stages there as that shot comes in and goes just wide. Yes, there was moments yesterday when Stokes was definitely challenged, but with the element of this format now, it's an aggregate scoreline. We must remind you, it's the two scores combined together that will determine the winner of this and who will be going into the semi-finals, which is even more important today. We heard Jafonso Matias Bonanno speak as that finesse comes in, and Cameron Rock will give Aston Villa the start that they definitely would have been dreaming about.
Picking up where he left off. Lovely finish into the top corner. That's the 150th goal of the Premier League finals this weekend. And Harry, what a goal it is.
Well, I did say we maybe see a different Cam Rock if it did reach minute 30, and it didn't. He's picked up as he's left off yesterday, and can he continue?
Well, Cameron Rock, what a tournament he's having. He's always here in the Premier League, but maybe there was just something different in the air this time. And it would be the Spurs player, Xavi Simons, who has just opened the account for Aston Villa here. Remember, he has not conceded a single goal yet. We have kick-off as well. Nottingham Forest against Manchester City. And it's Matias Bonanno against Michael Fisher. Sam Brewster just leading on what you said when you spoke to him earlier. He said to me, just do your job. Do your job, Michael Fisher, and allow me to be within enough to go and complete the job.
Yeah, you can see a pause cued there at the top of the screen. So there will be probably a slight delay in game, maybe a setting not quite right for one of the two players. It looks like it's been cued by Nottingham Forest there. Just looking over, I can see goals being scored between Aston Villa and Tottenham Hotspur. I'm sure we'll show you then how that game is transitioning very shortly indeed.
Also, a one for the chat as well. Let us know who you think is going to win the ePremier League. As it stands, 5 different clubs have won the competition across the previous 7 different seasons. Obviously, Watford, Norwich, Leeds United, Manchester City, all amongst that as well. And not forget Leeds United as well. Right, Tom Lees. Tom Lees' mum is watching. Got to support my boy from home. And everyone always gets confused when they see Tom Lees in the chat when he's playing. They're like, how's Tom typing? It's not Tom, it's normally his mum.
Ragnar, he's a blast from the past. I remember him qualifying.
Brighton over Albion. Wow,
it's my goal.
Reece Vaughan has been the surprise package of the tournament, to be fair, hasn't he?
Sebastian saying, come on, Sunderland. I mean, look, in my bracket, I would love to see Newcastle go and win that game. But look, anything can happen. They are the highest goal scorers in the competition, Sunderlanders. There is a drinks break here, and we have to update you as well, because Aston Villa, Richard Buckley, have doubled their lead.
Yeah, Florian Wirtz finds Bruno Fernandes. Lovely passing to Xavi Simons, and the finish into the top corner. Villa continuing where they left off. We didn't know if Cameron Rock would be able to do that. We said a new day. You don't know, very rarely do you go day to day with the same intensity. He's showing that he can.
Sometimes just get a feel for the game, a feel for the stage, but sometimes to sleep overnight, it brings rustiness back in. It doesn't seem like that for Cameron Rock.
Someone in the chat just said, if Tom Lees wins, I'm getting a tattoo of his face on my chest. Okay. No pressure, Tom. Let's jump over here for a second. Look, your first chance to look at the FC Pro Life League SBCs. Remember, they are in action today. The 4 of them represented the 4 teams that top the groups. That's Nathan Ake there. Remember, if he wins just one game, Matthias Bonanno, of course, they win the tie. Sorry, Manchester City, he'll go to an 89. If they make it to the final, he'll go to a 90. And if they win the whole competition, Manchester City, they will then get a play style on that item too.
And we can show you what's coming up there as well. Jafonso will take on Sam Brewster in the second leg of this matchup, with Tom Lees taking on Tom Stokes, with currently Cameron Rock leading 2 goals to 0.
0-0 here at the moment. Matthias Bonanno, Esteval knocking on the door.
I say about getting a feel for tournaments as well. Bonanno, he must feel indestructible on that stage.
Well, every time he's played in the Premier League, Harry, he's always made the final and he's always won. He's only lost 1 game in the last 3 seasons. That was in the quarter-final stages. This very stage last year against Fulham.
He
but
does
luckily
seem
his
sharp.
teammate did come back to support him in Tex. Of course, that's a storyline in the chat. A few people saying they'd love to see Tex go and win it 3 years in a row. Rich, if he was to do it this year, it'd be a 3rd club he'd won the Premier League with.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be seeing Tex later on. Mark Marley has replied. Bruno Fernandes finds the top corner. 5 minutes ago before half-time. 2 goals to 1.
We've seen quite a lot of finesses on the edge of the box, aren't we? We're seeing maybe a bit of cautious defending in that game. There's been a bit of backing off from both on the edge of the box, and we've seen 2 finesses.
That's one prediction, right, Harry, for today. Cameron Rock has conceded a goal.
Yeah.
It may have taken, what, 200 in-game minutes?
That is
he has
incredible.
conceded. That is ridiculous. He has had a clean sheet. Near enough, what, 200 in-game minutes, 2 and a bit games of FC 26. He hasn't conceded a goal. Now he does. 2-1 they lead, though, Aston Villa. Still here, though. It is 0-0. Michael Fisher against Matthias Bonanno. This is his draft coming through. Donnarumma in goal. Remember, 12 million coin budget was the difference this time round, as Michael Fisher is popping it around the box. In that team, Harry, who do you think is going to be the key player for Matthias Bonanno? He's got Ginola leading the line.
I can't look past Xavi Simons, to be honest. He seems involved in absolutely everything that Bonanno is trying to do. He's trying to feed him at any opportunity, get runners off him. I was about to say as now. Teed me up perfectly. Still could.
And just so you're aware of what the players are using, they're allowed to use any Premier League player in the league right now. Any of the promo items that have been released this year in FC 26. Icons that played in the Premier League era and heroes that played in the Premier League era. And you had a budget of 12 million Ultimate Team coins to use.
People in the chat saying Talby still involved. The SBC item, yes, they haven't played yet. Sunderland will be playing Newcastle in the next round alongside Leeds against Chelsea. As Florian Wirtz comes forwards. Nottingham Forest will score the first goal in this quarter-final.
As it stands, both group winners are currently down. And it seems like the new day doesn't mean anything at all, because both teams are carrying on.
I have to say, he gave him that space there. I think he said to him, look, if you fancy yourself shooting there on the angle, do it. He was more worried about the cutback than he was the actual strike across goal. You can see Bernardo, he was a little bit surprised that went in, I think.
You said about a new day, Harry Eskev. If you were playing in this tournament, knowing that you were going to go through, hang on, there's been an equaliser here. Tottenham are all square. Mark Marley has just tied up the game here. There's Brolin. Haven't seen much of him, have we, in the Premier League? He was so good in the group stages.
The composure from Mark Marley then was incredible. I'm telling you, we said it yesterday, sometimes you need that first goal to get you going, and it all becomes natural again. You forget about the stage, you forget about the lights, forget about what it means, and just play your game.
The question I wanted to ask, Harry, if you knew that you were going to be going through to the final day, would you have rather played yesterday?
Yes. Just without a shadow of a doubt. But then that probably means that you're technically a worse team, because you would have come like lower down in the group.
But just getting those more games in on the weekend, having more to do yesterday, because look, these top 4 teams...
He's got a chance again here.
Where's the decision going to go, though? Semenyo.
He's going to get a chance.
Yaya Toure, and eventually Harry Maguire will pick up the pieces only for so long. Yaya Toure's been unbelievable in that midfield. I feel like he's been in everyone's team.
I have to say, I've been very impressed there with Michael Fisher in the first half. Let's have a look what's happening between Tottenham Hotspur and Aston Villa. It looks to me like Cameron Rock has found himself back in front. Round the goalkeeper. Looked like a pretty, it looked like a tame effort, to be honest. He's found the top corner, though, out of the reach.
I feel like people are disrespecting Florian Wirtz's left foot today. They're kind of standing off him and going, let him have a go, and he's just finishing them.
Well, we are in a half-time pause with Manchester City Forest. They are losing the three-time ePremier League champions. Of course, they've won it the last 2 years. They are 1-0 down as it stands. Michael Fisher looking to do a job and play his part in the duo. What a game this one has been. A few people in the chat asking, is there a B stream today? No, there isn't. We will give you all the goals. Do not worry. Of the knockout stages here on our finals day, Esteval, he runs into Mickey van der Ven.
He's playing well. Here's Cameron Rock. You might just hear a little bit of a chatter in the background.
Tell you what, Mark Marley in these positions, he is one of the best on the planet. He rarely finds himself in this position and doesn't create a chance. He's patient, he knows the patterns, he's looking on the edge, but again, you see that team press and offside trap from Cameron Rock coming into play.
Well, we can see both games here side by side now. Nottingham Forest back underway against Manchester City. Remember, this is the top half of the bracket, so the winner of both games will match up in the semi-finals. As you were saying there, Rich, in the brain, Matthias Bernard just hyping himself up, trying to get himself into the...
Well, he's not played well so far. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. There you go. A couple of comments coming through. If Forest beat City, they can do it. Absolutely. Talk about a confidence booster. You beat the back-to-back champions. Villa could maybe win this year from Cheeky Burger.
Hey, we often forget that there is an ePremier League champion in that team. Tom Stokes, when he was with Olilito, he did win it with Leeds United.
No one can stop the inevitable. Well, Nottingham Forest are putting that to good use right now.
He's really controlling the game at the minute as well.
He is. There's a second goal in this for him.
If he carves out a chance here, Bonano looks... He looks hasty. He doesn't look in control like he usually is.
It's a little bit reckless, but he does get away with it.
How does he deal with this, Harry? He's clearly been put in quite a difficult position here. I mean, look, there's no doubt that Manchester City have got the pressure on their shoulders. You're 1-0 down in a game. How do you try and wipe that away mentally when you know the situation you're in, and also you are the player that's trying to tee your teammate up for the second game?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a goal.
Yeah, certainly has been. It's Mark Marley waiting, finds the pass to Bruno Fernandes. We talked about him in the preview, and what a finish that is. He's got everything. He can pass, he can dribble, he can shoot. 3-3, great game.
After this attack comes in, we'll pick up that point again. But yeah, how do you sort of take that pressure off you as best you can, Harry? Because there's no doubt Man City, everyone's looking at them.
Yeah, I think it's a question to ask the back-to-back Premier League champion rather than the person on commentary, to be honest, Brandon. I think maybe
Hold on then, let me go and ask.
maybe shouting Vamos at yourself at half-time might help, time will tell.
I'm sure this might come back to bite me, but I don't really like how they've lined up in terms of personnel.
I mean,
I would always go Bonano second.
We also said, we heard from Forest before that they was very happy with the way the matchups played, and I think that's because that's what we all think.
Yeah. Well, here comes Matthias Bonano in Manchester City.
Just feel like he needs a goal, doesn't he? Just to get himself going on this main stage. Reinders, the Manchester City man himself, looking for the key pass. Is that to Ginola?
In wide.
You can tell he's rusty. You don't do that if you're not rusty. Bonano doesn't take shots like that.
For people at home, when you're looking at that, Harry,
is there a bit of a listening here?
There is, but I don't understand a word of it.
Do you, Brandon?
I was hoping you were going to translate, Harry.
Okay, no, carry on, Richard.
I'm going to ask you, people at home are thinking, how's that gone so far wide? They've got to play on precision shooting, do these pro players. What's all that about?
Well, it's a positive and a negative, because if you do aim the shot on goal, it is 10 times better than your assisted shooting, and very, very, very rarely does a pro, especially someone with the eyes like Bonano, actually shank a shot wide closer to the corner flag. And sometimes that happens in your first games at tournaments when you get into grips with it, and again, that might show why it was better to play yesterday and get a feel for it.
A few people in the chat asking how do the team requirements work. We are playing an ultimate team of EAFC. You are only allowed to use Premier League players and Premier League icons or heroes that have played during the Premier League era. It's 12 million coins they were given. Hence why you will see a lot of similar teams, at least you'd say same sort of 8 or 9 players.
I think for the first time in this ePremier League finals, it's a bit of pressure on Tom Stokes.
Yeah, Tom Stokes has got his first proper game at the tournament, and it's in the quarter-final at the ePremier League Grand Finals.
And who's it against?
It is against my housemate, Tom Lees.
And even bigger than that, another ePremier League champion. 2 ePremier League champions going head-to-head. Former of Watford, former of Leeds. Stokes against Tom Lees. What a game that one's going to be, and what a... It's just been shaped up perfectly well. 3-3, all to play for. It's going to be a one-and-done smash and grab.
There's going to be one chance for Cameron Rock, one chance to put Stokes ahead like he's done in every game before. It looks like he's going to carve out a chance.
Going to get a chance now. Esteval looks to La Croqueta onto his foot for a finesse shot. That will do us at the end of leg 1. It is 3-3 between Cameron Rock and Mark Marley. It is all to play for in game 2.
Really excited to see that game and how it unfolds. We're going to get underway with Tom Stokes and Tom Lees very shortly. I want to go back to our featured game, Man City and Nottingham Forest. Man City just took about, I want to say 4 minutes real life time out and just paused it, and they were making a couple of changes. Do you also think he is trying, with the experience he's got, a little bit dark arts? Is he trying to ice Nottingham Forest a little bit? Is he trying to take him out of a groove? Because Michael Fisher was playing really well.
I wouldn't be surprised if that come from Man City's coaches thinking this game is not going how we thought, it's not going how we planned. Pause it, maybe devise another game plan.
Yeah.
Because 4 minutes is a long, long time. You'd have to say in the other game as well, judging from Cameron Rock's performances in leg 1s, Spurs are happier coming out of that.
Absolutely, especially what he went 2-0 up as well. Chance. Smiley straight down the goalkeeper's throat.
Again, his aim is off. With this precision shooting, you can't be blaming the game anymore. If Bonanno aims that right, it goes in.
Yeah, that's two big chances.
We're just having a look here. Matías Bonanno with the group stages. 16 goals he scored. He played his part. I mean, he was unbeaten in the group stages. His teammate did lose the game in Jafonso. They lost to Crystal Palace. That was against Ethan Higgins, 4-2. Aside of that, they won every game. Big chance again, Manchester City have their reply.
And finally, he's aimed a shot correctly.
Even that one, though. I'm going across the goal there. It feels weird to shoot near post there.
Especially as the goalkeeper movement has slowed down in recent months. It's a bit dodgy going near post, but worked out.
You see the driven pass there from Douglas Luiz into Louis Smiley. Finds the goal that he's been searching for. Manchester City back into the game, 1-1.
I think pinged pass plus is the best passing play style of the pluses by a considerable distance. You get like the biggest gap between a silver and a goal. If that's a base one, I don't think that fizzes in quick enough for him to beat the line and get a shot off. So that's definitely why he's picked Douglas Luiz.
I mean, chat, you tell us, favourite play style this year, or more importantly, the most important play style. So many of those items, including Bruno Fernandes, who no doubt will get a lot of love today.
Chance.
As Xavi Simons looks to come forward. Calafiori, he's the only player that is in every single team here at the Premier League. 40 of the 40 squads. The Arsenal left back. Of course, there is the other players, guests and family that have come along here to Manchester to support the Premier League finals. They'll be hoping that
there's a big hashtag house contingent on row 3. I see him ready for Tom's game. We've got Tom's girlfriend Nicole, we've got George, Shori, Jamie.
Chance, Man City, Semenyo at the near post.
Manchester City have turned the game on its head, and it just felt like that first goal is all Matías Bonanno needed.
The pause worked.
It did.
Got to say, the pause worked. You're 1-0 down, pause the game, it's 2-1 up.
Whatever plan they devised, it's going well. But again, it comes down to getting your first goal of the tournament.
And look who it is again, Douglas Luiz in that middle of the pitch. Finds the City superstar Semenyo. And again, near post finish.
I think Semenyo's the most common attacker in all teams over the ePremier League as well. And FG said he was pretty happy about it in the DMs, apparently.
He's not looked out of place, has he, on the the left-hand side of the pitch. A chance to break there as you see Sam Brewster getting ready, Richard, for the second leg.
Headphones are going in, 5 minutes left to play. He's probably thinking here, try and get a goal, but whatever you do, do not concede another.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you're Michael Fisher now, you're looking towards that last attack territory.
He might fancy a goal, though.
And now I think if you're Bonanno, I don't know, he might fancy himself for another, rather than think last attack.
I think he's thinking last attack.
Okay, I think he's thinking last attack.
For people that might not know, Harry, what is the purpose of trying to play for the last attack here?
I think from around about the 85th to 86th minute, if you can keep the ball for as long as possible, and then as it's approaching the end of added time, you'll just try and play one killer pass, so you might score, but they definitely can't.
Minimising risk then.
Yeah, exactly.
Added time of 2 minutes to come in now. Manchester City looking for a third now. This will be a horror show for Nottingham Forest. If this was to be the case, Florian Wirtz will spin 2 or 3 Nottingham Forest players, and that will do us for the halfway point in this game as well. Michael Fisher may have led the game by a goal to nil, but the 2-time champion Matías Bonanno came back fighting.
You just saw a grimace there from Bonanno. That was a big chance at the end of the game. The play a lot cancelled, he faked it and then just turned and couldn't quite get his shot away. We are underway in the second leg with Aston Villa and Tottenham Hotspur. Let's jump into the live action now and see how Tom Stokes and Tom Lees have been getting on. Score still 3-3 from the first game.
What a game this is, by the way, more so just for the UK community as well. Often we're going to see a game like this on main stage with so much on the line as Aston Villa and Tom Stokes will get this one underway.
I would definitely expect a lot of goals in this game, a lot of back and forth. There's been a lot of Stokes and Tom clashes during the years, and I don't expect this one to be any different.
There was one clash as well in particular when they played in the ePremier League final, didn't they, all those years ago? Leeds versus Spurs. Tom will, he's got headphones on so he won't hear me saying it, but he will remember that more than most when he of course was teammates of Gorilla. Stokes teammates of Ollie Leeds, so Leeds went and won that.
You saw the work from Stokes. A lot of people there would cut back inside and recycle. He hit the byline with Estevao, a running fake shot. It just opened up that then extra little bit of space to cut back and find that extra pass inside the box.
I'm telling you, it's Calafiori, but he's too slow, but there's no other option really. The amount of through balls you're seeing on his side, I think you're going to see one now.
Hang on. Brolin! First shot of the game for Tom Lees. He goes over the path. And as your comments come through to the chat as well, we've always wanted to get you in the conversation. Best play style, Finesse Plus coming through from Jordan.
Yeah, not a bad answer at all. A bit controversial, but long throw plus.
Yeah. Is that Rory's lap?
If used correctly, long throw is actually quite usable.
Yeah, maybe when there's about 4 play style pluses in August.
Jonesy, game changer is seriously underrated. Talk to Ryan Pessoa, he loves game changer.
This is Aston Villa now. This is our second leg, remember. Don't worry, there hasn't been 7 goals. Is he on? No. There's not been 7 goals in 29 minutes. This is the aggregate scoreline, which is connecting from game 1. It was a 3-3 scoreline between Mark Marley and Cameron Rock. And now it is Tom Lees against Tom Stokes. The winner of this will book a spot in the semi-finals of the ePremier League. Remember, of course, there is ECL spots, E-Champions League spots around the corner, depending on performances here. And more importantly, the World Championships for the FC Pro ecosystem. Semenyo now. Ball rolls, cuts it back, Brolin scores! Tom Lees is off the mark as well, and once again we're all square at 4-4.
That goal was so much higher quality than looks to the naked eyes. The amount of creative runs he threw Semenyo on to get him down that line was basically indefendable, and then a typical goal on this game. Similar-ish to Stokes, we've gone down the line, cut inside, and the level.
I'm going to say you've seen 2 very similar goals in terms of the actual execution of the finish. Stokes went down the outside, Tom then cuts back, little La Criqueta, and then finds the top corner.
I also seen Tom do a Bonanno. He went 1-0 down, he starts shouting at himself, getting him hyped up. It helped Bonanno, he won that game, it could help Tom now.
All square here, we are just about to kick off Man City Forest for the second leg. Manchester City leading that 2-1. Matías Bonanno coming back from 1-0 down against Michael Fisher of Nottingham Forest. Now it's Sam Brewster against Jafonso.
I have to say, Sam Brewster looks very, very relaxed. he was just chucking his hand warmer up in the air and catching it. He looks very, very chilled.
That is exactly what I used to do.
Yeah.
Well, where do we look? That's the question. Chat, I mean, I'm sure you're wanting to stick on the game on the right-hand side. We'll come back to it. Man City from left to right, Jafonso, his first season in the Premier League. What a clever pass that is. It allows Semenyo to come forwards. You could argue there was an extra pass potentially on the cards. He went alone with Semenyo. It may have taken a deflection on the way through, but he will not care. Man City 3, Nottingham Forest 1.
What a start for Jafonso. What a start for Manchester City. Double tap pass, finds Semenyo. Again, I've got question marks over Donnarumma. You're getting something on it, but you're not saving the ball. It's not the first time this weekend we've seen that animation from him.
I think when Marley was on comms with us yesterday, he was saying the exact thing. He was going, Donnarumma's got that save in him where he just like palms it into the side netting.
Let's switch back if we can. The chat are cried out for it as well. We'll give both games the airtime that they deserve. 3-1 here, Man City. And we are just about to go into half-time between Villa and Spurs. It's 4-4 still in that game.
Yeah, what we're going to do is once it's back underway in the second half, we'll head back there and see the culmination of it.
Don't worry, if a goal goes in, you'll know about it as soon as we will. Forest, Sam Brewster, not the welcome he would have wanted into this leg, conceding that early on.
I've got to feel like Sam has to get the next goal in this game.
Palmer.
And it could be now.
Goes for the finesse after a few ball rolls, working into the box. We can confirm, by the way, half-time in that game. Villa Spurs, you haven't missed the goal. It's 4-4, 45 minutes left to play there. They're in a tactical pause and words are being spoken between the coaches in the booth. Man City looking for the goal that would certainly give them the breathing room that they need.
It could be a counter on here, actually, for Sam Brewster. There's a lot of bodies up here for Manchester City. Just look for the runners. He's triggering lots of different players there.
That is exactly what he's doing. He's twisting and turning in the middle of the pitch. Pressing L1 as many times as he can, sending all his players on forward runs. But Jafonso's defended greatly.
He's very, very quick to get back. Was Jafonso.
Well, we are kicking off the second half now. And we can hear you in the chat. We're jumping over there live now. 4-4, we're underway. What a big 45 minutes this is, Harry.
Yeah, this... Normally, Stokes and Tom does have goals in it, but a bit of caginess has got to come into a quarter-final of the ePremier League Grand Finals. Nerves will creep in. You'll start playing a bit slower. Not taking the passes that you usually would.
Chance. Just going to see Aston Villa coming up the other end here. Semenyo. But for that run of Xavi Simons, he's sent him forward and it forces Tom just to be a little bit cagey aware of it.
You don't want Stokes to hop on over.
Torre finds the top corner. Aston Villa back in front.
Yeah, I could see that coming as soon as he cut inside. You could see it was basically a 3-on-3, almost a 4-on-3, and Stokes, that's his bread and butter. He doesn't waste chances like that.
Talk me through it here, because that run of Xavi Simons, he doesn't actually get the ball, but it does a lot.
It's here, it's that, and it's just opened up one more player. Tom has got to... If Tom doesn't go to him, then he'll just pass it.
What did you all say before this game? Tom Stokes has got to play his part.
This is it.
This is the game, and this is where we're seeing it. Only one goal between the two, and we're going to get a poll live as well if we can in the Twitch chat. I know we're live everywhere right now. Who is winning this game? We've got Stokes fans in here. We've got, of course, Villa fans, Spurs fans, Tom Lees fans.
See, Aston Villa, top goal scorers of the finals with 28 goals.
Now, you can't forget one team that scored a lot of goals as well, Richard. Sunderland. They're going to be in action against Newcastle in the next round. Leeds also taking on Chelsea in the quarter-finals. Here's Tom Lees now with Brolin. 5-5, we're all square.
And you can see himself, he's saying, come on, he just wants to do it if the game's level. He doesn't want to be doing it when he's one down. He's got the ability to do it. He's hit back twice. From ping, 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 goal.
Cycling himself up is Tom Lees. We're in for a big 30 minutes to play here. Jafonso 3-1 up against Sam Brewster here. And there's Semenyo goes down. Has it been converted? That's the question.
Do you know the amount of people in normal time that have put the penalties bottom left is outrageous. I wonder if it's a shout out to GC.
Is this a bottom left penalty? Jafonso steps up.
Nope.
No. That's 4-1 Man City.
How about this for a stat then, guys? Back to this game. Only 3 players have gone for Thomas Brolin in the Premier League knockouts. 2 of them are for Spurs. Mark Marley back in it, Tom Lee's back in it. They've clearly been building very similar teams, and they've openly said we've been, you know, probably played 100 hours in the last week. Getting ready for this. Tom Stokes! Cole Palmer!
Tom just can't get ahead. He's always been chasing the game. And it might be getting away from him. If it does, the chat are right, because the chat have gone Stokes.
Bruno Fernandes. Just look at that pass there. Xavi Simons waits, and then just that little reverse back inside.
It's one of them. In that position, you've got to guess whether he's going left or right, and unfortunately, he was wrong.
Lovely finish from Tom Stokes. Didn't need to see too much from him yesterday because Cameron Ruck was doing the business. However, he is a champion. He is an ePremier League champion.
People wondered whether Tom Stokes would step up when it matters, and he's definitely proven it now.
Man City are running rampant now in this game. They are 5-1 up, and it's not even half-time. I mean, the game plan that may have been there for Forest, you feel like, unfortunately, it's not quite there now, is it?
Maybe they didn't get the order right.
Yeah, any question marks on that order?
Yeah, out the window. Jafonso's turned up. And Jafonso's here to play.
Yeah, I think Jafonso is just seeming like he's a different level. I think even if he went first, that could have been game, set and match.
Man City.
And it looks like we've got a goal.
Not again.
You can't take your eyes off it.
Right, Tom's just scored again. No, not Stokes, Tom Lees. It is 6-6 now. As you said, Harry, he's doing it when he's behind, but he's not doing it when he's level. Thomas Brolin is having an incredible performance out there.
He must be thinking, just do it once while it's level. I've clearly got the ability to score. Stop conceding and then equalising.
See both camps there getting input in. You've got Adam Ryan next to Conor Wolf there. Yeah. Coach Yesse, who's been working a lot with Mark Marley over the last probably a few years actually. Lyrics, former ePremier League player in his own right, in Tom Lee's ear. Lot of experience in that booth. Probably nearly 100 years if you combine them all together of competitive FC.
I'm telling you, the way this is teed up, we could be watching game of the tournament right here.
Chat, you had a poll. 52% went one way to 48% of you. You can't decide yourselves.
I can't decide. Can you two decide?
It was 3-3 in leg 1. It's 3-3 already in leg 2. We've only played 70 minutes.
I'm telling you, there's one thing we're going to get in this game either way, and that is scenes.
Yeah,
one of these booths is going to erupt at some point, and make sure you're here to see it.
Please give us some extra time drama. I wouldn't mind some.
Spurs.
Is this that chance? Semenyo. Tom Lees can't find the angle round Donnarumma.
He's actually made the right decision there, because the angle closed for the far post finesse, but I think the keeper's just done well. You could argue you could go round him.
It's going left-footed on this. It's going to be an outswinger in towards the back post area.
What can we see from this?
Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Scenarios are just trying to like reposition the players.
I think a lot of work on Discord has gone into this.
Fernandes. Not sure where Mickey van der Ven is headed that, and it might have just costed Spurs possession. Oh, hang on.
That's a bad place to lose it.
Palmer. Back to Riders. Tom Lees looking to go in front for the first time. Into Brolin! That time! Spurs will take the lead in the tie.
And there's a little bit of a roar. There'll be more to come in that final whistle if there's no more goals, I'll tell you that.
First time in this tie. Tottenham Hotspur ahead on the scoreline.
I actually thought that Tom had wasted. I thought he could have played it to Brolin there. But what do I know? Because he's took his time. Brolin's took up another position. And Brandon, them late night discords with Marley and Tom picking this team, being the only ones to pick Brolin, it's clearly paying off now.
Unbelievable. Thomas Brolin, as we said, in 3 teams out of the 40 that were locked in just yesterday. And he is showing exactly why he is in there for Spurs. The amount of goals he has scored. Forest have got a goal back, 4 minutes from the restart. Sam Brewster, I mean, come on. Show us what you can do.
We'll keep our eyes on it, depending on
game on
how the next goal is scored. But our main focus here, they're in a pause right now, Aston Villa and Tottenham Hotspur. Chance to go 4 in front here for Jafonso from the corner.
Have we? Well, I thought we were going to see a different corner then, just a higher powered one. If anyone at home is watching this, copy that corner. Get you so many goals and foot jams, it's ridiculous.
Well, that's the potential semi-final we are looking at. Manchester City versus Tottenham Hotspur. Years, your top goal scorers. Aston Villa, surprise, surprise, are leading the way.
It's a bit of a skewed stat, isn't it, when they've come in at round 2 and then some team are just entering 2 rounds later.
That's as it stands right now. It would be Manchester City against Tottenham Hotspur. Let's go back there now, see what Villa can do. Esteval twisting and turning, but a good tackle from Mickey van der Ven.
As it stands as well, Bovau is on his way to an 89 rated. SBC on the FC Pro League Lives.
He's onside, Brandon.
Semenyo. Where's his options? Is Brolin waiting this time around the box? Brolin is! He's squeezing through the goalkeeper's leg somehow.
Thomas Brolin. Why didn't everyone else pick him?
It's just that run there. Just a lot of space for Semenyo to attack. Stokes had to sort of 50-50. He couldn't fully commit because he gave the pass inside, but he probably let him go a couple of yards too far.
Again, Tom's had 2 big moments there where he could have shot earlier, he could have passed earlier, but that composure for the last 2 goals on a stage like this is incredible.
We just heard Tom Lee say the words, "You cheeky man," to Thomas Brolin. He's been very much more than that. He's been unbelievable. Another goal for Jafonso. Manchester City, we might as well write them in to the semi-finals. Can they go and do it for a 3rd year in a row? 4 years out of the 8 they would have won the Premier League.
I think Tottenham and Villa is still currently paused. I think you're expecting just an onslaught from Tom Stokes now. I think you're either going to see a Tom goal or a Stokes goal no matter what, because Stokes is going to he's going to throw the kitchen sink at him now.
Let's jump back into it live now then. We are 11 minutes away from the end.
Oh, he could have gone inside.
It looked like that was the better option. Cole Palmer had a lot more space there, Harry, but he went wide.
Yeah, again, just a bit of nerves this stage, this occasion. I'm sure Stokes will look at that back and think he should have gone middle. And Tom's going to get a lot of opportunities to get through on the wing here.
There you go.
Exhibit A.
Chance to kill the game now. Extra pass, Thomas Brolin. Is that a game, set, match? The Spurs on their way to a semi-final.
I think it is. I think we can write in Manchester City v Tottenham Hotspur in the semi-finals of the ePremier League.
Talked about the space on the wing. Simple slot across the box. Look at that reaction.
Again, that's always going to happen. It's all Stokes can do. He's got 2 goals in about 13 minutes. You've got to throw everyone at it. You've got to throw everything forward. And if it doesn't pay off, you are going to concede.
9-6 now. What on earth is that ball from the restart? Semenyo, hold on.
I've conceded a few of them on foot jams.
Is it too little, too late?
Is that a bit of a lapse of concentration from Tom, thinking it's over at 9-6 with the roar that he gave?
Well, it was literally 3 passes. Kick-off, Calafiori, Semenyo, goal. Low driven across the goalkeeper. Robin Roos.
Do you know what? You can't write this game off. You've got roughly 9 minutes to get 2 goals. That's doable.
I kind of don't want to ask this question for the chat that's going to probably do this weekend in champs, but how on earth do you do what you just did?
Oh, do you know what? I prefer to play beautiful football. No glitches. I've never done anything like that, have I? No corners, no kickoffs. I think if I'm guessing, I think you will pass it back to your centre-back, send your right back on a run, give it your left back and then send it.
Nottingham Forest.
But I wouldn't know.
Not going quietly. There's one back for Sam Brewster. Now a 3-goal game. With City still in the ascendancy.
Back over here now, really. This is just game management now for Spurs. They should, no doubt.
Tom's not going for the goal here.
Be on their way to a semi-final stage. Is this the year for Spurs? Is this the year for Mark Marlin? They'll be 2 wins away. They'll be 1 win away from an E-Champions League ticket. And 2 wins away from becoming champions. And more importantly, qualifying for the World Championships, Richard.
Really, really good performance. We've just not seen Spurs over this ePremier League Grand Finals weekend. But I tell you what, they have come and they have performed against a very, very good Aston Villa team. And this could be the cherry on top of the cake.
To conclude it now is Thomas Rosicky. He's fouled anyway. It will be a penalty to Spurs. It just would be the former Arsenal man scoring for Spurs in the ePremier League. Up steps Bruno Fernandes from the spot. Spurs to get a 10th in the tie.
Is he going to take the penalty? There we go. Is he going to go GC pen?
Bruno Fernandes.
It's the best penalty I think I've ever seen.
Top left corner. And Spurs are on their way to a semi-final. They're in double digits.
And you've got to say well played to Aston Villa, because they was team of the tournament yesterday. Cameron Rock was sensational, and Tom Stokes did himself proud in that game as well. I know he'll be coming back from it, kicking himself a bit, thinking that he could have done better and could have won, but that's just 2 top players at the top of the game.
Small margins separate big, big results. Tottenham Hotspur continue their run here in the ePremier League.
Villa eliminated on that side of the stage. Spurs go through. Now let's check in to close out this quarter-final. There was 15 minutes left in the game, and there was still a couple of goals needed for Forest.
For the hardcore fans, that's probably Adam Ryan derby, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's coaching Aston Villa, but he's been coaching Mark Marley since he's started, really, last few years.
Yeah. Adam Ryan was ready to give the Adam Ryan roar, he said, if Aston Villa did go ahead, but it wasn't to be.
Well, back to this one, Chafonzo should be there home and dry. He has got a comfortable cushion. I mean, overall, Manchester City have both played this well. Matthias Banana may have gone 1-0 down, and we were questioning the order of play that they went into the game. Banana then won his game 2-1, and over here, 4-2.
Yeah, it's going to be Tottenham Hotspur against Manchester City. They are 6-3 up with 5 minutes left to play.
Hey, my predictions on here, Brandon.
Mine's already over.
2 out of 2 so far.
Did you say Nottingham Forest?
Yeah, he did.
Hey, when they were 1-0 up.
If there's one thing that you go by when you're giving predictions in the Premier League, just don't bet against City. Don't predict against City. They've won this tournament 3 times. One to his Shells in 2021. Manchester City moving and grooving their way into the semi-finals. No matter what you say, they are the team to beat.
And what a semi-final that is going to be. Locked in. You simply do not want to miss it. Manchester City against Tottenham Hotspur will be a semi-final.
You can see Bernardo smiling there. He just looked over the commentary and just gave us a little wink.
I think that might be for you, Brandon, for doubting them.
Don't know what you're on about.
I'll tell you what, though, them touches then, though. I don't even know what you press to keep the ball that close to your players.
I'll tell you what, now the conversation that I'm sure we'll be having, we've got a semi-final to look forward to, 2 quarterfinals before that. Who do you put up against each other? Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester City. Who do you go? Do you go Bernardo against Tom Lees? I know they've had quite a few battles before. Tom probably fancies himself in that game. Mark Marley against Jafonzo. Do you just play your own game?
Maybe even Mark Marley, Banana, because there's a bit of unfinished business there, maybe.
Absolutely.
I think that we've got too much evidence that suggests if you win, you don't change it.
Yeah.
I would personally say that's arguably the wrong decision, and like try and base it on what you think the other team's going to do and have a bit more mind games, but I think each team just set on the purring first and second.
Full-time result there, Manchester City. Congratulations, they go through. And more so for you at home as well, the SBCs have also been upgraded there. If you did back, of course, Manchester City's Nathan Ake or Berg Valve Spurs, that's a +1 guaranteed on both those items. That's the halfway point of the quarter-finals concluded. The defending champions Manchester City are through, but after this we turn our attentions not just to Leeds against Chelsea, but a derby day here in Manchester. It's going to be Sunderland versus Newcastle on main stage.
Started off at Arsenal. Yeah. I've been there for quite a while.
Monaco, Como.
Do you know that?
I don't know.
Okay. Wait, that's obvious though, no?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't get it, I'll be...
Did he actually play for Como?
Yes.
My first guess comes straight with Fabregas.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he ended his career at Como or not.
Yeah.
Go on, I'll let you say who it is.
Says Fabregas.
Yeah. Ooh, says Fabregas.
Fabregas.
Yeah, it's got it. Yeah, that is Fabregas.
Oh, what a brilliant goal! Says Fabregas!
Oh my god. Don't do this. Do you know it? Goalkeeper? Big Dutch man.
Think of a legendary goalkeeper.
You're a Man U fan,
No,
mate.
no, wait. It's,
Oh, no, no. We'll go Van der Sar.
Van der Sar. What, Van der Sar? Oh, yeah.
The Fulham part threw me off. I know he plays for Ajax and Juventus.
You're actually not bad at this, are you?
I know. Liverpool, Real Madrid. Who did that?
Oh. I wasn't born when you played for Liverpool.
Ended at Stoke.
This one's obvious. No, I don't know this one. Okay, I'll give you a clue.
I love how you give me a clue.
When he was young, he was lights out. Like, he was best striker in the world.
Oh. Yeah. Ballon d'Or winner.
I got it. I know this one.
Then, yeah. Michael Owen.
Yeah. Oh. Michael Owen.
Michael Owen, yeah. Is it?
I remember it, Stoke.
Big Owen, innit?
It is Owen, yeah.
What an unbelievable goal by Michael Owen!
Join in on the action of the ePremier League broadcast at Twitch or YouTube/EA Sports FC Pro to earn your viewership rewards. Watch for at least 15 minutes over the weekend and earn an 85 plus times 2. If you watch 60 minutes, you can get an 86 plus times 2. Let's go in here then for one of the teams that are about to be in action. Brandon Smith is joined by the Sunderland players.
Thank you so much, FG. Yes, I'm alongside Paolo Neto and Young ahead of course, their first ever outing here in an ePremier League Knockouts Day. Paolo, Young, I mean, this is a big one. You're jumping into your first game of the Knockouts in a time-weird derby against Newcastle United. Paolo, does that add a little bit more onto the game that you're playing against the rivals of the club?
Sure, I'm already excited to be here and also to play the derby will be really nice and yeah, just look to have some fun.
Young, you're always involved in spicy games on EAFC. You've had matches with Anders in past time. What's your thoughts going into this one, this Newcastle side? On paper, they might not be maybe as strong as a side, but they're still, I mean, they're here for a reason and in the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. We were not expecting to play them before the tournament, to be honest, but they showed the level yesterday very good, so we need to prepare ourselves to play them, and they played very good, so it's going to be an interesting game.
Paolo, you haven't dropped a game yet in the Premier League. You've been on goal-scoring form. I mean, what is it about the two of you? I think you're the highest goal scorers in the competition so far. Is it just the play style? You're just very offensive? Is that just how you roll?
I think it's just the way of we playing. Back on South America, we like to score a lot of goals, do some skill moves, and that's the way Brazilians play. So yeah, I just look forward to keep scoring them and yeah, to be with no losses.
Unbelievable. Nice. Jogo Bonito,
Yeah.
even here, of course, in the Premier League. Right, that's those two. Lads, I'll leave you to it. You've got a big game against Newcastle United. As we said, some big games underway here at the Premier League. We cannot wait for the next quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you very much to Brandon, and Sunderland are in action soon in a time-weird derby. But first, let's take you back to the games we've just seen, and we'll start with the defending champions Manchester City, who booked their place into the next round. You can see the results on the screen for you now. They beat Nottingham Forest convincingly, and we will also come to that game as well, Tottenham Hotspur going through. But first, let's focus on Manchester City then, Rich, because we're about to see Sunderland in action. There's been a lot of talk about Sunderland being potential favourites. Manchester City have won this tournament 2 years in a row.
Yeah, we had question marks over if the order of games we agreed with, really. Bernardo going first, with how good defensively he is, with how good at seeing out games. This was the turning point. He paused the game, he made the changes, and then Jafonso just showed his quality in the end. It wasn't a convincing win until it turned convincing, which sounds really strange to say, but it was very close, and then Jafonso just went into a different gear.
Flicked the switch.
Yeah.
He did just flick a switch, indeed. Remember, it is two-legged action here in the ePremier League, and it is straight knockouts. Aston Villa, very much the tale of two legs in that one. Goals galore, by the way, in that second game involving the man you've tipped, or the team you've tipped to go all the way in your bracket. Were you impressed with Tom and Marley and how they did?
I was especially impressed with Mark, considering he went down to Cameron Rock again, and you're thinking, oh, this Cameron Rock from day one, he's here, he's doing it again. But Mark, as soon as he got that first goal, as soon as he settled, he did what he does best. He started controlling the game a bit more, threw Cameron off his game, and if you would have asked Spurs before the game to take a 3-3 going into the second leg, I'm telling you, and they actually know, they would have took it.
Well, it worked in their favour. And Cameron Rock, by the way, yes, they didn't concede a single goal. He conceded quite a few here today. Unfortunately, Aston Villa out. Let's take a look at the bracket, how things stand. We're getting closer to revealing our next set of semi-finalists. What a game we've got there, by the way. Manchester City against Spurs for a place in the final. But we're now focusing on the two games. We've got Leeds United versus Chelsea. And, well, a fixture that needs no introduction for football fans all around the world. One of the biggest derbies around, a time-weird derby. Newcastle versus Sunderland.
Hey, Sunderland, they could do the treble over Newcastle this year.
They could. They could.
From a Newcastle perspective as well, what a journey they've had in this tournament, because Newcastle are very much outsiders in this fixture. But there is the element of wanting the fairy tale to come true. If you look at Brandon's bracket, he needs it because he's already lost his prediction on the other side.
I spoke to Reece Vaughan earlier today. He played a practice game against Paolo Neto yesterday. Apparently it was 1-1.
1-1, yeah, he told me
in
as
a
well.
practice game that we played. Read into it what you want. Read into it what you want. Sunderland aren't happy that I've revealed that information.
We can see the Sunderland coaches and they're not happy at all. Leeds against Chelsea, another fixture that needs absolutely no introduction. Chelsea, by the way, made it through on penalties yesterday. Leeds have got Tex. He's inevitable in this competition, Harry. How do you see this fixture going?
This is all about three-time ePremier League champion Tex making his return, and I back him to be the Tex that we all know and love.
That's
all I've got to say.
Let's take a look at Chelsea as well then, shall we? We mentioned before yesterday, this was the game against West Ham. Remember, extra time and penalties. If it's required, we will use it. And if it goes to penalties, Chelsea have already won a penalty shootout.
Yeah, look, if it goes to penalties, maybe they'll take it. Me personally, I don't think it goes to penalties. My winner is in this game, and it's Leeds United. I think they will go all the way. I think Tex will cement himself as, without any question of a doubt, the greatest ePremier League player of all time.
Well, let's conclude the quarterfinals then, shall we? Because the semi-final will await. Both the teams will play each other. It's Leeds against Chelsea and Sunderland against Newcastle, and it's next.
Come on, Leeds.
Leeds United finished top of Group C.
Let's have it.
Come on! Come on, you Blues.
Yeah!
Think you can beat us?
Leeds Chelsea in the quarter-final stages.
This is the dream team.
The Black Cats into the quarter-finals of the ePremier League.
This is our time.
We are the Geordie boys.
Come on.
No one is stopping us.
It's Derby Day here in Manchester.
Here we go. Our second set of quarterfinals. Up first, Chelsea against Leeds United. You can see right there the man, Tex. Of course, he is going to be playing second. He's won this tournament before and he has reputation here. His teammate Nixon will be hoping to live up to expectation, and opposite the stage, the Chelsea boys, Actual Emperor and NH, who had a great day one of the knockout stages, hoping to continue that into today. Let's welcome out Newcastle United up against Sunderland. Of course, we haven't seen Sunderland yet in the knockout stages, but this derby poises to be very, very entertaining. Paolo Neto and Young, again, a lot of reputation behind them. And for Harvey Waters and Reece Vaughan, they'll be hoping to showcase that they deserve to be here, despite a lot of people not even backing against them to get to this stage. I'm joined by Casey and, of course, the legend, that is Shuri. You were playing here last year as well. Does it feel a bit different now, being obviously where we are with the headsets on instead of being over there on the stage?
It certainly feels different, but it's, you know what, in a way, it's nice to not be playing against these guys, because the level of this now last 6 left in the tournament is just ridiculous. I'm very excited for these games.
And Casey, of course, we heard earlier about Brandon Smith's predictions, Harry's predictions. What were yours in that first game? Are you still on course, or is it?
I'm still on course.
Still on course?
I'm 100% right now.
I'll be honest, I'm 0 for 2 right now.
Oh.
0
Shock.
But I'm an honest person, though. I could have lied. I could have said I was 2 for 2, but for this one, I think it's very difficult to call. Our featured game, of course, Sunderland up against Newcastle. On paper, you would expect Sunderland because of how well Paolo Neto and Young were in those group stages, but Newcastle were very impressive. Reece Vaughan showcased that. He's very capable, and then he'll be playing first, Casey, as well.
Absolutely. I would say if he got a trophy this weekend, it would be most improved, because if we saw him in the group stage, I believe he conceded 10 goals in that first matchup.
That gets Tom Lees, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And then to go into the knockouts and be an absolutely different player, most improved by far.
I spoke to him as well, and he was heaping a lot of praise on Brad Colston as the coach. He said that's the mind behind all of the success after yesterday. Of course, he's a player that's played in the Premier League before. Do you feel like having a coach, Shuri, is very, very vital in these moments?
Absolutely. I had the same conversation with him backstage, and I could see the confidence it was giving him, knowing he had another pro in the scene who was giving him good tips, good advice, and then taking that into his game. Because like we said, he had a tough game against Tom, comes into this, they make it into the quarters, and then to touch on Harvey Waters as well, has had a deep run at the ePremier League in previous years as well. So that's a man who has got experience in this tournament also.
Absolutely. Let's jump on into the Leeds and Chelsea fixture, which has just started now whilst we wait for the Sunderland and Newcastle game to get underway. Let us know in the chat as well your predictions for this game. Who will come out on top, Chelsea or Leeds? It's Actual Emperor up against Nixneb to start things off. So are you happy with that order if you were for either team, in fact?
Well, I was actually speaking, as we see the first goal instantly, I think you're very happy about it now, right?
Leeds United breaking the deadlock. It's Nixneb starting as he means to go on, and you can see that Yaya Toure item, Casey, has been very, very dangerous, not just defensively, but you can see those late runs into the box. Clinical.
Absolutely no. That Yaya Toure item is always in the right place at the right time, but he's quite expensive, over 2 million coins as well, but I think it's very much worth it in these teams.
Let's jump it over, though, to the main featured game, the Timeware Derby, and it's going to be Sunderland pushing forward straight away as Paulo Neto. Oh, it's a big mistake. You can't do that early doors from Reece. He finds himself 1-0 down from a brutal error there, Shuri.
Oh, that is an absolute heartbreaker.
Oh, it's hard to
early
watch.
doors there. I mean, a little bit of nerves as the quarterfinals come off a great day yesterday, and it's just there's no excuse for it. It's a really bad mistake.
It's a really tough one to take, Casey, especially when, for being honest, going into this game, in my opinion, we see from where we are, the game plan should be to try and nullify and stop Paulo Neto getting a foothold and a couple goals ahead. And yeah, it's been a poor start. We're going to jump it over quickly, though, because there was a quick response. Actual Emperor, straight down the other end, a quick, snappy, intricate play there. And it's Xavi Simons with the low driven. It's 1-1. We already saw 27 goals in those first set of quarterfinals. And almost saw another there.
As Reece, you've just got to stop any sort of early hurricane from Paulo here. We call that a free goal that he gave in that case.
And let us know in the chat, guys, any questions that you might have for Shari. Obviously, he's been in this competition before, so he'd love to answer your questions while we have him here on the desk.
You can see as well, for next to Paulo Neto's base cam, the Talbi item that will be upgraded based on how well Sunderland do in this competition.
I like to see this from Reece, just a bit of game management, just getting the ball and relaxing with it for a little bit rather than trying to go forward at 100 miles an hour.
And not to let it knock him off his stride as well. He's got space though. Look at the run there from Semenyo. He's going to latch onto it. It's going to be Reece Vaughan, extra pass, and it somehow found its way in. That is the 180th goal of the ePremier League finals, and it's fallen in favour of Reece Vaughan and Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, the way it all opened up, it's almost like the defending was just a bit all over the place, but really good choice of pass. And the extra pass at the end there is what we say to people at home all the time. Look for that extra pass on the edge of the box because it's open a lot of the time.
I'll be honest, Casey, I wouldn't have passed it.
I was shocked. Maybe that's why I'm not here, guys.
Got a corner from it.
You know what, though? To not have that first mistake mess with his mindset and to stay in that match, I mean, if that's me, I'd be fuming, and I might be completely out of it for the rest of the match.
Really, really impressive from Reece there.
See, can he defend? See the amount of bodies that are pushed forward from Paulo Neto, just triggering L1 constantly. I think for Reece Vaughan, in my opinion anyway, if he's able to come out of this game, even if it's a 1-goal deficit, I think it's not a bad result, in my opinion, Shuri.
Harvey will be really happy with that. A 1-goal deficit. Look, we know how good Young is. We've been speaking about the games he's had against Anders over the years, but honestly, Harvey Waters is a man who...
So good.
We say that, we talk about some players in the FC Pro scene who have really high ceilings, and Harvey Waters is one of those guys who, on his day, could sort of kind of beat anybody.
Yeah, and that's not to discount. Reece Vaughan could do it very easily with the way it's going, ended up taking the lead. We do have a goal update, Casey, and it comes in the other game.
It absolutely does. It is Leeds with a second goal here. Semenyo, one of my favorite items, being scored here. So it is 2-1 in favor of Leeds. Lots of time left to be played, though. This one looks very end-to-end.
Yeah, that Semenyo item seems to be putting up clutch at every opportunity when he goes forward. We saw Jafonso in the previous game for City as well. Sensational work.
I will just mention Thomas Lees as well, scoring 7 in his game. Semenyo was flying for him as well with that rapid plus.
If you were playing in this tournament this year, Shuri, would you prefer to go first or second?
I think I would actually quite like to go first. Put me in first. Let me try and get a couple goals up. But also, you have that horrible feeling of if you do go a couple goals down, oh, your teammate only lost because of you. I'd say going first, you have to deal with maybe a little bit more mentally in a different way.
Yeah.
But also, you can say it both ways. Going to a draw, if you're drawing in the second game, it's all on your shoulders. It's literally all on your shoulders.
Questions coming in here. Shari, who do you think is going to win the whole thing?
Well, I'm going to go with Tottenham Hotspur.
I wonder why.
I know you can say that, but I've seen how confident Tom's been, and to come out and beat Stokes, where that's a game that's, you know, those boys have had a little bit of a rivalry in the history of the ePremier League and just in general in the FC space. And I think this is their year. Look how unlucky Mark Marley's been, and same with Tom. It'd be so nice to see them win it. Who would you like to team up with this year?
Ooh. Besides Tom.
It's just got to be Tex, hasn't it? Let me get on the stage with Tex. You know what I'm saying? One day.
Understandably so. Keep the questions flowing in as well. Another one, sorry. Which card is the most underrated in your opinion? Give us a Premier League item.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep going with him. But I don't know if he's underrated at this point. Brolin.
Fair enough.
Is he underrated at this point? No, I think we've given him all the praise in the world here at the ePremier League.
We see him less this weekend than we did the first time around.
Yeah, but he's still so good. I've heard there's been an equaliser in this game, and you're going to see it on your screen here. Actual Emperor and Chelsea just biding his time, gets the ball into Bruno. Over to Palmer on his right foot with that low driven. And it's 2-2 in that game. Still all to play for, though.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from that kind of goal. You see the way on the edge of the box with Semenyo, he just sort of stops for a second or two. The way it opens up the defence.
How does it, when you're defending that, what is the best way to defend that when someone just stops and they're just stationary on the edge of your box?
I don't know. I wish I knew the answer. That's the hardest thing. When someone's got that sort of composure on the edge, you can try and mark a pass, but once in your head you can see that they've got that time and that space, they're not going to jump at anything that you start doing. I wish I knew the answer.
I think that's why he does it.
Moments before half-time, we could be seeing a potential last attack fall in favour of Sunderland. Paolo Neto playing it down the line, just about onside, but he squandered that opportunity, and now the ball is in Reece Vaughan's court. Can he try and push forward for that last attack? 1 minute added on. This will be a perfect time to score, Casey, and it's going to fall actually straight back to him, in fact. More than a second. Florian Wirtz goes for the knock pass, and Van der Ven with the quick step and the pace he has. It's not the player you want to try and run against in behind. That is half-time in this game between Sunderland and Newcastle. Very, very close, and another close game. This time the lead is taken by Chelsea.
Wow.
Actual Emperor just slowly triggering runs there, finding space, and Semenyo, none other than the man of the moment, it seems to be. Look at low driven. Bishop just tucks it through the defender's legs into the bottom corner. What a result this could be for Chelsea in this first leg.
Absolutely crazy as we see Leeds with a chance here to even things up with Nick Snebb. Actual Emperor, that's a man who's been in the space a long time.
You know what?
Long time.
I give him a lot of credit, to be honest with you, because I felt like with that duo, I rate NH very, very highly. I felt like he would have a lot of carrying to do, but I think I think Actual Emperor has been superb, and you can see him again. If he scores now to make it 4-2 just before half-time, which didn't fall in his favour as the ball is cleared out, Casey. Fantastic first half if you're a Chelsea fan.
Fantastic is right, and I definitely think it's the right choice for that Chelsea duo to have Actual Emperor to go first, because he really is setting NH up for a very, very good opportunity, but NH is also very clutch as well, and so I think that's why they're at the stage of the competition.
It's against Tex as well, so that will be a very, very interesting game. Do you think for Nick Snebb, Shawry, that there's extra pressure on his shoulders because of being partnered with someone that's won this tournament so many times?
Always, this is the year for Snebb to go and actually win the whole tournament. You're with Tex, you could not be better equipped with your teammate. Just want to touch back on this game as well. We talk about a lot of storylines in the ePremier League here, and shout out to Reece Vaughan, because this is absolutely fantastic what he's doing here. The only goal he's conceded was the mistake. Saying that though,
he's gonna have to defend this. It's Gerrard powering through, one of the few people that have selected him in the draft, and he's going to just about collect that ball with Calafiori to get it clear. Is he sort of playing with fire? But I think for Reece Vaughan, the game plan would be to obviously pose a threat going forward, but defensively be astute and stuff. And Casey, for his mentality in that, well, after the first 5 minutes, you have to give him a lot of credit.
Oh, absolutely, because if you ask a lot of these players, Paolo Neto is the most dangerous competitor in this competition. He has trophies all over the world as well. He's been competing in America, but he's showing up to this competition right here, Reece Vaughan, and he is not intimidated by a player like Paolo, and so props to him.
Got another question for you, Shawry. Just hit the jackpot on Ultimate Team. What Premier League icon should they buy?
Oh, Premier League icon. Heard of Steven Gerrard? Oh, fantastic player. Go Stevie G, mate.
Jay's asking, what is the most effective formation to start off the game?
I think it's going to have to be 4-4-1-1. I think that's the most consistent formation that we see. Or maybe a 4-5-1 as well, guys. They're the two that you're going to be seeing a lot of these pros use.
He's got him there. Xavi Simons on the turn and the finish.
Come on.
Reece Vaughan and Newcastle United have turned this game on its head as they take the lead against Sunderland.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, we spoke about mistakes at the back.
Oh, goodness me. The play lock cancel there as well. We touched on it at the start of the stream, myself and Richard. You can see how much it means to the Newcastle camp there. This would be a shock
This would be a
result.
massive upset if this stands.
Wow.
But also, Harvey,
Look at the faces.
this.
The crowd.
I can't believe it. I mean, that's a man just riding on pure confidence.
Pure energy.
I mean, what are you thinking as Harvey Waters? I mean this with all due respect to Newcastle. This is against Sunderland. This is an absolute powerhouse of a team from the group stages. And Reece is just making Paulo look relatively average.
He's going to have to defend this, so Esteval straight from kickoff. Right on cue, Paulo Neto jumped straight back into this game, that near post finish. In case you could never count him out.
Absolutely not. We've seen him at all the high levels. Paulo Neto, he came over all the way from Brazil. He wants to conquer every single region that he possibly can. As we see the replay coming here, it is Esteval across. I mean, it makes it 2-2. But if I'm Reece, I'm happy with the draw. I'm very happy with the draw.
I think, though, that tackle, this is where advanced defending a little bit. With Stam, I think if you press X and go for the shoulder barge there, you're more likely to win the ball than press and tackle. With the press and tackle there, I think you're sort of relying on him turning into you.
Yeah.
But then if he can just do what he did, basically, it's really difficult to stop.
It's been such an interesting addition to sort of the pro scene this year, using the advanced defending with X, or of course just circle for tackle. I don't know, guys, I did just cash in my first commentator's curse of the day there as well.
You did.
The moment I said that, Paulo Neto went, be quiet, Shuri.
Still got a little while left in this game to see how the game will pan out. Can Reece Vaughan respond straight from kickoff as well? When he's keeping possession, you can see the live score as well with that Chelsea and Leeds game, and of course the fixtures on the left side of your screen.
Dangerous attack here.
Oh, and it's Gerrard who tucks it away. It's a tough one to concede if you're Newcastle. If you're Paulo Neto, you'll love that.
But you have to take advantage of those situations. If you're not scoring in that situation, you shouldn't be on this stage. But that is exactly, he's not going to miss in that opportunity.
Is that a mistake, Shuri, in your opinion, or is it just unfortunate?
It's a small mistake. It's nothing like the first one. It is a little mistake, though.
So what would you have done differently in that moment? Is it just press it past, just get it out?
Trying to pass it, trying to clear it quickly. But, I mean, you would need absolute fast reactions there. And you can see him kind of saying, like, oh, there's not much he could have done about that one.
How hard is it in those moments, Shuri, when you're playing on the stage, to just sort of, as easy as it's, just forget about it and just move on?
So difficult. It's so hard. I think when you concede a goal where they just opened you up and you say, look, that happens, that's normal, I'm going to go up the other end and do that. I felt like you saw that a lot in the Tom and Stokes game. When it was even between the two of them, they just both kept scoring. They just accept, look, normal goal, okay, move on. When you can see goals like that, you've got an absolute mountain to climb mentally.
See there, the top scorers there, both Villa boys. I know they're eliminated now, but 30 goals between them in their knockout rounds. So it's a fair share of goals spread between them. Hopefully we'll see more in this game from both players. On the left side of your screen there, of course, match week 32 isn't far away. Those are fixtures in the Premier League. The run-in for the final few matches of the season. I know you got your eyes peeled on
Liverpool Fulham
fixtures,
mate.
yeah.
Ah, yes. We're getting that Champions League spot.
Oh, it's lovely play. It's Reinders as well, near post. Paulo Neto is starting to find his groove. And what was it, about 10 minutes ago in game? He was losing, was it 2-1? And now he's found it as well. He just turned the game completely on his head.
That's what I get for using the words Paulo Neto and average. Just so you know, Paulo, I said making him look average. You're certainly one of the best players in the world.
It's a difficult position, Casey, if you're Reece Vaughan. Also, in a way, for Harvey Waters, because you're sort of looking, I find it very easy to drift off mentally. You're starting to think, oh my gosh, I'm 2-1 up.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're 3-2 down, and it's very difficult to bounce. No, is it 4-2 now?
4-2.
Sorry. It's very difficult to try and keep your composure, not only playing, but I always found watching is just as hard.
So difficult. And this now is damage limitation. You do not want to let this go to 3 goals. 100%, Harvey Waters can still do 2 goals. 3 is much more
what's the most you think that they can come back from?
I think 4 is possible,
4?
but I mean, surely 5. We saw a couple yesterday, right? We saw Stokes, I think, 5-0 and 7-0 up in the first leg from Cameron Rock.
It's just offside.
And Stokes was saying it. it actually feels really weird to go into a game being 5 or 7 goals up, because there's almost nothing to play for. There is, but you know, if you were to not win that game, it would be known as the biggest choke in history.
Because as soon as you let up mentally as well, it changes your entire mindset.
Oh, he's got him again.
You can't let this happen.
Speaking about 4 or 5 goals, he's got 3 goals now for Paulo Neto. Just that touch inside. It's a very difficult moment for Newcastle here.
I've been there. I've been there. When you just sit there and you go, I just can't do anything.
Yeah, we'll see the final moments of this game between Chelsea and Leeds. What a victory for Chelsea and Actual Emperor. Tex has work to do in his game, and it's against NH, so that's not going to be an easy game. He's 1 goal down. Can the reigning ePremier League champion find his way to keep his tournament alive?
Tex with his back against the wall. Always an exciting watch for everybody back home. NH, a big game for himself. I feel like mentally he'll be quite stronger. I feel like he's one of those players. He'll definitely back himself.
Oh, 100%.
He'll back himself.
100%. NH is very capable, case we saw it as well. Not only in the knockout stages yesterday, but the group stages. He's a very, very good player.
Oh, absolutely, and especially because Actual Emperor got the job done as well. I feel like them as a duo together work very, very well every single step of the way. Because, I mean, yesterday, in my opinion, was an upset for them even to qualify today. If they get another upset now, I mean, at this point, we need to bring them into the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out Actual Emperor as well with that victory in the first game against somebody like Nixon, who obviously we know very, very well. We speak so highly of him. To get that result, for me, is a fantastic way to start that tie for Chelsea. Let us know as well in the chat who you think will come out on top. Do you think Tex will somehow, I say somehow as if he hasn't done it before, but get a victory over Chelsea and send them into the next round?
I think it's got to be Tex, hasn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, a man, this would be his 4th time winning the ePremier League, ladies and gentlemen. I'm predicting to do it. I'm predicting to do it by a couple of goals as well.
I think it's going to be that. What about you, Casey? How do you feel?
I think Leeds come back. Yeah.
You
can't go against Tex. You really can't.
I understand it. From years gone by, we think maybe, and obviously it was with City and Matisse, you think, are they going to have enough? But then somehow they always find a way, and Tex obviously has won this tournament so many times before. He could find it very difficult, though, against Chelsea. Let's take a look at the last Sunderland goal that went in to make it 5-2 and give Paulo Neto a healthy lead, and that is the finish from Cole Palmer there, Casey. The 3-goal deficit for Harvey Waters, it is possible to overturn, but against Young, I don't know if it's going to be that doable.
Well, that's the thing. Young is obviously a newcomer into this competition, but he's not a newcomer into the scene. We've seen him at the highest levels as well, and so he's going to be a very difficult competitor too. I mean, if we also talk about different play styles as well, we talk about the Brazilians and how they play. Coming into the English scene, they're just relentless in terms of how many goals are trying to be scored. He said earlier, Jogo Bonito, we want to see the skills, and so they're a very difficult duo to go against.
He's in. You see the triggered run, Semenyo. He's going to make it 6. He slowed down. It doesn't matter. The finesse shot finds its way into the top corner. And Sunderland are absolutely flying, similarly to the Premier League as well. They've done the double over Newcastle. They're about to win this first leg. Tucks it away, Semenyo. So how difficult is this if you respawn? Do you try and go for another goal, or what do you do?
Damage limitation now, stop. Just stop. You try and do the last attack if you can. But the problem is, Paulo Neto has turned into a different beast in this last half an hour. He's going to be trying to push for another one. Look at the way he's flying in the press here.
It's a tough one because, again,
it's like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, I feel like it was around the 60th minute, though, when it was 2-1. In a matter of moments, Casey, he scored 5 goals.
This is exactly what I was saying is the problem. This is what I'm saying. Maybe just stop.
Could be 7.
Oh, dear. Look at the run. He's got him.
Oh, he's got him.
Semenyo in behind again. Surely not number 7. Just about. Maguire does enough to sweep up 6-2. Paulo Neto and Sunderland win that first game against Newcastle. Over to Young to see this game out. But with a 4-goal lead, you kind of think, Casey, you're not home and dry yet, but it will take a lot for you to throw that away.
Well, especially with 6-minute halves, they do go by fairly quickly. We see the emotion there from Reece. I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because he was doing so well, quite the roller coaster. But now Harvey has to step in there, and he has a very high mountain to climb.
For you, Shoei, what would be going through your mind if you're both players? If you're Harvey, you sort of don't blame your teammate. You just have to just try your best and get back into the game.
Yeah, it's all about shaking teammates' hands, saying, look, really difficult game, but I've got to go and do what I can try and do here. We know Harvey's got the ability to do so. It's just Young is a really experienced player at the same time. Harvey, he's not going to be angry. He's not going to be, raging at him or anything like that. Go and believe in yourself. And there's not really that much pressure on Harvey here.
Absolutely.
You're already 4 goals down.
Again, let us know in the chat. Do you think there could be a comeback for Newcastle, or do you think that Sunderland are home and dry? You see their booth there with Coach Renzo behind them. Trying to see if we could listen into the boost there. I think for Newcastle, there's actually not much you can really say to Harvey. You kind of just have to. How would you approach that game? Do you start off constant press, everyone going forward, or do you still sort of play your game for the first 30 and see what happens after that?
It's tough with a constant press because you might lose a bit of stamina early doors, and then your team starts chasing around a little bit more. You make it harder for yourself. But if you can just sneak an early goal or two, you put that doubt into the opponent's head. So I think it's about going all guns blazing early doors.
Well, we're going to start off with this game. Tex against NH. Of course, Chelsea leading 3-2 after the first leg. An early start and an early goal for Tex will do him the world of good. And he's got a great opportunity to spring an attack here. Space again. Cole Palmer, good last-ditch defending with Calafiori there, Casey.
Absolutely. Obviously, Tex, one of those competitors that is always in the conversation. But Cole Palmer has an opportunity. Oh, and he goes wide. You cannot miss those types of opportunities. NH shaking his head. I think we're all shaking our heads.
Tex had almost given up on that. Like, you see the way he sort of sat forward.
Oh my goodness.
Got to see that again.
Look at Cole Palmer latching onto it. Saliba's dusted. Cole Palmer, R1 dribbling, goes to the low driven. The playstyle plus activates, but the aim, that's the thing with precision shooting. And he celebrates that as if he scored a goal.
When you look at that as just a normal chance, you just look at it like a normal through ball. The way that he stops sprinting is the difference between the goal there.
Oh, he's done him as well with a turn. Harry Maguire just about blocking that attempt from Javi Simmons. Corners, though, very, very efficient on this game.
But just back to that chance, NH is not doing that against any other player here other than Tex. It's because you're playing Tex in your head. That's why you doubt yourself a bit.
Oh, he's gone for a sort of an obscure one there. Trying a different type of corner, but I think that goal, if that goes in, it gives NH the world of good. I think now that miss, Casey, is just the confidence that could shatter you a little bit, and you start to, well, for me anyway, when I used to play, I'll be thinking about that constantly.
Yeah.
I'd find that hard to completely forget.
Especially at this stage of the competition where every single opportunity is going to matter. That goal could have been the difference between making it to a semi-final or not. It's very frustrating if I'm NH.
If NH can get the next goal, if he can go 4-2 up, you can put it behind you a bit easier. If it goes to 3-3 now, it almost feels like it's wraps.
And it might do. Oh, beautiful play.
Oh, Donovan.
Texas turned up for Leeds. And that ball across the face of goal just tucked under the goalkeeper's leg. And you mentioned how hard it would be for NH if it became 3-3 from this attack. The step-overs from Semenyo, just cutting back. Beautiful twisting and turning, and Javi Simmons just about gets a toe before the keeper came out.
Yeah, we love seeing skill moves create a goal. We've got another goal in this game here. Newcastle getting one back. Harvey Waters, I tell you what, the early goal case.
Hold on a minute.
Hold up.
You know what? Harvey Waters had one of my favorite storylines a couple years ago when he was competing with Luke Downing, Cinderella story. And so I'm hoping to bring those vibes back in here. Expect the unexpected with a player like him.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one, because obviously that was within the opening 10 minutes there for Harvey to get a goal back. It's only 3 goals. Even a goal before half-time.
He can do that.
Completely in it.
I said it the whole time. He can definitely do it. His ceiling is ridiculously high. Back to this one here with Tex. Gliding down the wing with Semenyo.
Tex, you can see his draft to the bottom of your screen there. What's your thoughts on Donnarumma? I think it would have been an easy choice for you, but I've seen a couple goals go in, and I think I don't know.
I like him personally, right? But we might have had different experiences here.
It's just got to be a goal.
Oh,
dives in as well. And speak of the devil, Donnarumma.
That post was on.
I take it back. Great save.
Hey, we selected him now.
Yeah, it's in the team. He's got the armband. Great save. That prevents a guaranteed goal there for Leeds. And you can see the pause cued from NH. He's not happy with something because it's been a blitz start.
I'll tell you what he's not happy with, right? Playing against Tex.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
It's just the patience from Tex. Every single time it's the right decision.
He's got to get out somehow. He's getting swarmed. Lewis Miley clears it. and a counter-attack. One thing that NH is very good at, you'll see, the amount of triggered runs. Look at him there, he's got him. Semenyo straight down the other end. This time he finishes. And Chelsea take the lead just as they look like, probably conceding 2 or 3 times from that attack from Leeds United and Tex Casey. Fantastic work down the other end from NH.
Great work, great answer there from NH. The play starts off with Bruno Fernandes, of course, one of the MVPs of the game. Semenyo managed to do that. Obviously, see the celebrations. That is exactly what he needs mentally to get back into this game against a player like Tex.
Yeah, it's a relief. It's a huge relief. And hold on a second. I've heard there's been an update 13 minutes in. Surely not Harvey. He's in behind. Bruno Fernandes plays it across with the player lock to Xavi Simons. 6-4.
That's exactly what I would have done. I love. You were talking about the player locks earlier, teaching the people at home how to do that. Guys, you see that the pass was marked. He uses the player lock just to pull him back ever so slightly to score that open goal there. It's on. Harvey Woods,
there's no way. Casey, if he does this, what a comeback.
If he does this, it would be the biggest comeback that we've seen this weekend by far.
NH is going to have to defend this attack from Tex. See the team press kicking in, and he's done just that. Again, pay attention. Look at the bodies that are flooded forward for NH. He spams that L1, and you can see it's very, very difficult to defend when he pushes those bodies forward. He's got him again.
Tex trying to press here, but it is making him more exposed.
One thing that Tex, you can tell he's done his research, is tracking the runs from the wingers. NH is getting balls behind it. Even though that fourth goal that went in, he tried to track it with Michael, and he just wasn't quick enough to stop him.
Yeah, sometimes they feel unmarkable.
Salah couldn't find the space. See that upper foot item next to Tex. His face cam there, that will be upgraded if Leeds United find a way to turn this game around. Look at the run. Yaya Toure, keepers come out. No man's land, straight past him, and it's 4-4. Do not blink because you'll miss all this action. Goals galore in not only this game, but the Sunderland and Newcastle one as well. Look at the run from Yaya Toure. You're not getting anywhere near him, Shuri.
NH saw that ages ago as well, and it just did not matter. Because of how late Tex triggers that run, he barely has any time to react.
Well. 26 minutes in, Newcastle United, and it's a finish from Xavi Simons. Low driven, just about on the inside of the box there, Casey. 6-5. I can't believe what I'm watching this. If you're Paulo Neto looking at the game,
no, he did his job. Paulo Neto did his job, but Harvey Waters, I mean, we saw his face going into this match, and he did look very disappointed at how it started off, but he's a competitor that can stay in this, and I know that Reese is sat next to him.
Hold on.
I'd throw up. I'm throwing up.
Esteban, the player lock inside.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Oh, he's aimed it wide, Bruno. That could have been a goal.
I think Young needs a pause here or something.
Yeah.
Just take a quick breather, have a quick chat with the coach.
Reset.
I'm too old for this, sorry, I'll be honest. I would not be able to cope if I was Paulo Neto or Young in this situation. Has to go forward.
He's got to just get a goal.
Just to ease the nerves a little bit. He might get it here. Bruno playing it across, but Stam intercepting and defending up and sweeping up, for Newcastle, and he can start an attack of his own.
We're only just joining this game live, but it just feels like every time Harvey's going forward, he looks ridiculously dangerous.
3 goals to kickstart this leg for him. Look at the space he's got in the box. If he can get it to someone and work his magic, doesn't manage to play that first-time pass as Gravenberch and the intercept plus play style kicking in.
But he's now made it a game. He's now really made it a game.
And we're only 40 minutes in. There's so much time left.
Would you now, if you're Harvey Waters, shall we start to take your foot off the gas a tiny bit just to not leave too much space there as
maybe a little bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Especially now, if you can win this ball back without conceding, just get into half-time. Make sure you have the last attack now. It'd be interesting to see if Harvey goes for the all-out attack here or just decides to pass between the centre-backs and make sure he's got that last attack. Keep it at 1 goal maximum.
What an incredible performance in this opening first half from Harvey. He's onside as well. The offside trap.
Semenya with the rapid. Flying, the low-driven. Pass Petr Cech, and Harvey Waters scores 4 in 45 minutes.
What am I watching here, Casey?
It's like that first game did not even happen. Harvey Waters has entered this game with an absolute chip on his shoulder, and he is back in this matchup.
I can't can't believe what's going on, I'll be honest with you.
I don't think Young can. I don't think he's got a clue.
Stop Paulo Neto's face. He's chewing a wasp.
Everyone just looks a bit shocked in the booth, both teams.
Even Reece is shaking his head. The coaches, they're thinking, wow, this performance from Harvey will go down in history if he's able to see this out. What a first half.
And let's remember as well, there's not just getting to the next round in it. There's prize money available for these players. As Reece thought, if you lose a game by 4 goals, which of course he did so well, I will say to you, he did so well for most of the game. It was just Paulo came on at the end. But can you imagine you get through and you lost the game by 4?
I'd be completely indebted. You can take my share of the prize pool, it's yours. Let's go, it's yours. Unbelievable first half for Newcastle and Sunderland, sorry, for both of Harvey Waters and Reece Vaughan there. Despite not playing, you feel on top of the world there, Casey, if you're Reece, because you've got a teammate that can help you, and straight across, we jump in right at the perfect moment. Semenyo and Chelsea take their 5-4 lead again. You can't look anywhere.
Yeah, Chelsea keep showing why they deserve to be this deep into the tournament.
We'll catch it in its entirety here, Casey. Just the triggered runs from NH, and you can see it just causes a lot of trouble for Tex.
Of course, and it's the one and only Semenyo. Honestly, you cannot blink watching this round of the competition because you will miss an absolute banger. Both games are now very, very end-to-end, and it could go either way for both matchups.
Don't really know where to look. We'll stick on this game for now.
What an exciting set of quarterfinals here.
I think the biggest thing for NH is to showcase that he has an offensive threat, which he's done so. Defensively, though, he has to defend Tex, who's twisting and turning. And straight from kickoff, you cannot count him out at any moment, because despite conceding, he always backs himself to respond straight down the other end, and he's done just that.
Yeah, I mean, when Tex is in the box in that kind of situation, he's expecting skill moves, he's expecting a pass, keeps diving in for tackles. Tex does not care. He'll pick his moment, shoot, score, low driven. Thanks for coming.
It's very difficult to defend, though. Because of how patient he is, you don't know if the skill move's going to come out. Is he going to carry on R1 dribbling or twisting and turning? And it's so difficult to stop Tex when he's in full flow.
I mean, that's why he's been the hardest person to defend since the beginning of FC, of the pro circuit, is because you're defending against him and you've got a million things going through your mind of what he could possibly do.
It's around 30 minutes left to be played. If, of course, we do not find a winner in regular time, we go to extra time and potentially penalties. But NH pushing forward, might have other ideas. A good bit of decisive defending from Tex.
Trigger that Yaya Toure again. Look at the long ball pass coming in there into Maicon.
Whoa. I was very surprised that fixture went through there.
He does some strange things, doesn't he, Donovan?
Just ahead of the curve. For you, when you were playing last year, Shuri, obviously it depends on the scoreline, but would you say these sort of moments in the game are the most difficult to manage, because you don't know whether to stick or twist? Do you carry on pushing forward? Do you try and stay back a little bit and be a bit more resolute? What do you even do?
This is so crucial. These are the most crucial minutes now, between the sort of 60th, 70th minute right here. You saw it in the Tom against Stokes game. It was just all even, and all of a sudden, Tom went full guns blazing.
Yeah.
I think you've got to go for it at this point of the game.
Exactly what Tex is doing. The team press has been activated, but he's putting bodies all over the place. Bruno twisting and turning again for Tex.
Offside.
Would have been offside anyway, but the pass was intercepted. We do have an update, and it's fallen in favour of Sunderland for the first time for Young in this game. Pushing forward, he's got so much space, he's so passive defensively, and the pass into Cole Palmer. 52 minutes in, Sunderland take the lead.
I mean, it's taken him a while to heat up in this matchup because Young has done absolutely nothing in that first half, but Harvey is still very much in this matchup. I mean, how devastating would this be?
I think it's 7-all.
Another one. He had an answer.
Said he's still in this game, and not only is he in this game, he's equalised, and that is goal at number 200.
Wow. The boys are flying.
Still got quite a fair few games to go as well.
I believe as well, Tex has made it 6-5 in that Leeds game. I'm sure we'll get that goal right now. So you see in the box here, a couple bounces going around. Oh, it's not pretty. It's not pretty, but Tex will not mind.
That's a tough one to concede. That's tough.
I felt that for NH. I felt that.
That's a tough goal to concede if you're Chelsea and NH. But the one thing is you can't let it derail you. There's still a fair few minutes left in this game, Casey, for NH and Chelsea to equalise.
You could see the emotion on both players' faces. I mean, you concede one goal and you're letting out the biggest sigh. You also score a goal, you're letting out the biggest sigh because they know at this stage the pressure is on and they're so close to one more prize money, 2 spots in future competitions as well, and I mean, bragging rights as well. So they want all of this under the lights today.
Yeah, you see the big, deep breath from Tex there. It's because you know he's got his back against the wall, and NH, it's 6-6.
Count him out at your peril. NH with the equaliser. It's just end-to-end action. As soon as one person scores, you just feel like from the kickoff, someone always seems to create a chance from it. And Chelsea have done just that. You can see just the play inside to Xavi Simons. Cole Palmer can turn either side, and that low-driven finish is exactly why a lot of players have selected him in their drafts. Has there actually been a player that obviously mentioned about Brolin? Anyone else that sort of, I guess if you were to play, that you would have selected, maybe prior to the draft closing, plays that you've seen afterwards that have impressed you the most?
We've kind of already took. I think it's that Semenyo.
Yeah,
I just really think it's the Semenyo. I seem to notice him be faster than any other player.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference in a lot of these pro games. If you can trigger that ball down the line and play that through ball, it's the difference between scoring and not. So I'd have to go for him, which case I'm sure you're very happy with.
Yes, definitely. Mine's Yaya.
Yeah, 100%. It's about 2 or so million coins. Like, he's been ridiculous going forward. That Lewis Hall item that's been brought off the bench instead of Calafiori. He's a little bit quicker, but physicality-wise.
You're thinking here, next goal wins, really.
I agree. If it's in regulation time, yeah. We do have a goal, an update from the other game, and it comes in favour of Young. That through ball in behind, and Cole Palmer latching onto it. Sort of just picks the corner out. He had time to make a decision. Again, that game is slightly behind this one, so there is more time for Newcastle and Harvey Waters to get back into it. Hold on a second, right on cue. Leeds United and Tex, 7-6. We jumped in at the right time.
Yeah, and Tex uses the game changer play style there to perfection. With the precision shooting into the far corner there. He had to pull off the snapshot though. It got really close to the keeper getting there.
Yeah, you can see the offside trap kicked in, but then Bruno carried on running. And Van der Ven can't catch him. That little, just to cut inside, just to get the angle for the game changer. Low driven there, and Leeds United and Tex, you'd say if they defend this kickoff, Casey, they're home and dry.
Yeah, I think that's looking very, very good for Tex here. What do you think the coach is saying to Tex at this point? Do you think it's a mentality thing? Do you think he's asking him to change anything up? Obviously, he's in the lead here, so he can sit back a little bit, but not too much because there's a bit of time on the clock.
I think it's a mix of a mental coach and also, yeah, a couple of tactics. Like we can see him pointing at the screen here. We're chatting about a couple roles on some of the players. Do you maybe want to bring a couple more players back? I mean, we know Tex is not someone who's going to, you know, put everyone behind the ball completely, but he's a man with experience. He'll do what he knows is best. And how many times has he been in these kind of situations and always seems to pull it off? Can NH cause the upset?
Yeah, this is a crucial moment in this tie. Exactly the same across the stage as well. Sunderland are now 9-7 up, so they have that 2-goal cushion again. But one thing we've learned, Harvey Waters can score 2 goals in very, very quick succession, so he could find a way to get back into this game.
Yeah, I feel for Harvey here. I mean, he's put in such a great performance. There's still plenty of time, like we said, but Young seems to have locked in more. You can see the emotion coming out from him when he's scoring.
Here we go, last 4 minutes here for Chelsea. Mentioned earlier how good of an attacker NH is. And he's going to need it now. Foul, though, from Tex.
Well, here we go. One last attack for NH. Take us to extra time.
Gets the ball into Bruno. Manages to get it to Semenyo, and the step there from Saliba was decisive. And that could be enough. Going to the split so you can see what's going on in both games. Obviously, the one on your right, Leeds United and Chelsea. We are moments away from Tex overturning a 3-2 deficit. And it looks like he's going to do that. There's not going to be enough time for NH. Commiserations to Chelsea. Fantastic victory and performance from Tex. A sigh of relief there from Nick Snebb as well, because it would have been a very, very difficult loss if Leeds were eliminated. But Tex pulled up clutch.
Absolutely, and are we surprised? Is anybody surprised at all? I will say about Nick Snebb, it's not like he had a terrible result or anything. He lost 3-2. It wasn't awful or anything like that, but Leeds are going to need to be a little bit better than that if they're going to go all the way.
For the celebrations there, Case. We rarely see him celebrate, so you can see how much that means to Tex.
Of course. They are paving their way into a semi-final now. Obviously, commiserations to Chelsea. They had a great win yesterday over Brighton, unexpected, and they did put up a fight today.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone else that seems to have found a way is Young, and it looks as if Sunderland will be locking in that spot in the semi-finals. Again, fantastic work from Harvey Waters in that first half, but Young started to come into his own and found his level again.
I mean, in both legs, what Sunderland have actually done is they've taken a while to get into the game. I mean, look at the Reece Vaughan game. It was 1-1 for absolutely ages. 2-1 then to Reece, and then all of a sudden, Paulo Neto comes alive. So
why do you think that is? Is it just
Newcastle played yesterday?
True, maybe because this is their first game in the knockout stages for Sunderland. You can't replicate practice games. You can do as many games you want behind the curtains, but once you're on stage, it's a completely different scenario.
Yeah, and this looks like, I mean, unless Newcastle pull off the best comeback we've ever seen in about 6 minutes here. A massive shout out to them though, because a great tournament run to get into the quarterfinals here.
Just ran out of steam, and Calafiori can just muscle off the attacker. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
That's in the top 5 most interesting things I've seen today.
What's just happened there?
Is he just saying, like, go on, try me? You score 3 from here, I'll shake your hand.
No, I just looked at Paulo Neto. Just
shaking his head like, what's going on, mate?
And it's actually led to a goal. It's 10-8. There's not enough time, though. And Harvey knows it as well. Irrespective of this fantastic second leg performance from Newcastle, it's just not enough to overcome that first leg deficit. But there's work to do, I'll be honest, for Young here, in terms of preparing for that semi-finals. I know you've done the job now, but it was really ropey.
No, not against the better opposition that they're going to be playing against as well, which of course I believe is going to be Leeds. You're in big trouble. If you do that against Tex, you've got no chance.
Yeah, and we know how good Young can be and has been over the years, but this second leg, for his standards, he'll be disappointed, irrespective of them advancing into the next round. But as I mentioned before, similarly to Chelsea, commiserations to Newcastle United. There isn't just not enough time in the 6-minute halves to get 2 goals back. Do you think now, True, in this position, if you're Paulo Neto and Young, do you change the order?
I think you could. But it's not like either have been... I mean, he's lost by 2 goals, theoretically, Young has here, but Harvey had everything to fight for. We always say it is a bit of a strange position when you go into a game leading. They've won the round, they've done their job, haven't they? And like we said, Casey mentioned, they didn't play yesterday. Maybe now they're a bit warmer, they're a bit more confident, they've got their first round of the day.
I would have predicted it to be the opposite going into this matchup.
Same here, same. I would have predicted the same as Casey, but again, it's worked out. They've managed to see this huge derby result through. And they've got a little while just to ponder and decide, do they change things up or do they stick with technically what's worked for them, Casey?
We haven't seen too many shifts so far. We talked about yesterday whether or not we'd see that, but that might be the first one that we see. Or it might have just been a matter of they needed a few minutes to warm up, and now they're warmed up, ready to go into the second match.
Very, very true. Huge congratulations to Sunderland. They take the victory in that all-intense derby against Newcastle United. Reece Vaughan and Harvey Waters, their tournament comes to a close. Their journey finishes here. But for Young and Paulo Neto, they will still have their eyes on the prize. And of course, hoping to win that trophy that sits between them. I'm still stunned at that first half. I really am. I think that first half was sensational from Harvey Waters, but it wasn't enough. After the break, though, we have Manchester City up against Tottenham Hotspur in our first semi-finals. Do not go anywhere. because the action is just going to get even more intense. The time is now.
Is this the start of history being made?
FC Pro Leagues are here. And things are about to heat up.
Bellissimo! Manchester City have done it again!
Now it's time to support your club from the top leagues around the world.
You're the league champion!
With eChampions League and FC Pro World Championship spots up for grabs.
On the biggest of stages in Europe, world champion!
Every game matters.
Champion!
Get closer to glory.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals. I am joined by Tottenham, which congratulations, you have made it to a semi-final. I know you guys are buzzing, but you have a very important game ahead of you. Tom, I will come to you first. Obviously, Manchester City, the back-to-back champions. How are you feeling going into this matchup?
Yeah, good. I mean, full of respect for Man City. They've earned it for what they've done the last couple of years. Been really, really good. So we know how hard it is, but as I say, someone has to beat them at one point, and hopefully it's us.
Could be you guys. All right, Marley, I know this one is a very special game for you. Your first match is against Matías Bonanno. Bit of a grudge match the last 2 years. Is that in the back of your mind? You've made it to a final. You've played these players before. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously the last 2 years we've played, kind of expected it to be a third in a row, but that's the same. I've played everybody at this event more than twice now, so yeah, it's not a problem now.
All right, well, I'm very, very excited to see what this one face off. It is a semi-final matchup. We'll see how it goes. Spurs versus Manchester City. FG, are you ready for this grudge match?
Oh, I absolutely am ready for this. What a match it's going to be. That's our semi-final next, which means we've concluded our quarter-finals. And the last round of fixtures did not disappoint. Let's start with that Tyne-Wear derby. We can see that at the bottom of the screen. We'll have a look at the highlights for that. Sunderland are through, as are Leeds United, who have also got ePremier League champion Tex representing them here. We'll go to that Tyne-Wear derby right now because, Harry, I know you've been excited to talk about this one. What a game that was.
Well. Sunderland win the Tyne-Wear derby again. It's the same old story. But I actually think Rhys Vaughan can count himself really unlucky because I thought he had the perfect game plan. He had 80% possession in that first half. It was about keeping it low scoring. And how the game went, he probably should have. There was just a few unlucky goals that went against him. And any other day, that could have been 1-1, 2-1, and then Harvey Walters. What a performance in that second leg. He pretty much did everything that he could.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at the Leeds game then, shall we? We mentioned that one with Tex. I mean, credit to Chelsea as well, Brandon. They had a fantastic run in this competition. It's come to an end at the expense of Leeds United. Where do Leeds United now rank for you in this bracket and in this tournament?
Well, my prediction table's been pretty terrible. So who did I say was going to win it all?
You did say Leeds United.
I did say Leeds, all right. So maybe I can hold on to that at least for now. But look,
am I 4 out of 4?
We won't speak about that. That's the Leeds United side that have been pushed to the wall there, and you saw the reaction, you saw the pressure that came out of Tex at the end. We cannot forget this team. I think Nick Sneb's still got a lot more levels that he can show us there, but Tex getting through, and a word on Chelsea. NH getting better every year. Atchewempu's always part of the conversation. That's the performance that he can be proud of in that team. But Leeds go through. Can they go and do it all again?
Well, it's semi-final time. Let's take a look at the bracket then, shall we? This is how it stands. A quick reminder, the winners of the semi-final are guaranteed a spot at the E-Champions League. If they go on to win the tournament, they get a World Championship spot. So there's not just the opportunity to be in a final. It's very, very important for the rest of the season.
This shows how important it is topping your group a month ago as well, because we was talking about being warm coming into the games. Maybe the other teams are worn out.
And also, FG, if you did the SBCs, they've all had an upgrade in the first round.
Yeah,
they've all had an upgrade. There could be more on the way.
My Nathan Ake is absolutely cooking. Manchester City versus Tottenham coming up soon. We're going to focus on Tottenham in a moment, but we have to talk, of course, about Manchester City. Is it going under the radar here, Brandon, that this side have won 2 ePremier Leagues in a row and they are a game away from booking their 3rd final in a row?
Probably, because I said they were going to lose the first game against Forest. I had to go around and apologise to all the team there for that terrible prediction. Yeah, it has gone under the radar. I think maybe because Texas left Man City, we're having this different narrative of who can maybe go and win it. But you cannot forget, Man City have won it 3 years out of 7. They win today, they've won 4 years out of 8.
It can't be heartbreak for Mark Ken, can it?
Yeah, it can't be really.
It can.
Right, listen, let's head over to FC Pro IQ because Rich and Ryan are waiting. They're going to speak to us about Tottenham Hotspur.
Yes, we certainly are. Thank you very much, chaps. FC Pro IQ, we're going to have a deep dive into some of Mr. Mark Marley's gameplay. I mean, this game, Ryan, it's going to be a cracker. Before we throw to it, before we end this segment, I'm going to ask for a prediction from you. But before we get there, let's have a look at Mark Marley in action. This was his game against Aston Villa. Talk me through what we've seen.
Yeah, you know what, in this game with Mark, I was impressed because he started very, very slowly, but then he started to get his groove, and you can see from this attack, again, he just knows how to utilise and trigger runs. You saw that how he triggered Yaya Toure, then called him back, and then it forces Cameron Rock to make a decision. Do you track the run and then you're panicking, you're pulling bodies out of position, and just the way he works it to Bruno to take the shot as well is fantastic.
Let's wind that back a little bit, because I want to pick it up from when he gets the ball in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah.
So we could go forward. Yesterday, I thought it was quite interesting as well. We had him on commentary. He said Gareth Bale was a late addition into his team, and what an addition he is. Just look at the pace.
Yaya. Look at Yaya as well. The way he stops him there, and then you're starting to think, hold on a second, what do I do? Do I need to stop because is he going to pass it inside? Bale's got the pace to take Calafiori down the line as well. So you're sort of trapped, and that's the thing with FC 26, creating those traps for your opponent to think about.
Pause now. It's that run from Thomas Brolin that throws him off.
Yep.
Because that pass there is very on for a lot of players. But we see Mark Marley is one step ahead.
Look at the defensive line as well. He stepped with Stam. Calafiori's been called towards the player in possession as well with R1. There's so many gaps and exactly there, but you can see that run eventually leads to Bruno Fernandes, who pretty much has an opportunity to pick a corner, and he does just that.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this game. Mark Marley in action against Matias Bonanno. We've got Tom Lees against Jafonso. We don't need to say anything else. Ryan Psoa, who's winning?
City.
Man City. Will they make it another grand final? The wait is over. Let's get these semi-finals underway.
1-2 mic check, can you hear me?
Man City are running rampant now.
Looked around, nobody's near me. 3-4 mic check, can you hear that?
Tottenham Hotspur continue their run. Manchester City v Tottenham Hotspur.
Fire. Champion live in effect. Fire. No, we don't play, no pet.
And then there was just 4 left in the ePremier League finals. Kicking off with our first semi-final here. Manchester City, the defending champions, taking on a Tottenham Hotspur side, still looking for their first ePremier League victory. But they've got a team of players that have gone far in this tournament. They've got a champion there in Tom Lees. It's hard to know where to look in this match in particular. So Brandon Smith and Harry Hesketh on commentary on this one. Harry, where do you see this one going? It's going to go to the wire, I feel.
I can feel the tension in the room. You've got to think, is it going through Mark's head about them games against Bonanno in the past? I know 2 years ago, I believe it was 1-1. And then last year's one were.
It was a little bit of a blowout, to say the least. Again,
yeah, I don't like to say it.
You can get involved in this one. Who do you think's making it to our ePremier League Grand Final? Remember, Leeds and Sunderland on the other side of the bracket. This is our first game. Manchester City beating Forest in the first. We can hear Matias Bonanno getting himself up for it. He's played in 2 ePremier Leagues so far. He's been in the grand final of the 2, and he's won the Premier League. His consistency has been ridiculous. But you feel like this could be Mark Marley's time. He's not beat him. He's not beat him in a knockout stage like this.
If Bonanno wins this and Tex goes out, you would say that Bonanno is playing to be the best Premier League player of all time. It would be 3 tournaments, 3 wins back-to-back. That is unprecedented.
What we'll do is we'll get a poll going in the chat now. Let us know who's going to win this one if possible. Manchester City or Spurs? Our first semi-final here. Mark Marley, as we said, his consistency has been incredible. Only him and Tex have played in every single ePremier League tournament. All the way back from 2019, all the way to now. Also, even more of a crazier story as well. Mark Marley, he's been to 3 ePremier League finals. One of them was against his teammate many years ago. Back in 2020, he represented Bournemouth, did Mark Marley. He played against Tom Lees of Watford. Of course, Tom went on to win the Premier League there. Many years on, now they're teammates for the 2026 ePremier League finals. Here we go then. Mark Marley kicking from left to right. Matias Bonanno already putting Mark Marley into a spin in his own box, and I'm excited to see how this one's going to go.
You look at the cards at the bottom as well. We've got Nathan Aki, Bergvall, 1 more win, 1 more rating, Brandon.
Well, he's already gone up by 1, so it'll be an 89 for both of the 2, as you said. If they win again, they make it to the grand final. They get all the rewards that come with that prize money. World Championship spots will be just around the corner. ECL.
See Mark Marley there as well, trying to take it round the side with Bale. Mark, I think, is one of only 2 players who picked Bale in this, and it's because he said he's too fast against Calafiori. But Calafiori got the better then.
Well, let's see. Well, you're saying at home in the chat, get involved in this. Who do you think is going to win? Loads of support for Leeds off the back of them getting into the semi-final stages. What result? Again, just squeezed past Chelsea, who are eliminated now from this year's competition. Just 4 left. Freddie in the chat saying I need a Bergvall 90 round. Well, look, that could happen if Spurs can win this. How do you see both of these 2 matchups in particular? For me, I look at this one as this can really set the tone, can't it? If Mark Marley is able to get the better of Bonanno on a 3rd time of asking in this stage of the tournament, it might just give Spurs the boost they need.
Yeah, I would see leg 1 in this one being more of the cagey one, and then try and let Thomas off his leash again in the second leg. Leash. You can see already, coaches speaking.
That's Zinho in there, of course, former FUT Champions Cup winner, if you can cast your mind all the way back to Paris.
It's also interesting that Marley plays without a headset, so Yes, he can talk to him all game whenever he wants. You see, Man City, they usually need the pauses, and long pauses at that.
If you were picking up the sticks again, Harry, where headset on?
I was headset off in my prime, actually.
Was you?
Yeah. I just like listening to all the players just cheer around me.
Speaking of Manchester City, former champions, there's one right there. Shell's watching from the sidelines. He was on commentary with us yesterday. He won on a penalty shootout against Leeds United.
I wonder who Shells wants to win. Who do you want to win, Shells? I don't think you can hear me. Or he's being diplomatic.
I'm sure it's a City win. I wonder how he'll want him to win. Right, we asked you in the chat to get involved. 55% of you think that Manchester City are going to come out on top of this game.
So yeah, Bonano's playing a few rash passes early. He seemed to have started this game like he started his previous one, but he came into that a lot better. Will he come into this? Marley down the wing, he's a speciality in this position. Them cutbacks just aren't seeming to work out for both players at the minute.
Douglas Luiz now on the break. Xavi Simons, can he find the all-important through ball into a teammate? Tajani Reinders now cuts it back for Manchester City! Well, it would just be a Manchester City player to get the champions underway. Matthias Bernardo will lead leg one.
That's the goal that Bonano needed to settle himself. He just kind of opened up in the middle of the pitch. What that was a good L1 to send the play on the run, R1 to pull him back, touch out, finesse. But Marley's been down in the first leg before, so he knows how to deal with this situation.
I mean, there's been a lot of chat, isn't there? I mean, look, you could get involved in this at home. If Matthias Bernardo was to go and win this, would he be the best ePremier League player of all time? He would win the tournament 3 years. Tex has won it 3 years as well.
I think Bonano would have to be just because it's his third time entering the tournament, where Tex has played every year since 19, hasn't he?
That's true. He's had a lot more chances, hasn't he? Tex has played in 8 ePremier Leagues.
A 100% win record would be silly.
And to lose one game in all of that as well, Harry's not bad going, is it? Matthias Bernardo. Oh, what a story this man has had. He actually used to have to share a PlayStation. A good friend of him back in Buenos Aires in Argentina, then made his claim to fame via actually getting signed by Sergio Aguero's esports team. Then went over to Spain and played there for a season, won the cup, and then caught the attention of Manchester City. And although it might not be the season to remember for him outside of the Premier League, there is one thing that he has been. He's been consistent in this tournament, which, as you know, if you are consistent and you play well, it will then lead to other roads, won't it? And get you into more competitions.
Yeah, exactly that. But they won't be thinking about that right now. They're thinking about what's in front of the screen. Marley's tried to slow it down a bit.
Can Yaya Toure pull away? Gareth Bale, the former Spurs man, is, of course, one of the icons that is used. There's only 4 different icons being used this weekend in the Premier League. Gareth Bale being one of them, and I think Mark Marley might be the only player using Gareth Bale off the bar is Thomas Brolin.
He's getting the chances, Marley. He's getting in the positions. He seems to have a bit of a hold on this game now. He's slowed it down, playing to his pace. You don't need to rush. There's a long time in this game left.
We'll see it again on the replay. Thomas Brolin, how good has he been? He was great in the group stages, but I spoke to Tom backstage. He was like, I'm surprised not more players have backed Thomas Brolin here.
Yeah, he's almost Tom and Mark's secret weapon, you could say.
Man City will find a second. And I guess the answer to that question is, why not Thomas Brolin? That's because Xavi Simons has been often the answer, often the new addition in the front line as the number 9. We'll see the goal again on the replay. Cesc Fabregas kicked it off, and it's about Ginola here.
Bonano just seems to be able to pick up that shooting opportunity more in the box. He seems to have a bit more of a cutting edge.
As it stands in a knockout game like this, Mark Marley has never been able to get the better of Matthias Bernardo. They played, of course, last year. It was a 4-1 win to Bernardo in that game. They played the year before, which was probably one of the best ePremier League finals we've ever seen. It was a 1-1 game that was just ridiculous in the normal 90. I've never seen goalkeeper movement quite like it from Mark Marley. He had so much pressure on him, of course. He was representing Brighton and Hove Albion at the time.
Again, Mark just giving it away on the halfway though. Just seems to be making a few rash decisions at the minute. He just needs to settle himself down a bit.
Have to remember as well, 6-minute halves this is, not 9-minute halves as you might be used to, just because of the two-game aggregate scoreline scenario. Added time of just 1 minute. Are Man City going to grab a further for the break? No, they're not. Half-time here. Man City 2, Spurs 0. Harry, what's your thoughts on half-time?
It's just being clinical in the box. That's all it's come down to. That extra pass, just the right turn, just a bit more composure. I think it's been a battle of mentals at the minute almost, and ability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what have you made it at home as well? Matthias Banana, if there was any question marks over him at the start of that Forest game when he won 1-0 down to Michael Fisher, you can wave them away now. It's felt like that first game for them, just being back on the main stage, giving them a chance of a breather. Look, you're all coming in the chat now. I'm not quite sure what that message was from the chat.
I have to say
it was the GOAT. I was going to say, I wonder who's. I thought we were playing Guess the Emoji challenge there of the pro. I was going to say that doesn't look like Matthias Bonanno.
No, you can find that on Brandon Smith's TikTok, I think.
He'll be the undisputed GOAT, Matthias Bonanno. That's them agreeing he would be the best ePremier League champion that we've ever seen. 3 years in a row it would be. Back underway now. Even if you could just do a little bit of damage limitation, if you pass the control over the Tom, even at a 2-1, Harry.
Yeah, I do think that Mark's still got the ability to bring it back though. Like I said, it's been a very, very even game. It's just about that right pass or not making mistakes like this.
Vamos, carajo, dale.
Commentator's curse?
Could be.
Matthias Bonanno looks to once again haunt Marley. I mean, he's won the ball back sleeve, but what's happened there with Gravenberch, Harry?
I would almost say that's Gravenberch's fault and not Mark Marley's, because all he's done, he's gone for a player lock, went to play the pass, and Gravenberch has just took a big touch for almost no reason. So maybe don't listen to Ryan and Richard on R3. Keep the player locks out of your game.
I mean, we say that, but these are the top level players, Harry, that normally would not make that mistake. 3-0 Man City, and Jafonso must be licking his lips at this, thinking, what an opportunity I've got in the second leg. But the best chance that they've had, Spurs, to hit the bar. That was Thomas Brolin in the first half. Chance to break away, and Man City on for 4. And they might just be able to get for Calafiori able to eventually get the ball away, and it gives us a chance to welcome in someone who's fresh to the quarter-final, Reece Ford of Newcastle United. Reece, I mean, commiserations first and foremost, but you must be not quite, maybe not today, or maybe you are, but you should be very proud of that run you had in the tournament, the game you gave Sunderland.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the game I gave Sunderland. Like, it didn't go my way, but I'm proud of how far I've come for my first competitive tournament. I can't complain.
Ooh, you look like a very different player from the groups to the knockouts, is safe to say. Just a word on your teammate as well, Harvey Waters. He had a great game in that second leg.
Yeah, Harvey had a great game. I wish I set him up better from my game, but Harvey was a great teammate, honestly.
A few dodgy goals in there, wasn't there?
We won't talk about that. But yeah, Harvey's a great teammate. I can't be more proud of him. Like, honestly, he was an amazing teammate to team up with, and yeah, can't complain.
Was that your game plan going into it? Like, you just keep the scores down and let the better player play?
That was the plan. That was the plan. Keep it low scoring, but yeah, Harvey's good. Like, as you can see, he clawed 4 goals back, and I think he went up. You know what I mean? Harvey is an amazing player, and he got lucky as well.
Of course, get your questions in for Reece Ford as well. Represented Newcastle in the ePremier League for the first ever time he's been in this competition. Made it to the top 8 as Spurs look to try and unlock the door. I mean, my question instantly is, how on earth you kept, 80% possession or so in a half against Paulo Neto? I mean, the game plan was always that you're going to limit him having the ball so he couldn't do as much damage as he would have wanted to. And I kind of respect that to a degree, Harry, because he knows what he's playing in front of. Rightly so. Reece has said that, I'm not a full-time pro player that Paulo Neto is. It's his game to lose. And in your opinion, you kind of did that to a degree.
Yeah, I done that, to be fair. Like, my game plan from groups to knockouts is completely different. Shout out to Brad Coulson as well. He came in and coached me and completely changed me as a player. you know, we tried to take a BC ball all the way, but you know what I mean. Shout out to Brad. Obviously, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have made top 8. I'm positive on that. So, yeah.
I think probably the reason why you've been the surprise package of the tournament is because you played the tournament. You didn't play the game. You played it based on your opponents and not just let's you go first, you go second, see if we win.
Yeah, I'd rather like keep control of the game than just go back and forth 50-50, because then you're just asking to get, you know, pumped, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, you're just asking to concede more goals and more goals. You'd rather just keep control and keep the score as low as you can. To be
well, we have got a question coming in for you as well. Again, we can see all the questions coming in the chat. Get them involved for Reece. Reece, you've had an incredible run in your first ePremier League. How does it feel? As we said, it's still raw now. You've obviously just been eliminated in the quarterfinals, but I mean, how's it been?
Yeah, qualifying for ePremier, being here it was a dream of mine, and you know I've fulfilled that dream, man. Like just being with all the players backstage, you know, just having that, you know, friendships now with them, even playing in the tournament, like it's just a real feeling. And I was even the underdog to qualify, and I qualified, and you know, I never looked back, to be honest.
Will the Toon expect to see you again next season or not?
I hope so. I hope to be back.
Are you going to change team?
I don't know. I hope to be back again, but we'll have to see what team we go for next year.
Chat, who should Harry be playing for next year? Obviously, it's going to be Everton, but
Everton, surely.
Can we persuade him with a good teammate to go somewhere else? Probably not, but
dust off the cobwebs.
Yeah, I'll do better than Gorilla.
Let us know in the chat. Right, let's jump back to it now.
This is where you don't want to lose it off these corners, because Bonanno's just going to send these runners. He's going to send them. Semenyo's got yards on. If he comes inside, he's going to have a player over. But he doesn't need to rush, does he? He can do this for the next 5 minutes if he wants to. But I feel like Bonanno's just got a feel for this game. He's wanting more. He's smelling blood.
That's Bonanno, Steven Gerrard. 4-0 Manchester City leads. And not many players. But the English midfielder, Schafonza, looks onto his team. He must be buzzing with the start that Matthias Bonanno has had. I mean, the question for you, Reece, off the back of this is, how are you feeling on the opposite side of the stage here? Say you're in a situation where you're giving your teammate a 4-goal lead to come back on. At this point now, is it, I don't want to go and concede again, or am I going to try and get at least one back?
I don't know. You obviously want to chase a game, but you know what I mean. Tom is relentless as well. You know what I mean. He could easily call this lead back. So for Mark, if you could get one, you can get one, but you know, just keep it tight as it stands.
Yeah, I don't think Mark will accept himself almost giving Tom 4 goals behind. He's gonna even just for himself, he's gonna want to get a couple goals.
Both teams are just relentless.
Even just a goal is a building block. I know ifs and buts and what can happen, but a 4-goal deficit, you're coming in against Schafonza, former eSports World Cup champion, only 6-minute halves.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. It's a really tough ask. You're going to probably want a goal or two from Malier.
I think the biggest part of that story, Harry, is if there's a game plan you've got as a player that you can't really use that in game 2 because you're having to chase from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. And Bonanno knows that Mark might have to be bringing players out here to even want to give his teammate a chance. So he's waiting, he's probing, and he keeps seeming to be able to find the pass.
He is cooking right now. Matthias Bonanno is looking frightening out there. He's 5-0 up. And Moroni in leg 1, Reece.
Bonanno is just relentless. Honestly, give him a half bit of space and he will punish you. Honestly, when he's on that stage, he's a different man.
He's finding passes in the box that I don't even know are there.
Five goals to 0. And it just looks like it's a big ask. Maybe too big of an ask for Spurs. Look, crazier things have happened. But it always seems to be the blocker at times for Marmali's Matthias Bonanno. They always seem to match around this time of the tournament. Yes, it was the grand final the last 2 years, but now it's the step before that.
What was the deficit that you gave Harvey?
4.
4.
4. I give him 4 to go back. Harvey done it, and he went up. But
what's the conversation like after that? When in the nice way you can say to your teammates, "Sorry, like I tried my best here."
Yeah, I was just so apologetic because I just didn't want to let him down, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, we can only play what's in front of us, and I was very apologetic. But Harvey played an amazing game, and he played the game right. It's just obviously on another day we go through on another, but our luck wasn't on our side this time.
Unfortunately, Man City might be on for a 6th if you are a Spurs fan. Added time of 2 minutes. Bonano has not put a foot wrong in this game. Bruno Fernandes looking for 6.
Just them little touches that he seems to be getting off. He just seems that little bit sharper.
Van der Ven with the biggest header I think we've ever seen. Full-time result in leg 1. The champions Manchester City lead Spurs by 5 goals to 0. And there needs to be a huge game plan now if there is any chance for Spurs to come back. I mean, that's a huge result, Harry.
Yeah, I don't even know what you say to Tom now. It's just let the shackles off, attack, see what happens. Try and do what Harvey Walters did in them opening 25 minutes, and you never know.
Well, we'll come back and kick the thoughts of respawn very shortly, but before that we hear that Casey's in the crowd, and she's joined with a former Premier League champion who's done before with Manchester City and Chelsea.
Yes, I'm joined by Shells, who obviously has won this competition before. This crowd has been fantastic, but I knew I had to speak to him. Obviously, Manchester City dominating right now. Matías Bonano 5-0. What do you make of this first round?
Yeah, I mean, the first game from Bonano was I was a bit disappointed in him. I think their level could have been better, but this response against Mark Marley, this is the type of level you expect to see from him, and he's playing like that. I expect to see them champions at the end of the day, but it's been a good performance from him so far.
Now, I want to talk specifically about Matías Bonano. Obviously, he would be going back to back to back if he wins it again. Does that make him the undisputed ePremier League best player? GOAT?
Ooh, I'm not too sure. He's got to play against Donovan Hunt potentially as well, because Tex wins that as well. Potentially, he's won, 4 out of 8 ePremier League competitions. So, I mean, it's definitely between them two to settle it out. But of course, Matías Bonano trying to make it 3 in a row. And if he does, it's hard to disagree.
Well, obviously, Tom Lees has to come back into this next matchup. A very tough hill to climb. Do you think it's possible he could get back in this match?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Tom for a long time. It's kind of, I'm always supporting him deep down. So I believe in him. I know he can turn it around, but of course, for the City guys, don't want to see that happening. But he's got the ability to do it, and I know he believes in himself.
All right, well, Charles, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it. Don't be stressed too much. Let's get back into those games. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Case. Great to hear there as well from Shells. He has beaten before. His grand final was a little bit different than Harry. He played a penalty shootout against Oli Lito. I mean, I wouldn't mind some penalties today.
It's just Manchester City. They are absolutely relentless at this tournament.
Well, he was their first ePremier League champion, wasn't he, for Manchester City? Sitting on this side now of the tournament, Reece, looking at the 4 teams left. Who do you think wins the whole tournament?
It's hard to go against City, They're 5-0 up in this after the first leg. They are just relentless. For me, I'd want Tom to call this back, but Spurs go to the final. But it's hard to go against City. Also Leeds as well with Tex. Tex is relentless as well. Instead,
trying to break this game down now, Harry, into parts. You need 5 goals. What scoreline do we need to be at in what minute for a chance for comeback?
I think try and get it to 3 by half-time. So I think Tom needs to win this half by 2 to possibly stand a chance, which I'm telling you, there's versions of Tom Lees that can turn this round. Just if that version is sat in that chair right now.
We're just going to get the headset working for Tom Lees. Strafonzo is ready to go. We're in a pause, and we're about to kick this one off for the second leg here again. As always, get your questions in the chat. Reece Vaughan alongside us, of course, just played against Sunderland in the quarterfinals of this year's ePremier League. On the other side of the bracket, of course, Leeds are playing Sunderland. Do you think Leeds will beat Sunderland, or Sunderland continue to go on to the final?
Well, it's hard to go against Sunderland after the performance they've had.
Oh, you can't say that in Newcastle top.
No, I know, in the groups and in the knockouts just now. But Tex is looking good, and so is Sneb in practice. I played them both relentless, but I think Leeds take it.
I think Tex is just he's just always going to be the most composed man in this building on them chairs. Like he doesn't seem to make a bad decision.
It's just certain players, isn't there, at the ePremier League that thrive. Well, let's get some more of your questions in from home in the chat. Reese, how is it teaming up with Harvey in the Premier League this year? And there's anything you've learned from this experience? I mean, from us, from this side of the room, we saw what a different player you were from the groups to the knockouts. But what did you learn, I think, from this side of the tournament?
Teaming up with Harvey, first off, was an amazing experience. He's a funny guy, and he's one of my mates now, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't have picked any other teammate, to be honest. And what I've learned from this experience is just having fun in the tournament. Not putting too much pressure on myself, which I did in the groups. But yesterday and today, I just played freely and play my game. And I've learned how the game works. That's the main thing. Not to rush, be patient. And
keep a lot of the ball.
Keep a lot of the ball. Like
80% to be exact.
Like mentally playing FIFA or FC, as it's normally called now, it's draining. But
how long have you been playing?
How long have I been playing?
FC?
Competitively, it's my first year. But
see, all you can do at home then. All you need to do is sign up, keep the ball.
And you'll make it.
Don't do that, because we commentated the game against Everton yesterday and it was not that enjoyable. However, you've had some entertaining games. Your last knockout game yesterday was one to remember in particular. But so someone at home that wants to get better at EAFC, maybe they just played champs on the weekend. What are some of the small details that you improved coming back to the knockouts, aside, of course, of keeping possession?
Just to get better from maybe a FUT Champs player to want to compete in these tournaments is just watching other pros in the scene. That's all I did. I've been watching the pro scene for years, analysing each player, what these do, and just take parts out of everyone's game, and then you might be able to implement it into yours, and that's exactly what I did.
Who do you think the best FUT Champs player of all time is?
How many people have gone top 100 with a bronze team as a
Thank you. I've waited all weekend to get that in.
Not many people have done that. So
it must be Broomy then, is right? Last question covered
Random matchmaking, mate.
Favourite Toon player?
Ooh.
Dan Burn's got to be up there, isn't he?
Just don't say Anthony Gordon, please.
Dan Burn's up there. Dan Burn, corner, header, Bosch. Even though he did ruin me a few years because of the Carabao Cup final, since I'm a Liverpool fan, but we won't talk about that.
Back underway for our second leg here. Is there a way back? Well, Reese, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the Premier League. We're going to let you go now. Any final words to anyone that's been watching or supporting you across the tournament?
I just want to thank everyone for the support, giving me the belief to even think I can compete in this tournament. And yeah, to everyone watching, thanks for the support, and we go again next year.
Reese, you've been an absolute legend. Well done this year on the Premier League, and hopefully we'll see you next season, my friend.
Thank you very much.
That was Reese Vaughan there of Newcastle United. I mean, look, I know this is a tournament, Harry, that has household pros in because of what this means for the larger FC Pro ecosystem as Man City look for a sixth, which they're going to get in 8 minutes. But that's what the Premier League's about, discovering new talent, discovering those incredible stories, and fair play to Reese Vaughan. What a tournament he's had.
Exactly. It shows what you can do. All you need to do, sign up at home, play. The club playoffs aren't even that hard, to be honest. A lot of you could probably win it, and then just come here and be tactical.
Well, the best part is in the group stage as well. You can figure it out, can't you? Yes, no one gets eliminated from the groups, do you? So it's more of a case of seeding, so to speak. Afonso has just found a sixth. Manchester City at this point, I think we can start looking towards them heading into a grand final.
It is. It's quite difficult to watch, to be honest. I obviously live with Tom. I'm good friends with Mark, and I know the hours that they've put into this on calls, and just for it to get away so early, it's quite heartbreaking to see, to be honest.
Brolin. I mean, the fact that Afonso's played second as well in a lot of these games, and he's not looked that pressured. What a debut season for him in the Premier League this could honestly be. Signed for Manchester City for the FC season. Spoke to me yesterday, said, look, outside of this competition, I would like to have achieved a bit more in the the FC Pro ecosystem, but this could certainly set his season underway. A pause that's coming from Tom about 80 minutes in. What do you reckon the plan here is, Harry?
I think he's just going to have to go for it earlier than he thought. Obviously, the goal didn't help at all. I do wonder if he'll change something if he manages to score here, which chance is still on. Jaya Toure trying to find Semenyo, probably the attacker of the tournament so far.
Fernandez, who has been just as good as he runs into.
Both of them are impeccable at defending on the edge of the box. You can't seem to get that touch and turn that them and pretty much everyone's getting in any other game. To not concede a goal against Tom and Mark in 112 minutes is extraordinary.
Just to add on that as well, Tom Lees was one of the best defenders in the Premier League stages, alongside Nix. They both only conceded, I think, 4 goals in the groups part of the tournament, and the fact that we've seen this start from Jafon's already. Big chance now for Brolin. This needs to go in. It's not going to get past Donnarumma.
That really did need to go in. At least that would give some confidence. Like we can score against these.
It's just a building block, isn't it, at this point?
The game has also been paused for about almost 20 minutes now, and Tom's not been able to make his change.
If you're Jafonzo, though, Harry, you're just saying, I'm not in a rush for a pause. If I'm pausing it, definitely. I'm scoring.
If someone's got a pause on the top of the screen against me and I'm like 3 or 4 up, I'm probably making sure the ball doesn't go out as play as much as possible. Probably stay away from the wing.
Offside trap that's gone wrong. Manchester City found a 7th there. It was a risky offside trap, had to be played. Jafonzo will make the most of it. I thought he may have been offside.
And the one thing this is setting up, which would be an incredible story if Leeds can pull through against Sunderland.
Against his former club.
Man City versus Tex. Bonanno versus Tex to be the ePremier League GOAT. Now that's a story.
An even bigger story on that as well, Harry. Of course, you've got 2 former ePremier League champions as well, of course, in terms of the clubs. Leeds have won it before, didn't they, of Tom Stokes and Ollie Lito. But that would be quite the final. But there's just something about that Sunderland duo, isn't there? The Brazilian duo. They haven't just travelled across from the other side of the world for nothing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, judged off the last round performance, though, if next round I see Young matched v Tex, I would have to heavily back Leeds. And I would say that game is probably one of the first where we would see an order be changed, judge off what happens. I mean, you could say it both ways because Neto won by so many, but it was against Reece Vaughan trying to keep the ball rather than a Nick Sneb. I just realised I think this is my predictions down the gutter as well. 4 for 4 before this.
Chance to break on the overlap now. Florian Wirtz bundled off there by William Saliba. And I'm just looking back there in terms of the goals that have been scored. Leading the line by quite some distance is Palinetta, by the way. He scored 31 goals in the group stages. Didn't lose a single game. Of course, he's bagged 6 in his quarter-final.
I actually played Paolo Neto in, I think, my 3rd to last tournament, 2nd to last tournament.
How did it go?
I think I won 4-1 and then he stayed unbeaten for the rest of the tournament. Fun fact. If I was here, I'd win this.
We've always had a good record against the Brazilians.
Yeah, I think I went like 6-1 in my time.
8 goals to nil. Manchester City have just scored again, and Jafonso at this point is in a really good position that Tom's having to go for the game, and he's just having to pick him off in these moments where he's had to overcommit. You're in a situation now where, don't get me wrong, at 6-0 we kind of knew it was going to be game over, but you're having to chase, you're having to take risks, you're having to throw everything forward.
They must have something in the water outside of these shores, because the passes that they're seeing, I just can't see.
Maybe that's why Jafonso went and became an eSports World Cup champion. Matías Bonanno has only ever been in grand finals since he's come to the UK and played in this tournament. It looks like that's going to be the case again. 3 years and a third Premier League Grand Final for Matthias Bernardo since he's been at Manchester City. But who will they be playing against? That's the question. Sunderland or Leeds?
It is quite impressive how the non-UK based players have done in the Premier League overall.
Well, you can't forget that we had Manu Bashir here last year, didn't we, for Liverpool with Lex. And that was a roster that didn't really go on to...
That is true.
To make it to the semi-finals. Of course, we're forgetting, obviously, he went to become world champion off the back of that. Unfortunately enough, it didn't really matter too much his positioning on that tournament.
I think it's a weird position to be in this game now, isn't it? Because it's over, but you might as well keep attacking. It's going to leave you more exposed, and the scoreline will probably end up looking silly, but it also doesn't matter if it ends up looking silly. So you might as well just keep going.
He must be secretly quite happy, though, the two of them. The fact they haven't conceded a single goal yet, Harry, is ridiculous.
Yeah. Not to be disrespectful to the coaching's job, but what can you be saying in this much detail at 8-0 up? Not just keep doing the same, mate.
I think the words I'd say is just get through it.
Just keep going. So he is still dialed in at 8-0 though. If this is me, my mind would be elsewhere. I'd be thinking about the next round.
How hard is it when you're in a game like this, especially in the form that we find ourselves, Harry, and you're 8-0 down, and you've got 45. It's not 9 minutes, it's 6 minutes as well.
He's telling himself there's 6 minutes of FIFA left. He's 8-0 down, and he's still telling himself to watch kickoffs. That is a perfectionist right there. That's what the Man City contingent have built. No stone left unturned. And that's why we see them time and time at the Premier League come and put these performances in.
Can they go 3 in a row? That is the potential storyline in the 8th year of this year's Premier League.
What would your advice be to Tom right now?
I think I'd be scared to say anything to him, Harry, to be honest with you.
Could be right. I might have to leave him alone until the next #housevid.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. It's just as you said in the most respectful way. It is just such a hard situation you find yourself in. Xavi Simons.
Just nothing will fall, nothing will drop, but you can't even say there's been that many clear-cut chances that could be a goal in both games. Again, the fact that they've kept Tom and Mark out for this amount of time, I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's one of the best defensive displays I've ever seen in competitive FC.
Well, the lack of chances that Tom's had, of course, has been a big reason for how good Gifonto's been. But the two he had a moment when Donnarumma came off his line. He didn't make the most of that. Obviously, that was off target from Brolin. Mark Marley hit the bar in the first game. Yes, of course, he went on and won that game 5-0 still, Matthias Bernardo. But still, there's those moments, isn't there, Harry, that if they go in, if buts and maybes.
Yeah, exactly that. Ifs, buts and maybes. If you've conceded 8 and scored none, I don't think there'd be much complaints either way.
Bruno Fernandes, is there one back for Spurs? There just isn't a way past Donnarumma.
I'll probably say the shot was open before that. Maybe an element of overthinking coming into it.
The hardest part of this game as well, Harry, is yes, if you were to lose in the grand final, at least you've got Champions League in your back pocket. There's a tournament there. There's something else for your season. Yeah, fortunately, if you want to try and get to the World Championships now, you've got to go by the play-ins.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably something I didn't want to say out loud to my friends, to be honest.
Well, hopefully you can't hear. Of course, 4 tickets to the Champions League available to the 2 clubs that make it to the grand final. There'll be 4 players that go there. The winner of this tournament will also qualify for the FC Pro World Championships, the biggest one of the season, the tournament that everybody wants to be at.
It's interesting what you see there. At this tournament, every single time a player goes out wide, for people at home to copy, the opponent will put team press on. So like But if you can play out that and get in the middle, and nothing will go in, OK, we've got a penalty.
They have something now, don't they, Spurs?
If this doesn't go in, let's just call it now.
Then we might as well call it there. Cole Palmer steps off for Tom Lees. He'll be nothing more than a consolation, unfortunately. Palmer steps up, does score.
Cold. It's sad to see, and it's two players that have put so much into it mentally and physically, and all we'll be thinking is what could have been.
We spoke to both of them, haven't they? I think since the start of the year they've both been at it and doing all they can to prepare. This tournament means so much more to these two, and I think you'll ever know. They're in the ePremier League every year. They've built a duo. Marmali left Brighton this year to go to Spurs.
Again, I've got to give credit to Man City here because I can see the screen and I'm seeing tactical changes. I think I'm seeing assignment changes. They are not. They're not letting themselves think that the game's done, and you've really got to take it out.
You said the words, every stone unturned. It is the details, isn't it, Harry, at this level?
They're the sort of details that just weren't there back in the day.
Well, back then we had some sliders, didn't we, that you could manually move everything in the game.
I think everyone's coach was the mate when I played, just to be a bit of a cheerleader. Sure, he was quite a good coach, actually.
Florian Wirtz looking to make it 9. They are still so locked in, Manchester City, aren't they? Why wouldn't they be?
I was going to say, I don't think one of the four has cracked a smile. You're 9-1 up in the ePremier League semi-finals. Nope, nothing.
There might be one if they go and win it again, Harry. We'll see it again on the replay there. Florian Wirtz did enough to get round the goalkeeper that came out flying.
I think what you would say is Man City are probably using this last 25-30 minutes of the game to just keep themselves sharp for the final. Just making sure you've got the right mindset at the end of this game and the start of the next. Because if you do take your foot off the gas, complacency may sneak into the final.
But who can beat them? That is the big question, Harry. City are going through. Who's going to be their best challenge, Sunderland or Leeds?
Judging off Young's performance in that first half, and what I know Nick Snebb can do, and just because it's Tex, I'm going to say Leeds. I'm going to say Leeds, just because I want to see that Tex and Man City matchup as well.
Chat, who would you like to see in the final?
Maybe they're not happy until they get 10.
Well, they're looking for double digits. Semenyo, Elasticar, oh, it's pretty special from Jafonzo.
Yeah.
The worst part is they've both brought their best games of the tournament now.
This is what champions do. This is what Man City do. They show up, they save the best performances for the big moments.
Well, they got 21 points in the group stages. They were incredible there. They only dropped one game. Jafonzo was the player that lost that to Crystal Palace. But they are right on the money, aren't they, in the knockouts?
And I think it's safe to say we'll be seeing, is it a 90 rated Ake or 89? Is that updated?
It'll be a 90 rated Ake. If they win the final, there'll be a further upgrade to that Nathan Ake item.
Well, FG's team, he smashed it.
He'll be happy. Ten minutes left of this one.
Donnarumma, although they've conceded one, he has been sensational over both legs, I will say.
Well, Rich was pretty vocal about him, wasn't he, saying that he's not been that impressed by Donnarumma. But I'll tell you what, he's had quite a good game here. In case you missed the first leg, Jafonzo, of course, played the second leg. It was Matthias Banana that beat Mark Marley in game one. I mean, the fact that Mickey van der Ven's there kind of says enough, doesn't it?
I think even the shot choices at the minute, I think everyone's just kind of waiting for the game to end. Leeds and Sunderland definitely are.
They're waiting in the rings, ready to go. Is it number 11 for Manchester City? Xavi Simons, ball around the keeper. Van der Ven puts it into his own goal.
Again, staying sharp at 10-1 is really, 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 really impressive. If I'm through there, I'm just whacking it or chipping it with this long left at 10-1.
But it will be heartbreak for Spurs as they crash out in the semi-finals of this year's ePremier League. Manchester City, though, as you said, the levels that they are showing here are truly scary, and they're not even in the grand final yet.
Yeah, I can hedge a bet that Sunderland and Leeds are watching this backstage, and they're not going to be looking forward to it if they do get through their own game. Just imagine seeing this Tottenham team get beat 11-1 and knowing that's what awaits in the finals.
Especially if you're Tex as well. It's your former team, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, Tex, I told you, he's always the most composed man in the room, but there'd be some nerves creeping into that game.
Well, Harry, we're not going to be on the next semi-final. Who do you think is going to get to the grand final? I've gone for Leeds in my prediction.
I'm going to bat you. I'm going to go Leeds, and I'm going to stick with Tex and say they're going all the way as well.
Well, that is semi-final one done. Manchester City cruise into another ePremier League final. 3 years in a row they're going to be in the grand final. They'll be one game away from picking up the trophy once again. 11-1 winners in that game. Matthias Bonanno and Jafonzo, incredible in the game. Commiserations, we said, the Spurs who fall. But we are not done yet. There is another semi-final around the corner. Leeds United against Sunderland, who will be playing Man City in the final. Don't miss it. We're back after this.
Marley loses the first leg against Manchester City by 5-0. And Manchester City book their place into the final once again of the ePremier League 2026. Now, let's take that back. Myself, Richard and Casey here. Unfortunately, we've seen it a couple of times over the weekend already, but the damage was done in the first leg.
There was no coming back, unfortunately, for Spurs. I know Tom was not excited about the scoreline that he was given, but Matías Bonanno had absolute domination in that first game. 5-0. Jofanzo finished the job. Manchester City came out on top.
When you look at that scoreline, and Marley's played his part in numerous tournaments here in the ePremier League, but from a Tom's perspective, that scoreline you look at for Tom, you sort of throw out the window a little bit because all of the tactics, everything, go out of the window. It's a really not a nice position for them to be in, but there wasn't much they could do, could they?
We're getting deja vu of Matías Bonanno in first legs in semi-finals. I went back into the history books. 2024, 6-0 win. 2025, 6-2 win. This year, 5-0 win. In that first game where the pressure is on, especially after he played poorly in the quarterfinals in the last 2 years, he has dismantled his opponent in the first leg of the semi-final.
I mean, let's talk, shall we, about Manchester City, because it's only right we do. They are into their third ePremier League final in a row. We haven't really spoken much about them. We've spoken more about who can stop them. Now we're looking at a side that are in incredible form going into the final. Are they now the favourites, if they weren't already?
It's an interesting one, though, because obviously we know it's a different duo this time around. We don't have Tex, but we could see him on the opposite side going into this final, facing them. And so we're seeing a lot of familiar faces. Things are shifted around, but it's looking like Manchester City could maybe do it again, but we'll have to see who they face up against.
I'll answer the question. Yes, they are favourites. Absolutely. I mean, you don't win like that against the team that was your toughest competition to date. 11-1. If you're watching that, if you're Leeds, if you're Sunderland, you're watching that game and you're thinking, all right, we've got a big final ahead of us if we win this game.
Yeah.
There's going to be no gimmies.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket then. If you're just tuning into us or you've been catching up with the action, this is how it stands. Like I said, we have our first finalists. It's no surprise if you've watched the ePremier League in the last couple of seasons that Manchester City are there. They do loads of great work behind the scenes, Manchester City eSports, but waiting for them, Leeds United or Sunderland. Sunderland's first ePremier League, and they could be in a final. And of course, Leeds have got Tex, who is a current holder.
Yes, and both last games for them was not an easy battle to get to this stage right now. I'm curious if Sunderland switch up that order because it did seem like a difficult process for them to get there. We'll have to see the order of who's playing first, but it's going to be a very good matchup.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's go and find out who's playing first. Maybe we can get some pointers from the current ePremier League holder who's now representing Leeds United. He is with Brandon.
Yes, I'm with the main man himself. Whenever this man's in a final, he simply does not lose. Tex, you are one game away from doing so. A stressful game against Chelsea. What are you making of your opponent with Sunderland now?
Yeah, stressful game. We come through, and I feel like when you win a tournament, you need one game where it goes your way, just like a tight margin. And that was a big game. So yeah, Sunderland now. I'd say on paper they're one of the two best teams in the tournament, alongside City. So yeah, we'll see.
What is it about this tournament in particular, Tex? Because it seems like this is the tournament where you are always so consistent. And we've heard Matías Bonanno maybe down to one of the best ever Premier League players. I mean, you've won it 3 times. You win it this year, it'll be 4 times. Is that in your mind at all?
No, I couldn't care less about being the best ePremier League player. I want to be the best player in the world again. So the ePremier League is just one of the tournaments where if you want to get back to the very top, you need to win this one.
And to people that are watching, that are a big fan of you, this is the tournament they get to see you at your best more in recent years. What can they expect from you in this semi-final?
I don't know, it depends how Sneb does. Hopefully Sneb gives me like an 8-0 lead. So you expect nothing from me, just keep the ball.
Tex, good luck. You play Sunderland next. See if you can go marching on together to the grand final. Right, that's it from this man. He's got a big game. For now, it's over for some FC Pro IQ.
Wonderful work, Brandon, as always. It's always good to hear from Tex as well, just to see his mentality and how he's faring for this next game. It's a tough one, Harry. Up against Sunderland, of course. Paulo Neto won his game. Young ended up losing, but it didn't matter because of all the work Paulo Neto done. I'm going to ask for a prediction, but I'm going to wait. I'll let you think on it first. But we're going to dissect a clip from Paulo Neto's first leg against Newcastle and Reece Vaughan. Talk us through it, Harry.
I mean, this is what happens when Paulo Neto does get the ball.
Yeah.
So if we play it in its entirety once.
See,
he
it's a
gets
mistake,
it,
though.
and he's on you. He's triggering, L1. He's always got a man over. And again, considering he only had the ball for about 25% of the game, and that's his 4th goal, Tex and Leeds need to be wary about this man in the attacking positions.
Yeah, we don't actually know the order yet. Well, probably other people do know, but do you think for Paulo Neto, maybe there's a thought process where he might go second?
I think Paulo Neto has got to go second.
Yeah, I actually agree
He has
with
to
that.
because he can do turnovers like this. So if we play it again, and we'll stop it as soon as he intercepts the ball now.
Here.
So what he's done, he's already triggered everyone around him, every single player. He's got it with Gallagher. He's gone L1 diagonally, L1 there, and L1 here.
Yeah.
And then if we play it, you'll just see all of them just start absolutely legging it forward, and then it's indefendable because you've always got a man over.
How difficult is it to defend? Like, what do you do when you're trying to stop that from happening? Because you've got to think about not only the person in possession, but the 2-3 players he's triggered. Is it situational, or how does it work?
I would say if someone is that good at triggering runs, so like the people at home could end up mastering, I think once someone does that, I just pray.
Yeah, it's just as that. You
Yeah,
just have to hope.
I just pray. This is all about the attack, not the defence. If someone's got 6 players running at your back 4, what you're meant to do, you just need to try and guess and intercept it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one. For Leeds fans, you'll be hoping that Tex and Nick Snebb can try and defend Sunderland's onslaughts of attacks. They've scored so many goals in this tournament, and we're moments away from kickoff, so let's get into it.
We are the main attraction.
Hold on a second, right on cue. Leeds United and Tex, 7-6. Fantastic victory.
Let's go.
Paulo Neto has turned into a different beast.
Sunderland till I die.
Sunderland are home and dry.
This is our time.
Manchester City are waiting in the final, but the question is, who will be joining them? The second semi-final of the ePremier League is coming your way. The Whites of Leeds United, the Black Cats of Sunderland. So much history from the ePremier League on that stage. A 3-time champion in Tex. Nick Snebb looking for his first big grand final of this stage. On the other side of it, rookie's debut season for Sunderland, and 2 absolute worldwide stars in Young and Paulo Neto. For me, there's 2 players on that stage with a lot to prove in Young and Nick Snebb, especially from the quarter-final performances. And you've got 2 players who have been pretty spectacular in Tex and Paulo Neto. This plans to be real good FC.
Absolutely. No, that quarterfinal game for that Sunderland duo was a bit tumultuous, a bit of a roller coaster for them, and so hopefully they've been able to level out here. We'll see if they've switched up the order and they're able to go into this next game, because honestly, everything is on the line, and going up against this Leeds duo, Tex and Nick Snebb, is going to be difficult.
I can't wait to see how this game is won and lost. The first big change in player in terms of the rotation coming through in this game. Sunderland, Paulo Neto started against Newcastle. Young finished. They've swapped it around. Paulo Neto will play second now, and Young will play first. Nick Snebb takes the reins as he did against Chelsea. And I think both players just psyching themselves up a little bit as well as we get into this game, because they don't need us to tell them. I don't like saying like a weak link in the team, but they've been the weaker player in the duels. They will know that themselves.
But everyone plays a role. Both teammates have to perform at the highest level, especially at this stage of the competition. And so you have to start the game off strong, even in a position like Young is in right now, starting off. He has to hand this game off to Paulo Neto. Both players, Nick Snebb handing it off to Tex eventually. And so both players need to perform.
Absolutely. Something's got to give. Man City await in the grand final. They have just been absolutely outstanding in their semi-final. An 11-1 victory, if you are just joining us, against Tottenham Hotspur. But who will be going up against the reigning defending champions in Man City? We're about an hour away from finding out. Will it be Leeds United all in blue from left to right, or in the red and white of Sunderland? Young gets us underway. As you can see, the FC Pro live upgrades as well, the league upgrades are in effect. No Okafor and Talby both already had a +1 from their 88 SBC, and they're now looking to go to 90 rated if they were successful in this matchup.
Did you complete either of them, Rich?
I did Noah Okafor, actually.
Okay.
This leads with my pick before we started. To go all the way. Young with the first chance of the game. Esteval down this right-hand side. Just recycling. He's going to play, for me, you don't want to go into a basketball-esque game against Nixneb. There is Young with Florian Wirtz, finds a strike. Donnarumma with the save. First corner of the game. First chance to show something from the training ground. It's ripped into the near post, and Maguire forces a great save out of Donnarumma. Short corner played. Bruno Fernandes down that byline. Couple of second-man presses there coming in from Nixneb. Wirtz looking to be the target. 10 minutes about to be open. It's not only myself and Case in commentary, but we do have a very special guest joining us for this upcoming match. He knows, I think it's safe to say, Tex very well. He played against him the last couple of years in the ePremier League. He was representing Brighton Hove Albion this year. It's Jaden in the commentary booth, and what a start that is for Nixneb, putting the doubters to rest right there. 1-0 up against Young in this matchup. Jaden, firstly, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Obviously disappointed with the ePremier League so far yesterday, but coming into today, how are you feeling, and what a game we've got to
It's an amazing game. Yeah, amazing. You know, you've got 4 amazing players, 2 from Brazil, 2 from United Kingdom. Hopefully the British boys can go on and get to the final.
It's a great start though, Case, for Nixneb.
Great start for Nixneb and Leeds. It's exactly what they need for that momentum into this semi-final game, but there's a lot of game left to be played. Can I put you on the spot here for a prediction for this match specifically?
I think Leeds are going to do it, to be honest. You know, Tex going second, and with Sneb having the lead, I think Tex is really good going second, and I think that's what's going to be the difference.
We've got any questions for Jaden in the chat? Get them in, we'll get them fired across to him. Could be Ultimate Team Help, could be FCE gameplay tips, or his thoughts on the ePremier League and Brighton and Hove Albion. Let's get back into the action here. Leeds 1-0 up against Young's Sunderland, and Semenyo could be in again here, looking to cut it back. A bit of a wild touch there from Lewis Miley. There's pressure on both of these two players. I think that's safe to say, Jaden, especially after the quarter-final performances. Both didn't help their teammate. I think that's safe to say. Are you surprised that Sunderland switched the order?
Not one bit, to be honest. I mean, I think watching Young play and being 4 goals down at half-time was something that they had to change for this game if they wanted to win it.
And were you surprised, I suppose, that Leeds didn't falter at all? Still, I think just through Texas' strength, you always put him second to go in and win the game.
Yeah, 100%. I was speaking to Tex and Sneb after their win, and they said they'd feel more regret if they changed it and they lost.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, because it worked the first game, there's no reason to change it.
I mean, throughout this commentary, at some point I have to ask you about Man City. They've been a pain in your neck for the last couple of years, and they seem to be sort of running rampant at the ePremier League. That win earlier today, obviously Mark, a very good friend of yours, but I don't think anyone had it that emphatic going into it. We thought it was going to be a tight game.
I don't know what it is about Matheus Bonano, but when he gets to that semi-final first leg, I think it's 6-0, 6-1, 5-0.
Yeah.
I think that's the most extraordinary record I've ever heard. And he seems to get to finals so easily, and I think they use that quarter-final as a warm-up.
Well, in all of those quarter-finals as well, he's not been great.
No.
He lost pretty heavily against Salmon. Last year with Fulham, the game could have gone away from them. This year, I mean, last year it was Manu Bachori beat 6-1, 6-2. This year beating Mark Marley 5-0. They just seem to come alive. Been a decent reply here, Case, from Young, but Nixneb always looks to be in behind with Semenyo.
No, he definitely is dominating so far in this first half. Nixneb, honestly, if he goes into this match, I believe playing more conservative is the way to go, especially up against a player like Young, because we do know he can be relentless in the attack. But Jaden, let's see if there's an opportunity here. Semenyo, oh my goodness, twisting and turning. Fantastic.
That is the Nixneb the ePremier League has been waiting for.
100%. That is the Nixneb all us UK players know. He likes to skill, he likes to score nice goals, and that is one of them.
A lot of pressure on Nixneb coming into this game. Even by his own thoughts and feelings, he knew that he's not been playing that well. from the groups, in fact, even into the knockouts. Now, in the semi-finals, he's showing what he can do for Leeds United. 2-0 up against Sunderland. And he will smell blood in the water here as well.
100%. I know Young's just gone through a really, really tough game, and I think next Nebby needed the game to get into it, and obviously it was a tough one against AE, and this is a much better chance for him now.
We did ask for some questions from the chat. Couple coming in here. Jaden, how was it playing with GP, goal poacher?
It was good. Look, we're very disappointed in how it went, and we had high hopes, but you know, that's the way it goes sometimes. It's a really tough competition, and we'll look to go again next year.
Who is your favourite Premier League icon?
I think it has to be Steven Gerrard, you know, a proper footballer and manager.
He's been a common answer today, I'll be honest. He's been a very common answer. Are you coming back next year?
Good question.
That's a great question. That's something I don't know myself, to be honest. I think it depends on how the format is and everything, you know. If it still is important, I'll be there, but if it's not, maybe I won't.
Florian Wirtz, edge of the box here for Sunderland. Keep those questions coming in. Case, what you made of this? Because Young's not, he had a couple of chances, but he's not really shown Nick Snebb anything to be worried about so far.
No, here's the thing. We saw a performance from Young in that first matchup that he probably was not proud of. And so I thought, you know what, maybe this switch and play would give him that confidence, changing it up mentally for him, because you do really need a very different mental situation going into a first versus second game. But I'm seeing a similar situation to the first round.
Nick Snebb playing for the last attack of this first half. We'll get one additional minute, expecting to go forward here and try and extend that lead before the break to 3-0. Esteval out wide, can't find the pass, and Sunderland will get us into half-time. 2-0, Leeds United lead. Nick Snebb showing what he can do here at the Premier League. That's taken a little while, but you see the reason that, I mean, basically Tex handpicked him as his teammate coming into this tournament, and he's giving him it back. 2-0 up on the other side of the stage. Lots to do for Young. Not sure if there's much being said here. We'll try and have a quick listen in, but the headphones are already back in. He don't want any advice.
No, straight back into it. I think Nick Snebb is really feeling himself. I'm seeing, you know, step over cancels, McGiddy spins, you know, you've got to be confident be doing that.
How difficult is it? You've played in this arena, in this venue a lot of times. Being in there, you can hear us commentating over the game. You can, if your teammate gets up and gives a celebration, you can see that. You can see if you concede. I mean, you've got Banano getting up and shouting, or whoever it may be. It must be difficult now playing in this scenario.
It is. I mean, there's so many different things that go on. You know, as you said, you can hear everything going around you. You can hear your opponents. And I think it's all about blocking everything out and just focusing on yourself and your game. But as we can see here, you know, we're straight back into it, and it'll be an interesting second half.
Does that take time?
Yeah, 100%. I remember my first time coming to the ePremier League. I think I was playing Red Lac, and I could feel my heart beating out my chest for that first game.
What's the biggest shock coming into a competition like this, first time coming in as a rookie?
I just think it's the nerves, to be honest, because it's so different to playing at home. You know, all the cameras in front of you, and just everyone knows that when they're at home they can play well, but on stage it's just a completely different aspect. So I think it's just being on stage and,
oh, that's lovely. What a goal. And that's how quickly Young can turn it around. He's not shown his quality today, but just in glimpses, he does enough. And that's a really, really good goal.
As we see the replay coming here, starts off with Cole Palmer. Bruno Fernandes, one of the most influential players of this competition, and no shock here, Semenyo is right there to finish, bringing him right back into the game. One of the most dangerous scorelines, 2-1. Young is still in this matchup.
We saw Young, what, 2000, I think a couple of years ago, he lost in the Esports World Cup final against Jafonso. He got momentum on that day. He beat Anders by a crazy scoreline as well. Once he gets going and gets the confidence, I think he is a real top player. He's just not had any sort of confidence to take from this ePremier League Grand Final so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest shock for him was that 6-1 loss to Sam Bristol, and I think that does put a bit of confidence against you. And I think it's just, you know, trying to find your way back into it. And as you can see, he's 2-0 down, and he's just gone, you know what, let's just keep playing the way we are, and we'll get a goal back.
Well, let's see what other people in the chat have been saying. Silver Dude, Jaden, you're one of my favourite players. How do you consistently play at such high level?
I think it's just natural ability, to be honest. You know, I'm one of the people that don't really play, but there are a lot of people that play a lot. I think it's just this game suits me with the through ball meta.
All with the ability.
Yeah.
I love it. Jason, based on how you play, if you could team it with anyone, who would it be?
That's a really good question. You know, there's definitely people I wouldn't play with.
Who would you not play with then?
Oh, definitely not Sam Brewster.
Okay.
You know what? Potentially Harvey. I think the way he's played over the past month and a half, I think he's been really, really good.
No Richard Buckley?
I think we could do something.
I've seen Richard. I think were you goal 3, goal 2?
Let's not be. I think you're confusing me and Brandon Smith.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely certain.
What, were you silver 1?
On a good day. Sunderland trailing 2-1. The next goal in this game feels big. If Leeds can get it, Nick Snebb goes 3-1 up. You give Tex a very, very healthy lead to go into that game with, but the person sat opposite him, Paulo Neto, he literally scores goals for fun. No lead is really... Is there a lead that's safe against Paulo? What do you think? Like, if Nick Snebb won this game 5-0, you go, yeah, Leeds will win.
I mean, you'd probably say no, but as against Tex, I think Tex having a lead, it suits him to a T.
Yeah.
Because the way he plays, he likes to stand in the ball. He wants you to come at him. He's not going to come at you.
6-minute halves as well.
Exactly.
I think it's also going to depend on how quickly Paulo Neto will heat up, because in that first matchup, it was slow. It was very, very close that whole first half, and eventually it fell his way up against Reese. But if he's able to heat up fast in that game, I think he's very much still in it, no matter the scoreline.
Chance here, Nick Snebb, it's opened up. Esteval finds the low driven. Leeds United lead 3-1 against Sunderland. Since Nick Snebb conceded, he's just taken the pace out of the game ever so slightly. And this attack felt like it was building up for a very long time, Jaden.
100%. I think, you know, he needed to do that because the first 10 minutes of the second half, it was all young. But since then, you know, Nick Snebb has recovered and he's playing much better.
Case, big moments, big goals.
Absolutely. Nick Snebb will be feeling good. Momentum is so important. You can see it on the pitch, how it shifts in terms of both of these players' mentality. And so Nick Snebb's going to just want to be holding on to this one, not concede any more goals, because if he hands this game off to Tex like it is, it's going to be a very good situation for Leeds.
Obviously, you were chatting to these players, Jaden, before they got underway. Nick Snebb did look like and did feel like he had a lot of pressure on him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of pressure when you're playing with Tex. We've seen it with Diogo before. You know, it's tough. But I think it's just all about being calm, being relaxed, and taking it one game at a time.
If he'd have been coming into this game, having won very comfortably in the previous one against Chelsea, do you think he needed almost to play poorly to then get himself back up for this game?
As ironic as it sounds, I think it's exactly right. Like, I think getting through and playing poorly, you know you have to get your level higher for the next game, and he's clearly done that.
I mean, we look back to that final last year, with obviously you against City as well. You were fantastic in the grand final.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a natural skill for him, though. It comes naturally.
It does, it does. I mean, that final is one that will haunt me for the rest of my life, to be honest. I think that was our year to win it, and, you know, Matheus Bonano is clearly just too good at this video game.
Got a few more questions coming in here. Other than winning games, what's your favourite part of the ePremier League as Young hits the crossbar? And it's bounced off the line. Donnarumma just about does enough.
Wow. Favourite part about ePrem, I think, is just seeing everyone, to be honest. You know, everyone's so lovely, and being able to just see people you don't get to see usually, because there's not as many lands these days, is just good fun.
Jaden, at what point did you realise you were good enough at this game to go pro?
I would say when I was 16.
Okay.
It was FIFA 20, FC 20, and it was like I was starting to beat all these really high level players, and yeah, from there I just set up a Twitter account, and here I am.
You mentioned the social aspect of these events and how great it is, though, but how difficult is it going up against these players that you consider your friends, having to beat them, knock them out of competitions?
It's definitely awkward. I mean, there's been times where I've had to play best friends, and it always sucks, and sometimes they beat me and I beat them, and I think, you know, as long as you're nice to each other after the game, it's, you know, all hugs.
3-1, Leeds leading here, but this could have been a real pivotal moment. I don't know how it didn't go in. Donnarumma, footwork plus apparently activated. He got something on it, on the line.
I tell you what, if that's Matheus Bonanno, that's a goal. I don't know how, but that would go in.
Last chance of the game. It looks like Young is going to play for it. Going forward actually a little bit quick here, and he's given the ball back to Nixneb. With one final opportunity, thinking maybe +2 additional minutes. It's only 1 actually. So if he wants to go and try and get that 4th goal, it has to be now. Maicon just comes across, takes the ball off of Young, and that will do us for the first leg. Advantage to Leeds, 3-1. The Yorkshire side lead, and Nixneb putting right the wrong of the quarter-final. He felt as though if they were to lose that game, it was on his head. He's now put Tex in a fantastic position as they go up against Paulo Neto next. I tell you what, we've got something very special coming to you now, because our very own Ryan Pessoa has been out in the crowd and he has found Nixneb's dad, Darren, to give his thoughts. Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, Rich, I thought it's only right we choose the person that knows Nixneb better than anybody else in this whole room. He's had a great victory, 3-1. However, I'll be honest, right? I feel like up until this moment, he hasn't showcased his full, promise and ability. I guess, why?
I don't know what the reason for that is, to be honest. We had the conversation earlier, didn't we, that I don't think he's shown his level. But I think everyone there knows that what he's capable of. And that game there against Young was much more like it. The skills were out, the counsels were out. It just looked like he was attacking like he used to.
Yeah, he was fantastic in that game against Young. Obviously, it remains to be seen if they make it to the final. He has to wait and see if Tex can perform as he has been performing throughout the years in the ePremier League. How important would it be for Nixneb to get that final spot, because that leads to the Champions League spots being put into as well, because the season hasn't gone to plan for him, but we all know what he's capable of.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's always been like that, really. If you look over his career, it's always nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. I mean, it'd be a massive... Tex will get the job done, Tex, that's what he does. If they get to the final, then we've obviously got City who are unbelievable, but there's no reason why they can't do it.
Yeah, well, Darren, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to head on back to the casters because we need to wait and see if Tex can see this out.
Cheers, Darren. Thank you for that. Alongside Ryan Pessoa, Tex will get the job done. Was my big takeaway from that. Is there a better player in the world to be giving over a 3-1 lead in this scenario?
No. I mean, that's the exact situation that you want to be in. But I will say, obviously, Paulo Neto going into this situation, it is 2 goals. Anything could possibly happen. And so we'll have to see how this duo end up. But I'm excited for this one. It's going to be top tier, because if we look at their rankings in terms of where they are globally, top of the pack.
Jaden, thoughts on this upcoming game?
I think Tex is going to do it. You know, we've seen it before. I think the way he plays, he likes to hold the lead, and it's going to be perfect.
The first goal, it's all old cliche. The first goal in this game actually feels like it's everything. So if Paulo Neto gets that fire and can go 1-2 very quickly, it puts Tex under a lot of pressure. Let's have a listen in.
When you're ready. Like, do you win relay stuff and everything at Hotspur? If you have like position in these areas, we talked about, you can get like he's trying to cover you one-on-one. Okay. Just first play. Okay. Come on. Have fun. Give us some yes. Oh yeah.
He's getting psyched up for it, alongside Coach Daniel there of Leeds United. Let's have a look at what Tex is going to be using to try and get over the line here in this ePremier League semi-final. We can have a look at his team. I suppose, Jaden, I'll come to you on this. Is there any surprises there? Obviously, you've played in this competition this weekend. Anything there that you think I wouldn't have thought of that?
Definitely that Declan Rice man in the match. I don't think I've seen anyone else use him, to be honest. And I'd say Maicon as well, quite a surprise, you know, with Miley having length here. I think that's really important, but, you know, these people know better than me.
Case, looking at the bench, Do you think it's a real sign of what he's using there?
No. Semenyo will be out there, absolutely. Yaya will probably be out there as well. Simmons, I don't think Brolin will be starting, so he'll definitely be shifting things around.
Well, here we go. Can Tex do it once again? He is Mr. ePremier League. He always seems to find a way to make it to a grand final, but sitting in his way. A man that if you're an ePremier League loyal through and through, you might not recognise him. He's Paolo Neto. He's been doing it all over the world. A superstar in his own right. Online and online, he has shown why he is one of the very, very best. He's won championships all across the world. Can he add the ePremier League to his catalogue? He's got to get past Tex. He's got to get past Leeds to put Sunderland in that grand final. He trails 3-1 in the first leg with Nick Snebb clutching up and beating Young. Here we go, big game field. Tex versus Paolo Neto. And it's coming your way now. Paolo kicking from left to right in that Sunderland strip. And from right to left will be Tex of Leeds United. On paper, could argue the two best players in this competition from their results that they've shown us in the Premier League so far. They're meeting a blockbuster semi-final. Let us know your thoughts at home. Who do you think's going to win this game? Who do you think will do it? He's got an advantage, does Tex? But how quickly and can Paolo Neto scratch away those 2 goals that he finds himself behind? Just offside.
And if you're just now tuning in and you see 6 minutes on the clock, 3-1 scoreline, that is not 4 goals scored in this game. It is aggregate scoring. Another game has been played, and so that's how it's all going to land right now. Work has already been done.
If you're Man City, Jayden, sitting in the back, do you have a preference?
I don't think so. I think Man City look at it and think, you know what, we've just beat Tottenham 11-1. We can go beat anyone.
Convincing.
Yaya Toure, driven passing to Bruno Fernandes, he's onside. Leeds United 4-1 up.
First goal, Rich.
Tex within the first 10 minutes. Got to see that again. It looked like it was right on the edge of offside. What did we hear in the little briefing between the games? The wing play, use your wing play.
Yeah, and we heard just play yourself. First half, play yourself, and I think I love that from Daniel, just telling him, you know what, act like it's 0-0.
Coach Daniel, obviously a veteran in the scene in terms of coaching. He's coached some of the top-tier competitors all over the world, and so to have him behind him competing is definitely an advantage.
Paolo Neto comes forward with that big switch of play right off the kickoff. Bruno Fernandes twisting and turning in the middle of the park. Look for him to go quick and go direct, trying to just fizz it round the corner there. You've been in this scenario where, talk me through if you're the teammate here, Jayden. What are you possibly thinking if you're Nick Snebb? Are you just waiting, like, praying that the clock just goes as fast as possible? Are you trying to add anything? Like, are you wanting to get involved in the game at all?
I think if you're Nick Snebb, you just sit there and hope, to be honest, because you want the clock to go as fast as possible, but it just goes as slow as it can. And he's done his part, and now he just wants to see Tex do his.
Are you able to even watch, though? Because some players can't even watch.
It is tough.
Chance. Esteval finds the bottom corner. This wasn't going to be a runaway game. Paolo Neto is simply too good to let that happen. 4-2. You see Coach Renzo there, giving Paolo just a little bit of intel. That pass doesn't even look on. Paolo Neto and Young, brand new into the Premier League this season, Jayden. I've got to ask you, how much has the level stepped up because they're in this tournament this year?
I think the level's definitely risen again. You know, we've seen it with Lex and Manu Pachor last year. I think the only thing is, these people come and they've never played the Premier League type of game, and it's definitely different to anything you play against. So sometimes they may struggle, and we have seen it, but these two are just both amazing players.
We've seen Young struggle, I think that's safe to say. Paolo's had it all his own way, to be honest, throughout this entire tournament. He was scoring goals for fun in the groups. In the knockouts, he won his first game, what, 6-2?
Yeah.
I think it was.
What do you think those differences are that this ePremier League brings to the whole entire scene as a whole? What makes it different from the other leagues across the world?
Probably the players, to be honest. You know, it's quite tough, especially with the players that you're given. And I think the whole feel around ePremier League, it's such a big tournament. It's the biggest tournament in the world, league-wise.
Oh, I tell you what, Paulo Neto. You heard a groan from Tex when he gave the ball away in the final third. One attack later, Paulo's within touching distance of Leeds United. He is chasing them down. Talk me through this goal here, Jaden, because he just took all the space with Cole Palmer on the technical dribbling.
It's the confidence to just dribble and just let his players, you know, do the L1 runs and just let you get as far up the pitch before you actually make your decision, and he does it perfectly.
It's a lovely finish as well at the near post, guys.
Definitely, that's exactly what Paulo Neto needs to be back in this game mentally. He's starting off much faster than we saw in that quarterfinal matchup, and he's right on Tex's tail.
And this could be 4-4. Bruno Fernandes jigs past the player, cuts it back to Semenyo. Bruno, extra pass, Palmer, game on, 4-4. This was not going to be easy for Leeds.
No, I hate to say it, Richard, but you did jinx it. First goal clearly doesn't matter that much.
Not when Paulo Neto's the player who's playing against you.
It's a brilliant, brilliant goal. You know, the double tap and then the reset and the touch. Wow.
And absolutely zero reaction.
Ice cold.
He's locked in. He might be the new Iceman, maybe.
You've seen him win tournaments, obviously, all across the world, Case. And he is just a winner, really.
He's got that winner mentality, obviously, coming out of South America. We've seen him compete down there. He also traveled over to the U.S., won multiple trophies over there. He's the undisputed champion in that region as well. But I just respect that he just wants to dominate all over the world. Obviously, you can win a few trophies here, but he wants to do it across the pond, and that's why he's over here. And yes, he might seem like a rookie in this competition, but he is no rookie in terms of the entirety of the FC community.
I mean, you're looking post this game as well. You win this, guaranteed in Champions League qualification. You make it and win the final, FC Pro World Championship spots as well. That's the appeal to the ePremier League.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the final as well is sort of a free hit, because that E-Champions League, you know, it's an unbelievable tournament, always great fun to play. But for all these players, you know, that World Cup is also so important.
Chance, Gerrard twisting, turning, Palmer just getting his shot blocked on the way through. A couple more questions here, Jaden, before we let you go. What do you do to relax before a game?
I just speak to my family, speak to my girlfriend. I find that the most relaxing thing to do, and just not worry, because at the end of the day, whatever happens, I'm just happy to be here.
And one more coming in here for Jaden. What is the best play style in the game? Oh, what is happening there?
Definitely the incisive,
Okay.
the incisive pass. You know, it's probably the most type of goals we've seen in this tournament.
It's delayed, but that wasn't to you.
We got a couple of minutes before we let you go at half-time, Jaden. Premier League hero that's not in the game right now. Who would you want in?
Gascoigne.
Great shout.
You know, I think he's one of the best players to do it in the Premier League, and he deserves it.
Let us know in the chat as well. Who do you want to see added into the game of FC 26? Texas just put the foot on the gas after going 4-4 here. Can't quite get his shot away. Are we starting to feel the pressure, Case?
I think so. I think that we're seeing momentum definitely for Paulo's side as he goes on the attack here.
Bruno Fernandes, 5-4, Sunderland, they're in the lead. Of course, it's Bruno Fernandes. He has been pivotal to everything ePremier League this year. And once again, Sunderland in a very, very familiar position, leading at the ePremier League.
It's just the same as the last goal, you know, the confidence to move forward and just keep going and let your runs push you as high up the pitch and then make that perfect pass and score a lovely goal.
What a turnaround. We're going to let you go at half-time, Jaden. I want your thoughts, though, of obviously this game that's coming up, and then the grand final as well, in whichever way you do predict it. Second half, what's going to happen in this game?
You've put me in the spot there.
I have.
I think it's going to go to extra time, and I think Paulo Neto's going to win it.
There you go. And the grand final?
Man City. Enough said.
3 for 3.
Does that make Bonano the best EPL player ever?
It does indeed.
3 in a row?
It does indeed, yeah. And I've been off the back of 2 of those, and you just have to put your hands up and say, yeah, he's a serial winner.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, Jayden. Thank you for joining us. We will let you go at half-time here. Thank you so much. Jayden Groden there from Brighton and Hove Albion. Will he be back next year? We'll wait and see. But we have to lock into the second half here because there is so much still to play for. Let's see if we can get a listen into any of these 2 camps.
So many players. Yeah, it's really to defend him. Because of that, it's really important, like to shoot in your attacks, to get in a good spot and don't lose the ball.
To play in the middle a little bit more.
Yeah, I think
try to lose the ball in the wing though, not in the middle.
Yeah.
Because every time you lose it in the middle, he's like, you got counter.
And the thing is, like, if you're in, like, he will come out with his CMs, you will get effective, but he's...
It's the Sunderland camp. Silence.
Nothing there.
I mean,
he's doing everything
nothing
right.
to say,
Yeah,
is
there's
there?
nothing. He's doing everything right, Paulo Neto.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Calm down. Focus up.
Focus up.
Changes have been made for Tex, obviously not give them away with it being in such close proximity here to the players. But what a first half from Paulo Neto, guys.
Absolutely, especially going into this second half down as well. But over on the Leeds camp, advice from both Daniel and Nick Sneb as well. So they really work well as a team in terms of communication going into this second half. We'll see if Tex is able to turn it around.
You said Daniel there, the last thing he said, a long 6 minutes. So much time. So
Especially
much time.
against a player like Paulo Neto. The longest 6 minutes he will probably play.
Well, we're back underway. And that is Tex right off the get-go. Looking to fire straight back. Semenyo cuts it back to Bruno. Extra pass to Xavi Simons. Low driven, finds the bottom corner. Simply superb FC we're seeing on display here. 2 Warriors who have been given the baton to go and just simply win the game. Go and win it for your club. Put your team in the grand final. And they're doing absolutely everything they can to get there, guys.
Both players have their eyes on that trophy. They're so close. One more match after this one, and it can honestly go either way. But guys, let us know in the chat, who do we think is going to come out on top of this match, Paulo Neto or Tex? I see everyone claiming who they think is going to come out, but yeah, everyone let us know, please.
Sunderland trying to find their way back in front here. They led for such a small margin. It was probably, what, about 6 minutes in terms of actual in-game time. And now Tex feels the winds have shifted in his favour. But we'll see that technical dribbling from Paulo Neto, just taking the space that's there. Semenyo can't get his shot away. Tex goes down to ground and it's scrappy in the end. Somehow it must have bounced off the post there.
Yeah, big tackle though. He went in for the slide there.
So risky.
Very, very risky in the box, but it did work to his advantage.
Watching the ePremier League Grand Finals. This is the semi-final stage. Manchester City awaiting in the final. We got to find out who will be joining them. Will it be Sunderland? Will it be Leeds United? Household names, Tex and Paulo Neto. That's a mistake from Tex from the corner. And Paulo just drives away, but does win it back. We've got that poll on the chat right now. Who is going to win this matchup? Tex, 63% of the vote going his way. Paulo Neto, 37%. Semenyo in a dangerous area out wide. Stands up his man and just bursts past him into the box. Little La Croqueta cancelled. Donnarumma once again forced down to his near post with a big right boot to send it out for a corner. Last corner was poor, this time just play short. Florian Wirtz dancing into the box, twisting, turning, finds the space, can't quite get away, another corner.
Rich, we've seen how monumental Donnarumma has been in this competition. Are you adding him into your team after this? He's an expensive addition in terms of a goalkeeper.
He's actually, I've got his first order.
Okay,
Packed
well,
him, the team of the year.
We can't all be like that, Rich.
But
Must be nice.
I'm still not sold on him.
Really?
Yeah.
Did we not just see what happened?
He's made quite a few mistakes this weekend.
Who else would you have chosen then?
I mean, I like Petr Cech. You can see Man City there watching along. It's behind the scenes. Jafonso with his coach. See who else is there. Doesn't have a care in the world who they're playing against. Bonano getting locked in, getting ready for the grand final. Chance, Wirtz, twisting, turning, puts it wide. I'll tell you what, for Man City, there is so much history if it is Leeds. Tex won it twice with them, used to play there. And even if not, their South American clash. Argentina versus Brazil potentially in the final. Bonano.
I mean, there's the whole conversation. If Leeds do make it to the final, obviously Tex one of the last two, and Manchester City want to prove that they could potentially do it without him, and they would have to go through him to win in that final. And so a lot of storylines that could potentially be building in that final.
Conor Gallagher plays the ball out wide. Semenyo up against Saliba, just breezes past him like he's not even there. Cuts it back. Semenyo finds the top corner. Paulo Neto with 20 to play, leading once again.
So much patience in that attack there with Semenyo. Obviously, his positioning was fantastic. Honestly, Semenyo, my MVP of the weekend. As we see the run here, the pace is always there. He's always going to beat those fullbacks. Fantastic choice in the finish. And Paulo Neto, we get the celebrations.
See the pain of conceding from Tex there. And once again, they're locked in, getting some instructions from their teams. With the game so little time to play, though, how much can you even get out of these small breaks?
Mentally, there could be words be said that can get you back into these games. I think a few words go a long way, especially with these two coaches that have been in the scene for so long. They know what to say in these moments.
6-5, Sunderland, the Black Cats. Debut season in the ePremier League. Look to be edging towards a grand final. What season they've had this year in the Premier League. This will be an incredible achievement. Xavi Simons looking to thread that pass through the gap. It's very simple. 15 minutes. Leeds must score for an extra time potential. Sunderland score the next goal. The final awaits. Xavi Simons looks for the run there of Cole Palmer around the corner, just waiting for the opportunity to arise. And that's beautiful. There is Cole Palmer. He's onside. He finds the finesse. 6-6. What a game.
What a game. I mean, we knew what to expect from this one. We knew it was going to be an all-out battle between these two powerhouses. But what a run there in from Cole Palmer to bring Tex back into this matchup. And how much time we got left? I believe 12 minutes or so. So as we see the replay come back in here, we'll see, watch Cole Palmer here as he runs in. I mean, he's through. He's absolutely through.
Then it's about, can you aim it? Can you find the corner away from the goalkeeper? Precise is what it was from Tex. And every single goal that's scored, the pressure ramps up here at the Premier League Grand Finals. Paulo Neto finds his way through. It's slightly fortunate, but he won't care, because with 10 minutes left to play, Sunderland are back in front.
Quite possibly the quickest answer that Paulo Neto could have had up against Tex here. But in these dire moments, he needed to make it happen quickly. But holding out for these last couple of minutes is going to be a very difficult situation as well.
It's a bit scrappy. So
that's a tough one.
Anticipate close. He won the ball back. He tackled it, and it just bounced straight back to Paulo. If Jaden was here, he'd say that'd happen for Bonanno. He's got
Yes, absolutely.
Short, concise instructions.
The last instructions that he likely will probably get.
Yep. On the other side of the stage. Tex is in. He's ready to go. 10 minutes to play. 7-6. This second leg has been absolutely incredible. Knicks then won the first game 3-1. Paulo Neto. Up to this point has been the ePremier League MVP. You asked a performance from him, and he has delivered. Double tap round the corner. Van de Ven with a big interception. 5 minutes left to play. It's got to go now for Tex. Finds the ball out wide. Cole Palmer up against Calafiori. Darts to the edge of the box. Xavi Simons, extra pass. Intercepted. Kai Havertz on the finish. 3 minutes to go. Tex levels up. This is must-watch FC at the ePremier League Grand Finals.
This match has absolutely everything. Cole Palmer starts off on the attack. It goes right back to him. Xavi into Havertz. He makes it 7-7. I mean, this is quite possibly the most entertaining game that we have seen today.
And he went to take the headset off and went, no, I don't need it. Let me get in. There's probably going to be one attack. Both players scored quite a fortunate goal.
Yes.
Paulo Neto now. Could it be last attack? Could it be the last laugh for the Black Cats? Semenyo stands up, and Van de Ven with a big tackle. And now Leeds United, with 3 minutes injury time, have the ball in their court to win the game. Or will extra time be needed? Calafiori, ping pass into Yaya Toure. He's taking his time. He wants that final attack. Maicon over the top. Is there a winner there for Leeds? Not quite. Bruno Fernandes picks it up and we're going into extra time. What a game.
Jaden called it. He did say extra time.
We can't go with Rice in this game. You need. We can't play him.
I'm happy with my players, man. I'm happy with my players.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was going to get the Bruno touch at the end and through, and he blew the whistle. Alright, come on. Confident.
Anything to take away there, Case?
He said he's happy with his players. So what he's doing is working. He's happy with those players that he drafted. Things are working well for him.
Well, I hope you're enjoying this. The game of the ePremier League. Sunderland and Leeds United. Paulo Neto and Tex have gone back and forth all game long. And we're into extra time, and Sunderland will take the lead. Straight from the kickoff. First blood in extra time to Sunderland.
I have a feeling, though, Rich, that is not the only goal we will be seeing in these next few minutes. Paulo Neto does have a great start here in extra time. Back to Semenyo. I mean, he's one of our lead goal scorers this weekend, and he is starting off Paulo Neto strong in this extra time.
He's great off kickoff, Paulo Neto.
Fantastic. I mean, I think 3 of his goals in this matchup have been off kickoff.
Yeah. We've seen everyone at home as well showing their support for these absolute, I'll go gladiators. That's what it's been. We're basically in a coliseum here at the ePremier League Grand Finals. They were going back and forth all game long. We're underway. And let's see how this game does round out. You've been having your say at home as well. I'm sure the players are feeling the pressure. Daniel, goal takes, he's onside. Palmer, it's going to be a goal again. Near post. 8-8. What else do you want? What else do you possibly want from a game?
I'm entertained, Richard's entertained, and I'm sure the chat is absolutely entertained. Everyone back home watching. I mean, in this situation, Rich, there's not much you could do. You try to bring the goalkeeper out, but that's going to be a goal no matter what.
8-8. Every single goal that's scored, there's just that look of, oh, just give me like 5 or 10 minutes in game just to have a slight breath.
Do you know the mental stamina to even be in a game like this and keep your head, the emotional roller coaster that you experience up and down? I mean, this entire game has been end to end, and I mean, it's only these top 2 competitors can compete at this level and stay in it. I mean, it's been fantastic.
We've been showing the love as well for Paulo Neto at home. Bito wanting the Black Cats of Sunderland to go all the way. At this rate, penalties looks like the fairest way to split them.
And we haven't had penalties yet today. It would be the very first time.
Maicon driving forward, that pass from Tex and Bruno Fernandes intercepted. I don't know if he pulls him down there. It just seemed too obvious. It was away. Take the yellow card.
I think that's a smart move. Slow it down, because this has been the most fast-paced game. It's moments like that you have to slow it down, otherwise it'll get away from you.
2 minutes to go before half-time. Tex pickpockets the ball there in the middle of the pitch and gives the ball right back to Paulo Neto. Cole Palmer offloads to Gravenberch. Tiani Reinders, we've not seen much of him in this matchup. It's been Bruno Fernandes, it's been Cole Palmer still in the headlines. Here is Cole Palmer, once again, dancing through the defence and hits the crossbar. That will do us for the first half of extra time.
I thought that was going in, Rich. Truly thought that was going in. But we are still level here in halftime of extra time.
You got keeper as well.
Let's see it again. Palmer, the technical dribbling, opens up the space. I don't think he got anything on it, the goalie. See the frustration from Paulo Neto. What, a centimetre, a millimetre on the stick? More precise and it's a goal?
Oh yeah, it's the fine margins that determine whether or not that one is a goal. I don't think the goalkeeper got a hand on that. I think that was direct to the post.
Well, Paulo scored right from kickoff in the first half of extra time. Will Tex and Leeds United answer back with a goal from the get-go? Taking his time, not blitzing players forward here is Tex. Who can manage the situation better? Who can manage the nerves, the pressure, the excitement of this tie? The ball finds its way into Tex in a dangerous area. There's Kai Havertz, intercepted from Sunderland. And once again, bodies streaming forward for Paulo Neto. Can he find that killer pass? Bruno Fernandes into Xavi Simons. Back to Bruno. Great defending from Tex.
Great build-up we've seen here from Paulo Neto. He's creating those chances, but it's not quite going in his favor here in extra time so far. We'll see if Tex has an answer.
Xavi Simons. Is there a dangerous pass there? Driving towards the goal. Yeah, it's all right. Donnarumma just got something on it. And they've celebrated it like a goal. 6 minutes left to play. Corner for Leeds United. Drifted all the way to the edge of the box. He's bounced down and Gravenberch puts his chest in the way and sends Sunderland the other way. Xavi Simons dancing with that R1 technical dribbling, the controlled sprint mechanic that Paulo Neto has used oh so well. Semenyo can't find a pass, and Tex now has a chance to go and win it. Palmer, pass intercepted once again. Both players simply don't care for the last attack. They're going forward. They want to win it now. Penalties can wait. Paulo Neto dawdles on the ball for too long. And now Tex looks for the dagger.
Maicon down the side of Gravenberch, into the box, injury time, twisting, turning, Calafiori puts his body in the way. Paolo Neto rushes it out. What is going to happen? Something's got to give. Penalties are there, they're waiting, but can Tex snatch it from Paolo? Xavi Simons, Semenyo, Donnarumma with the save. Tex continues the attack. The referee blows up for a corner. Drifted into the box. It's headed down, it's not clear, and there you have it, penalties to find out who's going into the ePremier League Grand Final.
My goodness, Richard Buckley, those last 5 in-game minutes were absolutely relentless from both sides, and now we are into pens.
Steps up first, Paolo finds the top corner with perfection. There's Bruno Fernandes. And Palmer on the other side for Leeds United, and Tex equal to it.
Now it is time for Sunderland back up to the spot with Cole Palmer. Where will he go? To the right, and it's in. Havertz back up to the line here for Leeds. Woo, dives the right way, but not the right spot.
4 penalties taken, 4 penalties scored. Semenyo straight down the middle, Tex reads it. An advantage Leeds if this is converted. And it is converted.
Big moment here for Xavi. Sunderland need to score, and they do. Leeds up next, Yaya Toure. Where will he go? It's in.
Must score penalty for Paolo Neto and Sunderland. Maicon steps over it from 12 yards. Saved! Leeds United are in the Premier League Grand Final. Tex is inevitable. Absolutely incredible game of FC. It goes to penalties. Paolo Neto and Tex could only be separated by spot kicks. And what a game we have just witnessed here, Case.
That was absolute insanity. Obviously, commiserations to Sunderland. A fantastic run in this ePremier League coming over from Brazil. But wow, that was hallmark action there. As we see the reactions there from the Sunderland boys, I know that they will not be happy going out on penalties. It's a hard way to go, Richard.
Yeah, I was like this
Paolo Neto and Young
from telling you
did
left button.
absolutely everything they could do.
You know I won the shootout when he dived right from
Sunderland. Commiserations. It's Leeds United. It's Tex and Nixneb in a grand final, and what a game it sets up. Manchester City in the grand final. That's what's coming up next. Absolutely incredible here at the EPL Grand Finals.
Wayne Rooney's now in 10. More than
gotta be Paul Scholes.
Pretty sure Scholes is the only one more than 10 now.
It has longevity.
I think it's Scholes.
Yeah, I think Scholes as well.
Scholes there.
Can't be Beckham.
I think it's Scholes. It has to be Scholes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zola's good at him. They're all good at him.
Yeah. Free kicks.
Did Zola play in the Prem? He did.
Oh dear. That's a bad one.
That's before my time, come on.
Yeah, I'm saying Gerrard.
Right there.
Gerrard.
Okay, we'll go Frank Lampard, but I'm going Steven Gerrard.
Lampard and Gerrard, obvious.
Okay, I'll back you.
We'll go Zola, why not?
Zola.
Zola had 12. Didn't even know he stuck all the free kicks.
Zola's kick! What do you say about that?
It's pretty easy. That is.
Before I got the options, I was thinking check.
I was as well.
Yes, check.
Check. It's better check.
I was going to say the same time. That should give it away. 3, 2, 1, check. That was my time, actually. That is a hell of a lot. It's mental.
John. Oh, and that's a good save by Czech, because I think it took a deflection off the wall as well.
Welcome to the grand final of the ePremier League 2024 between Brighton and Manchester City.
This is it! Manchester City! It's a very nervy grand final, this one, as Manchester City lead Brighton by a goal to 0. He's edging closer and closer, driving forward. That's brilliant from Bernardo. And that will do us Manchester City, ePremier League champions!
Welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals. You can probably see by the reaction from Harry of what we've just seen. Penalties have just decided the second finalist here. Leeds United are through. They're facing Manchester City, a side who are not just defending champions, they're back-to-back champions. But let's take it back a minute, because one of the players from Leeds United who just won the penalty shootout is the man who's won the last two with Manchester City. I don't know how we're going to unpick this, but what a final we've got, Casey. How do you see it going?
Oh my goodness. It's so hard to predict because obviously you said there have been multiple players who have been in this seat the last 2 years, and so there's so much potential. I mean, coming off of that last match, I don't know how we possibly become more entertaining in a final, but I'm going to say Man City.
Well, let's take a look at the results, shall we? Harry, have you got your breath back yet? Because that was absolutely sensational. You can see Manchester City brushed aside Tottenham Hotspur. We will come to them in a moment, but we have to talk about the penalty shootout, the state of play. It was in Leeds' hands. It was out of Leeds' hands. Sunderland looked like they were going through. And then Tex, he's inevitable.
Listen, he weathered that Paolo Neto storm that me and Ryan brought about. When he gets the ball, you can't stop him from scoring. It looked like Leeds were going to be down and out at half-time. Me and Ryan certainly thought so backstage. But you can't count Tex out. I said he would be the most composed man in the room. Did you see him in the 121st minute? How many times everyone else was shocked? Yeah. Kept waiting. Eventually went to pens, and he used to be bad at pens.
Yeah, he did say to you that it was some advice he got from Nick Snebb. He said to Harry, well, he said to me that I'm so clever and it helped me so much. A word on Nick Snebb, by the way, because he's been flawless and we haven't spoke much about him, but we simply have to before we go into this final.
Yeah, that game for him in the semi-finals I think was big, not only obviously to get the 3-1 lead, but up there. I think mentally it's big to gain that confidence, and it will set him up well for the final. And actually, bit of intel, there's a reason why Tex chose Nick Snebb as his teammate. He said that if they do play City, he's seen his recent results and performances against Matías Bonano. So it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be the matchup.
Right, so let me just put this into context for everyone watching at home. Tex used to be Matty's partner at Manchester City. They had lots of success, including lifting the ePremier League titles twice in a row. They're now facing each other. But before we speak about Manchester City, let's take a look at 2025 and how well they did together. Because, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. How do we call this? Let's take a look at 2025.
Well, how about this then? An ePremier League final, which looks exactly the same as it did 12 months ago, as Brighton & Hove Albion will take on Manchester City.
Incredible from Jadon.
You can't compete with him.
A 2-goal lead Armani has going into leg 2. The 2-goal cushion that was made for his teammate has been wiped away. This is beautiful. Matías Bonano! Manchester City have done it again! Back-to-back ePremier League champions!
Wow, what a story. Only one of them will be celebrated like that in this studio very soon. We're going to focus now on Manchester City. Ryan, we were genuinely shocked watching that game, but we haven't been shocked watching Manchester City. They've been fantastic. It's been their day so far.
Yep.
The Tottenham Hotspur game was already done and dusted, but we'll take it back to the Nottingham Forest one, which even people here thought might be a difficult one for them.
Yeah, me for one. I thought that game against Sam Brewster would have been a lot trickier for Jafonso, but he's really impressed me today. I'll be honest, I thought Jafonso, going into it, I thought maybe would be the better player to start the games and Matías maybe to finish off in that second leg, but Jafonso has been ridiculous.
Our Manchester City coaches have arrived. They're taking a look at us. They're probably listening. Casey, we've seen Matty in finals before. We've seen Jafonso in finals in other aspects before. Are they your favourites for this final?
Absolutely. I look at this and I see them raising that trophy for a third time. Obviously, for Jafonso, it would be a first time, but Matías Bonano could be locking in that best ePrem player of all time if he does it.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask Harry, actually. But listen, we'll carry on talking about it. Of course, it's Tex and Matty. Everyone's talking about how amazing they've both been in this tournament. We say Tex is inevitable. Has Matty got an opportunity to write himself as the GOAT of this competition?
They are both inevitable. So we're going to be wrong at some point here. Because you can't both be inevitable against each other. I'll be interested to see if it stays as Nick Sneb Bonanno, if City have an inkling that Tex thought he got Nick Sneb because he was a better matchup or something, I don't know.
Well, maybe we just said it on the broadcast and they've changed it, but they're very well
locked in.
Very well prepared. Ryan, of course, you used to be part of the Manchester City setup at one point. They put a lot of work into their esports.
Yeah.
Probably more than everybody else. If you're wondering, oh, Manchester City, they're really good on the real pitch. On the virtual pitch, they're just as good how? Well, they prepare a lot, don't they? You were part of the setup. At this moment, what would the coaches be relaying to you, and what preparation would you have done for these moments?
The thing is, they've got two of the best coaches in the game. Both Edu, Zazinho, of course, a former player in major tournaments, so they know what it takes to be at this stage. Jafonso's won World Championships. Matthias Bonanno obviously has done so well in the ePremier League. They're not foreign to success. It's just that Tex is on the other side now. Nick Sneb, of course, as well. I don't even know which way this will go.
This final is going to be absolutely unbelievable. We genuinely can't call it. Harry's just said they're both inevitable. Nick Sneb's in unbelievable form as well. Let's have a look at Jafonso's draft. This is the side he's going to be using, Casey. Now, I mean, we've mentioned a lot about Antoine Semenyo and Bruno Fernandes. A lot of players have used them. Has anyone else stood out for you in this team? And is there any surprises?
Honestly, Gerrard, probably a big surprise there. I'm wondering if this is the exact lineup that he'll be putting out here into the final. I hope we see a Reinders. As many Man City players winning for Man City as possible. I'm here for that.
Yeah, I mean, one word on the goalkeepers as well. Donnarumma has been fantastic for pretty much every single player here. Keepers in this one, they've got the biggest job of all, haven't they? Because there's so many chances being created.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say they're up and down, but the thing is, you always remember when keepers make a howler for you. Like, you don't remember the good saves. That's how the majority of FC players are.
Yeah. You're speaking from experience. I'm sure everyone who's watching can relate to that. We have to look at Nick Sneb's draft as well. Let's take a look at his team that he's going to be using in this grand final. I mean, first things first, from a Leeds perspective, they've come fresh off a penalty shootout. We just saw the scenes there. 12 million budget. Ryan, any surprises or anyone who stands out here?
Not at all. I think the team, in essence, from the starting 11 and the bench, is very, very strong. He's got options to bring off the bench if the game does go, or isn't going his way. He can bring players on to impact the game and vice versa. I think for Nick Sneb, again, I mentioned how that previous round was so important mentally, because I've said it a million times in so many different broadcasts. For me, he's one of the best mechanical players in the whole scene. So it's so good to see him get that win against Young, and hopefully, for his sake anyway, can push him on in the final.
I'm going to call it now. Semenyo's going to come off the bench and win it against City.
Oh, an Antoine Semenyo goal to deny City is what you're saying. So you've taken the prediction already. We're waiting for Leeds United right now, so we're going to stay here for a while. Who would blame them, by the way? Because if you just joined
in... you've got to get your breath.
They've just had a penalty shootout. The heart rate's probably through the roof. If you play in penalty shootouts
I was watching.
We were all watching it with high heart rates. But how important is it to go back down a level in preparation for this final?
Well, I know exactly what Tex has done because he's done this for 7-8 years. What he's done after that game, he celebrated. He's walked to the toilet and just stood there for about 2 or 3 minutes waiting for that exact thing to happen. But he's back there. He's back now.
Well, listen, we're just seeing Nick Sneb and Tex joining us now. They're getting ready for the game. There's going to be some form of coin toss, I think, involved as well. Casey, at this moment, we've said it so many times before. We've seen Manchester City in this position. We've seen Tex in this position as well. How do you see it going?
It's a very tough one, especially watching that last matchup. We can't vote against Tex, but I'm going to. I'm going to say Manchester City is going to take it for a third time.
Sure.
OK, so we've gone... Harry is going Leeds with a Semenyo goal off the bench.
Oh, no, that's just the first leg.
Oh, just the first leg. OK, how do you see the final going?
That's because I thought Nick Sneb was going first. Have we got that confirmed yet? Or
not yet. The coin toss has just happened. We'll bring it to you as soon as we know. How do you see this final going, though?
I'm going to wait for the coin toss.
He just doesn't want to answer.
We need all the info. We need all the info.
It's so important,
it changes
isn't it?
in second.
OK, so a bit of context. It's two-legged FC here. We've seen it all throughout the tournament. It's been an amazing format here the Premier League have put on, and EA as well. Ryan, any predictions for us? How are we going to show this? There you go. He's just had it.
Got information.
So it's what, Nick Sneb against Bonanno
Nick Sneb v Bonanno first.
Nick Sneb versus Bonanno first. He asked Nick Sneb, by the way. I don't know why I'm doing the whole VAR thing. That is the first game. That is a massive game, Casey.
Oh, absolutely.
For Nick Sneb as well, in that position, do you expect potentially him to just try and stay in the tie and leave it to Tex? Or the way he's playing, quite great. Oh,
Zizinho, yeah. Nick Snevy, Bonanno second. Definitely.
Nick Snev versus Bonanno is the second game. Oh, it's Tex against Bonanno.
What is going on here? Wow.
VAR check, 1 second. Jafonso versus Nick Sneb.
Okay.
Bonanno versus Tex.
Wow.
So what we're going to say is Harry Hesketh bought us the wrong information.
Can you imagine if it's Tex and Bonanno second leg to decide who is the Premier League goal?
Honestly, I'm not surprised whatsoever because this
These script writers have had a field day.
Tex against Bonanno, 2 former teammates potentially. Well, they will be deciding who is going to win the ePremier League. That is absolutely incredible. I don't know how to call this right.
I actually think the matchup favours City more. I do think so. I think if it was the other way, I actually think I'd have gone with Leeds, you know.
Well, listen, we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. We're super excited. I'm sure you all are watching at home. It is time for the ePremier League Grand Final.
This means everything.
This is what Man City do.
Do not blink because you'll miss all this action.
This means everything.
Well, this is it. The ePremier League 2026 Grand Final. The best 2 teams from the 20 that took part across the group stages into the knockouts. It's Manchester City, the 3-time champions, against the 1-time winners Leeds United. But they have the man, Mr. ePremier League, in Tex.
Something's got to give. Not everyone can be a winner, but there is natural ability going into those booths. Leeds United against Manchester City. What a final.
Throughout the Premier League finals this weekend, players have been wearing commemorative patches on their shirts in honour of Diogo Jota, the former Liverpool and Wolves forward who was a passionate gamer and founder of Lunar Esports. Diogo won the Premier League Invitational, representing Wolves back in 2020, and his influence continues today. Both Wolves competitors, Diogo Mendes and Rastarata, were originally signed by him to represent Lunar Esports. These patches are a tribute across the finals weekend, recognising Diogo's contribution to both football and the esports community.
Well, let's get into it. Our grand final awaits. Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, alongside Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, we've got to jump into these matchups. You said you think it favours City. Why do you think it favours City?
Do you know what? Just because of intel I've had beforehand, before we even came to this stage, I spoke to a couple people where Tex actually poached Nick Sneb from Tom Leese's grasp. They were meant to be together, but one of the main reasons was his performances and results against Matías Bonanno. That's not even going to happen.
Is there a world in which this tie is over before Tex and Bonanno even pick up a controller?
So you're saying similarly to what we saw with Spurs?
Premier League long.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, I think that is a possibility. Will it happen? Obviously, remains to be seen. I hope for Leeds and Nick Sneb standards, because we see what Jafonso's done. Jafonso is on a different level right now, and Nick Sneb, I think, has been turbulent at best, so I don't know which one we're going to get.
Is it risky messing with the winning formula, though?
True. That's a very fair point as well.
City not doing that. They're saying, Tex, you just clutched up. Leeds saying, Tex, you just clutched up. We're sticking with it. We're not gonna change our cards. We're winning and going through here. Man City are the ones that have twisted.
Yeah.
What a storyline, by the way. What an ending we could be on the cards for it. The 2 former teammates of Manchester City will be going head-to-head in the second game. Matías Bonanno will be taking on Tex, former teammate. They were champions the last 2 years in the Premier League. The storyline is this. Who is Mr. Premier League? Tex has won it 3 times in 7 years, potentially with 3 different clubs if he goes and wins it today with Leeds. Matías Bonanno, ever since he's come into the Premier League, Richard, all he's done is win.
That's all he knows how to do is win. We have to remind you as well, this will be Leeds United's second Premier League title as well. They'll be right up there with sort of just following behind City in terms of a multiple-time ePremier League champion will be Leeds United.
Yeah, absolutely. But this one is very difficult to call. Again, I want to see how Nick Seb approaches this game, whether he will change his game style. I don't think he should, but I wonder if there's maybe a conversation to be had on it, or maybe just trying to nullify Jafonzo.
Talk to me about your semi-finals. They couldn't be any more different.
Yeah, literally.
Leeds United, penalty shootout victory. It was so drama-filled. Shakespeare didn't write dramas that impactful. On the other side of it, Man City strolled. Jafonzo against Tom Lees, the game was done. He was just kicking the ball around.
Do you know what, though? In those type of games, it's a bit weird.
Who would you rather be right now? Leeds coming out the back of that, or Man City, who have had a little bit of a break?
You can look at it two ways, right? In my opinion, that game against Spurs, Jafonzo didn't really play a proper game. I know he won, was it 6-1 in the end against Tom Lees, but it's not really like a real game because the game is done in the first tie. You're 5-0 up, you're 5-0 down if you're Tom Lees. That game is done and dusted, unfortunately, for his aspect when he went into it. On the other side of things for Leeds, Nick there played really well in that first game against Young. His
best
first
he's played
victory.
so far this
exactly,
tournament.
best he's played. And Tex as well. Despite him losing, he clutched up. He went down several times, managing to rebound and respond, and also winning on penalties. So I think he'd rather be Leeds right now, to be honest with you. But it's pretty close.
So back to that point, Ryan, you said there, yes, Jafonzo didn't play his exact game that he wanted to, but a 5-0 lead, you could have maybe took your foot off the gas. He didn't do that by any means, did he? He went and scored 6 goals in that game. And I'll be honest, it's the best we've seen Manchester City in the Premier League, which is frightening that they've given us our best performance so far. I mean, look, you look back for Premier League history of finals, all the way back to 2019, a 6-2 win when Tex beat Manchester United, of course. He was playing as Liverpool at the time. A 2-1 win. We've had some great finals in our time. Even last year, Richard, 6-5. Man City beating Brighton and Hove Albion.
Incredible. You go back to last year, FC 25 Pro Open, Nick Sneb and Jafonzo, they were in the same group. Let's not forget, Jafonzo did the double over him, 5-2, 3-2. Will that be in the memory? It was only a year ago, right?
True. It's not that long ago. It's in recent memory, but I think obviously it's a different game cycle, so you're trying to, hopefully, from Nick Sneb's perspective, that you've obviously get a different style of play that maybe in your favour this year. But psychologically, you'll be thinking, if you go 1-0 down early, is it going to be a repeat of that 5-2? Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
And me and Richard were doing a bit of a deep diving in the archives of EA FC Esports. Tex, when he makes a final, he doesn't often lose. He's only lost twice in his career in finals, in 1v1 games. Guess who it was against?
You're going to say, oh, wait.
One was MS Dasari,
yeah,
and one was Tom Stokes during the playoffs. Aside of that, he's lost 1 2v2 final. Other than that, he wins in finals.
If I remember correctly, okay, I'm not even going in, I'm trying to tap back into the memory bank. Did Tex not lose to Matthias Bonanno in the E-Champions League a few years ago?
He did.
Top 3.
Top 3, yeah. Okay, I remember that.
Well, shall we get this E-Premier League final underway then? As we load in, it will be Manchester City taking on Leeds United. 2 games of FC 26 to determine this year's champion. Is it going to be 3 in a row for Man City and a 4th in 8 years? Or is it going to be a 2nd Premier League title for Leeds United, but more so for Tex to potentially take down his former teammate in Bonanno in a final? What a storyline we have here as Manchester City look to get us started early doors. Michael doing enough there to get in the way to block the shot of Donnarumma. If you're not familiar with the format of the Premier League, it is an aggregate scoreline over 2 legs. Champions League spots are in the bag. We must also add on the winner of this. The 2 players will go to the World Championships. That's even bigger.
The one thing for me in this final, the wild card is Nick there. 3 out of these 4 players are used to being in grand finals. They've won major tournaments. They've won loads of prize money. They are winners. They've got championships on their mantelpiece at home. Nick Sneb, this is probably his biggest game he's ever played, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, he started off by gifting possession twice, in my opinion, to Jafonzo. Doesn't get punished that time, though. Ooh.
How on earth has he stopped that off the line? Mickey van der Ven coming closest to opening the scoreline for Manchester City.
He's not started comfortable.
No, he's got to slow down a little bit. It's a bit ropey.
Frantic.
Yeah. Might have him here, though.
It was interesting what you said, though, on the build-up to this game. I mean, Nick Sneb in another world would have been playing for Spurs this year.
Yeah.
Tex said, come and join me over at Leeds.
Tex calls, how could you not answer?
Are you waiting for the phone?
Yeah, still waiting.
Calafiori now, Leeds' first chance. They've been in the box of Manchester City here. He missed the semi-final. Here comes Xavi Simons, deflection off the boot of the Italian defender of Arsenal.
There was goalkeeper movement from Donnarumma. I don't know if he shot that side, would it have still been able to go in with the play style? But I understand the shot across goal. It's just, it's a chance.
Could be 1-1 already this game. We could have had goals. Beautiful through ball.
We might have a goal now, Richard Buckley. Lewis Miley! Manchester City will score first in the grand final. Jafonso putting the two-time back-to-back champions up by a goal to nil, and it all came from an overlap run here. Estevao with the through ball into Miley. Man City lead.
I think that's a showcase of how ruthless Jafonso is and how cruel FC 26 can be. One end, you miss. Down the other end, you get punished, and it showcases the talent that Jafonso does have at his disposal.
You see fist bumps all round. 1-0 up Man City. This is a scenario they find themselves in all so often here at the ePremier League. I mean, we talked about, I said just before, MVPs. We're talking Paulo Neto. If Man City go on and win this, Jafonso is right up there.
No, either way. Jafonso or Matias have been it. Either one, if they end up winning this trophy.
It's well deserved.
I mean, I think it's even bigger for these two players as well. Matías Bonano, I haven't seen much of him outside of the Premier League for a good season. Also is Semenya. Must be said as well, if you're at home and you've got involved in the FC Pro League Live SPCs, those two players you can see on screen will be getting a +2 upgrade. What is going on? Fabregas will become a poacher in the box. He was quickest to react on the slowness of Nixneb defensively. And Manchester City will have a second goal.
It's really harsh. I'll be honest, it's really harsh. That pass that he actually plays, I don't think it's great.
He got blocked
just into an area.
Yeah, he got blocked off. I think he had like a blueprint in mind of how he wanted to attack, but for it to go in that way,
that's a kick in the teeth if he nicks them.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough goal to concede.
A little cheeky smile there from Matías Bonano in the background. He doesn't care how it goes. He'll take all the goals he can. He's played his part. Have to remember in the last two matches, it has been Matías Bonano that has started first. And look, his record in finals, Rich Bonano's, it's been pretty solid.
Yeah, absolutely has. He's not lost many when he gets to the final game. From online, playing in South America, to multiple stages across the world. He typically gets his hands on the silverware when he's in the top two game.
And even more so in the Premier League. He had that really tightly contested game against Mali. Not last year, the year before. Then he gave his teammate a 4-1 lead last season. And when they're in the knockouts, he never normally looks out of place. Yeah, Torre's pass is deflected on the way through, but it is still going to be Calafiori that does enough to get in the way.
It sounds very early to be saying this, but the next goal's massive.
Yeah, the way that Jafonso was attacking, my oh my, that's someone that knows what they're doing, that trusts their ability. And I think for Nixneb, he needs to pose a threat, because Jafonso's attacking like he's not scared of losing the ball. And when you're in that flow state, it's really, really traumatizing in a way when you're defending somebody that's in full flow like this.
This is the 8th best player in the world on the rankings in Jafonso. The highest ranked player here.
That'll be 57 goals they've scored, Manchester City, up to this point. Can Leeds capitalise here? Estevao, where's his options in the box? Ryan, what did he do wrong there?
Good defending. I felt like the obvious thing was to cut in, and I think Nixneb knew that. But then Jafonso isn't going to dive in and make you...
Is it?
Could be 3. Florian Wirtz, can he spin away from William Saliba? Not on that occasion.
You do see them go down, Rich.
Yeah, I've seen a penalty given there. As soon as that bruiser icon comes up. But you have to defend aggressively as well. You can't stand off Jafonso.
Bruno Fernandes now leads his time to try and strike back. Bruno Fernandes for Leeds! Come on, man! You said the next goal was big, Rich. And he certainly felt that from Nixneb's reaction.
Absolutely, especially when Jafonso has been attacking with the will that he has so far. It's really nice. He expected the pass, he took the space. As soon as Jafonso made that stutter step to the right, Nixneb just accelerated through, and who else to score the goal?
Yeah, the man you pinpointed at the start of the tournament to be a vital cog in a lot of people's teams there, and you see how much it means to Nixneb. I mentioned a couple minutes ago, how important it is to showcase that he has the capability of punishing Jafonzo's mistakes, because you don't want him to keep attacking and not be afraid to lose the ball. And maybe that could change the dynamics of this game.
We asked you home as well to get involved in the conversation. Who is winning this grand final, Leeds United or Manchester City? We'll try and get a poll up for you, so you can have your say. I mean, they've both won this tournament before, but there's never been a final like this. 62% of you, I'm sure you've probably gone off the start of this game as well. Manchester City's history in the Premier League as Leeds come forward now. That first goal has given Nick Step the boost he needed, but Xavi Simons didn't quite have the pace that he needed.
He saw the run, and it just delayed it ever so slightly. Jafonzo bit hard on the run as well, and then Bruno Fernandes just did the defensive work for him.
If he got the trigger off there for Semenyo, he's in a goal. That'd have been 3-1.
We will get another bite at it now, Nick Step. Keep an eye on Esteval there, trying to play a lock in with Yaya Toure, the provider of the pass. He then eventually goes back to him to continue dribbling. Safe to say that goal has just settled him into this game ever so slightly, hasn't it? Simmons, verse, La Croqueta, Nick Step! That is superb!
Outstanding goal. What a lot of pro players have been talking Nick Sneb up for the last 4 or 5 years, saying inside the box he is dangerous. We've not seen a lot of it during the ePremier League Grand Finals. Here is a little treat for Jafonzo.
Yeah, he's got the catalogue of all the skill moves at his disposal. He knows when to use them. It's just about confidence. When I spoke to his dad as well, in the previous games he hasn't been doing skills, he hasn't been utilising his biggest pros. In the grand final, hopefully that could be something just to kick him on a little bit, give him the confidence, because he can do it. He's done it before.
What a way to go into half-time, by the way. Manchester City led the final by 2-0. Nick Step, it just felt like he needed that goal, Ryan, to settle himself in. Richard said rightly so. He is the wild card in the four. Out of the 4 players, he's got the least amount of experience on a stage like this. And when he does get going and when he does get confident, we saw it there in that second goal.
Richard also said the next goal is pivotal. And in this case anyway, for Nick Step to get it, you kind of felt that would give him the initiative and give him the confidence to keep on pushing. Whether he expected to get the equaliser this early on, but I think the good thing is that there's a whole second half left to be played, and Jafonzo, the way he was attacking in that opening 25 was scary.
He's punched back
at
Jafonzo. Jafonzo was having it all his own way, and he was probably looking for a knockout blow before Nick Steb even got going. That's not going to happen.
What a love as well, gents. We are 45 minutes away from passing the controller over to a game that potentially might not have much in it.
Leave it at this scoreline. How about that? Let's leave it at this 2-2.
I don't think the audience would mind as well. Imagine we pass it over to Matthias Bonanno-Tex to close out the ePremier League. All square. Back underway now, 45 minutes.
I think I know 2 people who wouldn't want that. Jafonzo and Nick Steb. Let me take a 6-2 lead into the next game for my teammate, please.
Well, who are you backing in the teams? We can see some love coming through in the chat from Sasa, supporting Nick Sneb, Jafonzo. Who are you supporting here? Both?
Did both SBCs. It's a win-win.
Well, they've both had an upgrade, haven't they?
It's a good step.
City or Leeds, you give us your shout in the chat. Remember, the World Championship spots are even bigger on the line in this one. Miley, who scored the opening goal for Manchester City in this, will get dispossessed by Calafiori, who is the only real left-back option in these teams. Semenyo, lovely first touch to the ball, very expressive in the final third is Nick Step, as he looks to build now towards a third goal. Esteval looking for that trademark finesse shot.
Great defending, you know, with Calafiori there, you sort of expected, because Esteval is somewhat one-dimensional when he gets into those offensive areas.
There's the incisive pass, and he's just offside.
If anyone's calling offside, it's Ryan Pessoa.
I know.
If anyone's having a moan at the refs, it's Ryan Pessoa as well. He's always in there here. Sounds like someone who's been on the receiving end of some bad decisions. Bruno Fernandes. How good has he been this weekend? He's been a standout player in these squads, Ryan.
I didn't overlook him, but I thought, not that it's, I think the centre midfielder, for it to be that pivotal, I know people using a 4-5-1 or 4-4-1-1, I sort of thought maybe the wide players, with the way people are utilising the triggered runs and stuff, would be the key. Like Semenyo has been great, but the way Bruno has dictated every single aspect of offensive and defensive play, wow.
The big one, I think defensively as well.
Yeah.
I know what he's going to offer you going forward.
Yeah.
Defensively, he's got an absolute engine on him.
Jafonzo's first time to try and attack in the second half now. Speaking of Bruno Fernandes, couldn't quite find his teammate there, and you suddenly feel like this game is starting to fall more towards Leeds United as they are building. Semenyo having so much joy on this left-hand side. Goes across the floor in verse as his technical plus play style, which will come into play. There's the player lock. Is he looking for a finesse potentially? So Esteval with the extra pass. Yapstam comes over. It will be a corner to Leeds, but before we get there, we're in a pause.
Fantastic second half from Nick Sneb.
Yeah.
I've got to say, Jafonzo's not really offered much going forward. Let's have a little listen in and see what Tex and Daniel are saying to Nick Sneb.
You remember the clip I showed you? That was against Aston.
Ah, yeah.
I feel like I changed my roles.
Yeah.
Put Simmons top of the ball. I think that's
So look at some music.
Tunes, bro.
Blocking, man.
Come on, time to lock in for Nick Sneb.
Got to win this game, bro.
Apologies for any unsavoury language or sound you may have heard there in the build-up in the pause. If you have just joined us, this is the Premier League Grand Final. Manchester City taking on Leeds United for their grand share of £100,000 in prize money. The winners taking £30,000 alongside that, the pride. And a World Championship ticket to the FC Pro World Championships later on this summer. 23 minutes left of this first leg before we go to leg two. Xavi Simons! I mean, I don't mind that. Wins another corner, this time Nick Sneb. What have you got in the locker?
He's got finesse.
Throw to Bruno Fernandes, that was the idea, to finesse it in. It's another corner again from Nick Sneb.
Pressure building.
It's the variations, isn't it? What's he going to offer this time? Looks to play short, or is there going to be a cutback? I should say a head down on the edge of the box. Verts. Player locks into Xavi Simons. He's got all the space now. Can he get past Yapstam? No, he can't, because Calafiori just got a toe on that.
He got into the area, but it just wasn't quite decisive enough.
I actually don't think he expected to have that much space once the ball went to Xavi Simons there.
I think you can shoot there, no?
Yeah.
Low driven.
Especially with precision shooting, how effective it is with the play styles.
Xavi Simons again, Maikop. Where's the cutback? This to Florian Wirtz. Patient defending from Jafonzo. Mickey van der Ven does enough. But what a different second half this has been, Ryan Pessoa. Manchester City have sort of been stuck in their own half.
In a way, a game of, I wouldn't even say game of two halves. I think City were incredible the opening 30 minutes or so. And after that, Nick Sneb has really put his foot down.
Since Nick Sneb went 2-0 down, he's been the better player.
Yeah.
Reinders. Pass one or two, just trying to tease a Leeds defender into a tackle. Cuts it back, Semenyo. Is he going to be the one to have the shot? No, Esteval will! They might have had a quiet second half, Man City. And it might be their first time that they've been in the box. But they're going to go back in front 3-2, and it's back to Leeds United to chase the game.
That's the thing there. You can't dominate a whole half against somebody like Jafonzo. You have your moments, and if you don't make it count, you can bet that once he has that opportunity to do so down the other end, he's going to do that. The attack was very patient. Something that Jafonzo does a lot compared to other players this year, the shot cancel. It sort of forces you to think, oh my goodness, hold on a second. I need to close down the angle for him to shoot, whether it's far post or near post. But then you pull players out of position, you leave gaps, and you get punished.
Speaking of getting punished there, Rich, might be the first real chance they've had of the second half, Man City, but as Ryan said, they were clinical.
Not too much said.
More Matías Bonanno trying to tee up his teammate. Well, look, we had 11 goals in the grand final last year when Manchester City played Brighton. And the first leg finished 4 goals to 1 in favour of Manchester City before then Tex took over the controller. Against Jadon Groden, and of course Man City went on to win the Premier League last year. Will we find a new winner this time round? As it stands, Man City will be going into the second leg with a small advantage, but something tells me that we aren't quite done yet. Still a big 10 minutes to play.
I'll tell you what, you're giving the controller to the 2 clutch players for their teams, really. I mean, Jafonso has been outstanding throughout the Premier League, but Bonanno just has a way of winning.
Done it for years as well.
Yeah.
He's got the experience, got the know-how of doing it in this competition.
I mean, the other side, Tex.
Yeah.
I said it when he won the penalty shootout. He is inevitable. That's a mistake.
What's happened there? Leeds called napping. Manchester City awake and ready to capitalise on it.
Does so well with Bruno there, you know, defensively. Sort of cut the lane, but then also didn't commit too heavily so that it didn't allow Jafonso to turn. And he wins a free kick. I've been saying this a lot in these 6-minute halves, Rich. I think from this moment you play for last attack.
I think so. I mean, we've seen that final 5 minutes of extra time between Sunderland and Leeds was frantic.
It's pure carnage.
Both players just need, I mean, Tex came out victorious in the end, but Paulo Neto just needed to it's really hard to say. We're not in the moment, but just relax. Just play for that last attack.
Speaking of last attack, are we going to see that right now from Leeds United here? A goal to set up an all-square, even Stevens man. Bruno Fernandes stopped with the right hand of Donnarumma, but has he just given the ball back? Throws to Semenyo, does well to keep hold of possession there. But Leeds will get another bite at this.
I didn't want it though. Fuck.
See Jafonso playing out the last attack here. Apologies for bit of unsavoury language there, creeping in. That will do us 3-2 at the break.
That's part 1 done of this game.
And if you heard Tex there, said we take it.
3-2, Manchester City lead at the halfway point against Leeds. And now, eyes will turn to Bonanno against Tex. As you said, only 1 goal in it. So open this game still.
After the first 20 minutes, it could have been a bloodbath because Jafonso looked rampant. Nick Snebber's done very, very well there to get back into the game. It was a slight error, and then the last couple of minutes were a little bit scrappy. I'm excited to see what happens.
Well, let's check in with Casey, who's on the ground, and she's joined by Stingray. I wonder what he's thinking about this grand final.
Yes, I'm here with Stingray, who is a part of the Manchester City camp, but also has competed in this competition before. Obviously, we are witnessing a massive final right now. What have you made of the first leg?
The first leg was really good. I mean, I think it was the second goal Nick Sneb scored is something special, but I'm happy obviously Jafonso's got a 3-2 lead, and this next game is going to be probably the best one we've ever had in the tournament.
What does Tex need to do to come back in this game? Obviously, there's a 1-goal difference, and so last game we saw so many goals between him and Paulo Neto. Do you envision a lot more goals in this second leg?
Nah, not a chance. I mean, Matty's one of the best in the world at holding the ball, and I think this is going to be a really, really cagey game.
Well, we talked a lot about defining who the GOAT of the ePremier League is, this massive last final, Tex versus Matías Bonanno. Do you think that answers the question?
Yeah, I think whoever wins it is the best player in ePremier League history.
All right, well, Stinger, thank you very, very much. Let's get this last leg underway because I want to raise that trophy in the air soon.
Thank you so much, Case. Great to hear there from Stingray as well. I think he's right. The next game might be one of the best we've ever seen in ePremier League history. The last time that these two played was back in November 2023. And why they didn't play after that is because, of course, they were teammates.
Yeah.
And they became teammates and went and won the ePrem.
What we can't see from the stats is the games behind the scenes, in the practice rooms, in the training facility. They must have played hundreds of games against each other. I'm really excited to see who comes out on top. We can see your comments at home as well. Tex versus Bonanno to decide who's ePrem GOAT, coming in from Thunder. Is it as simple as that, Ryan?
See, I disagree. I feel like Tex is already the ePrem for me anyway. Even if he loses this game, I think they're tied if he loses.
I think the argument is more that Tex has had 8 tries to Bonanno's third.
fair.
3 out of 3.
But then Tex has also won a 1v1 version as
Yeah.
well. I get that part. That's a fair point as well. That's a very fair
And
point.
Tex might win it with 3 different teams as well, which certainly goes under the radar.
Game of the century. That's big, isn't it? That's really big. Game of the century.
I think at the moment, definitely game of the year so far. I mean, look, we have got a busy of FC Pro events. This is only just part of the FC Pro ecosystem. As we said, the winner, as Tex makes his way back out onto main stage, the winner of this, yes, is the champion, but there's bigger pressure on that. You qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, there's a lot relying on this game here, not only for Tex, but for Nick's Neb as well, and the remainder of their season. It's a huge, huge game.
With all that pressure, with all that implications of the game and the continuation of the season, if you win it with the FC Pro World Championships right around the corner, would you rather be a person like Bonanno and Tex with the fate of the game in their hands, or would you rather played first and given the controller over?
So you're saying at this current, so the scoreline was 3-2 as it stands?
Would you want to be in control?
Oh, I'd rather be in control then, because I've already know what the scoreline is. You kind of know what you have to do. And we've always had this discussion where some players might prefer to actually go into a game 1-0 down than 1-0 up. I think for Tex, either way, he wouldn't mind. But again, we heard it as the game finished. He says we take that. So he's technically, or for him anyway, he feels as if it's not a position where he can't come back from, especially against somebody he would have had a lot of reps against.
And this is something that we see become a very frequent viewing for us. Matheus Bonanno getting ready for the game, not taking a seat, stood up the entire way. Is this a self-motivation? Is this psyching himself up? Is this intimidation?
Might just be trying to get his amount of time standing up for the day. Never know. Who knows?
Getting his hours in, getting his stand hours in.
It's worked for him. He's somebody that's been in this position countless times before, not only in the ePremier League, but in other major tournaments worldwide. He's a winner. And it's going to be so interesting to see how this game develops, because I think for Tex, he wants to prove a point as well. But Matheus Bonanno is somebody you really do not want to play against, let alone in a final when he's already got a 1-0 lead, or 1-goal lead, I should say.
I'm going to say who's got the more aura in the walk. I mean, you've got two champions there,
They're both trying.
Chat, who have you got for this one as well? We will run a poll as the game does kick off. Tex or Bonanno, the two greats potentially of ePremier League history, going head to head. There's only 1 goal in the game. Man City, of course, have that 1 goal advantage. They're 3-2 up on aggregate.
I know you've got all the games that they played there, Brandon. The biggest game, talking about E-Champions League qualification, probably came in 2022 at the E-Champions League. Top 3 to face Nicholas in the grand final, and Bonanno was the one who won.
Yeah, he won 6-0 as well, Rich. Wow. Time to lock in. Says Coach Daniel on one side.
Breathing when we go into the game.
Game codes being sent as we jump into this one. Our final game of this season's ePremier League.
Some familiar faces in there, but what we've come to expect of Manchester City, Bonanno and Tex together, they're at the other side of the stage. Leeds United and Manchester City. Who is going to win this match?
Wow.
72% of the chart think Leeds and Tex will turn it around.
Two very different situations here.
Deep breaths from Tex.
Tex just getting himself in the right mindset there. Getting his breathing control. On the other side, you've got Matheus Bonanno, who is just getting himself up for the game. You've got to deal with that as well. That's one thing we haven't spoke about. Every goal that Chafonzo was scoring, you've got Matheus Bonanno in the background shouting.
Every goal that Man City score in this game, that booth's going to be shaking. Shaking. Because all 4 of them will be up.
We are loading in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in for the final of the ePremier League. 3-2 on aggregate, Manchester City lead. 2 former teammates going head-to-head to determine who is the ePremier League GOAT. Here we go. Manchester City from left to right. Leeds United from right to left. Former teammates, now enemies in the grand final. So much more than just the pride on this one. World Championship spots. And it looks like Leeds are going to have the first attack. Cannot forget, Textures came off the back of a penalty shootout against Sunderland in the semi-finals to send Leeds into this grand final.
I was just about to ask that. to you, Ryan. How much will Tex be looking at that previous game and going, look, I was up against it against Paolo Neto. I had a 3-1 lead. He got back. He was leading. I kept bouncing back. Even if I go down, I'm trailing here, but even if Badano scores 1 or 2 goals, I've done it before today.
Yeah, you said it right there. It builds the belief that you can overturn a deficit because, as you mentioned, he was up 3-1 from kickoff, ended up going down a few times as well, and he kept bouncing back. He showed resilience.
Esteval. Xavi Simons looking to finesse that in. Bruno Fernandes, you two have been speaking at length about how good he's been defensive. There's another case study of it from the Portuguese midfielder. 72% of you back in Tex to win this one. Of course, he won the first ever ePremier League back in 2019 in London. Here he comes now. Michael, back to Burst. The cutback was... There is the idea. That was brave from Donnarumma.
I think he wanted that pass to Semenyo there, you know.
You've had quite a few teammates during your career, Ryan. When you've played against them, when you're no longer teammates, how would you even approach that game? Because you already know so much about them.
Like you want to win even more. For both players here in this instance, they want to just showcase that they still reign supreme. But again, I kind of wish this was 3-3 from the start. I just would have loved to see it from a completely blank position.
Could be 3-3 soon.
That's the recycle. There's no one there.
Tex looking to tie this game up instantly at 3-3. He's got that small cushion, Bernardo, here, just a 1-goal lead. But in 6-minute halves, we've seen that easily wiped away. We went from 3-1 last game to 8-8 penalties. Reinders wants to play a lock it into Xavi Simons, who's looking to go on that left boot. Donnarumma tips it around the post. That's a corner to City.
And let's not forget how outstanding Bonano was earlier against Mark Marley.
Yeah.
Maybe the best individual performance of the entire ePremier League so far, given the level of competition.
Heads it down into Xavi Simons. That one then headed away by William Saliba. But back to that point, Rich, what a 5-0 win, a convincing win, and more importantly, a clean sheet.
And it's not those stats, it's the level of opposition. Mark Marley, a 3-time ePremier League grand finalist.
Made a book.
What did we say so often during this tournament? Shit. Mark Marley doesn't lose heavy games.
Xavi Simons off the post. Manchester City come close to a 4th as your support reigns in the chat.
What a ball.
It's a brilliant switch of play. You can't forget what Tex was doing in the FC Pro Open. Some of the switch of play and the through balls. There's another one for you. Semenyo twisting, turning in the box. Trying to find a gap to exploit. He's got Matías Bernardo clicking all sorts of buttons. Wirtz, Palmer. And still no way through.
He done so well in possession there. He was so patient towards that left side of the box. I feel like once he got the ball inside, he actually pulled maybe 2 or 3 players out of position there with the team press and the offside trap kicking in for Matías Bernardo. It's just once you take a little slight hesitation in the box, you get swarmed.
Again, good aggressive defensive there from Tex. Will give Leeds back possession.
Just given how long these two have been playing as well, it wasn't going to be I don't want to say like a current generation of FC being played. It's quite an old school game, this. It's going to be low scoring. It's going to be drama filled.
Wow.
And you just think back to the time at City, the amount of games that these two would have played against each other, Ryan. Former teammates with Shelves, yourself. I mean, it's kind of a safe area, isn't it, when you play against a teammate? Because there's a good chance you're not really going to be playing against. I know that's a different game, and I know it's previous years, but still, as Rich was saying, you know so much about your teammate.
And it also makes the games where, as Rich says, it won't be extremely high scoring because you kind of know the patterns already.
Chance. Wirtz. Oh, Michael! It's like we're rolling by the ears of Michael scoring a goal like that.
A lovely finish. He's teased that a few times. He's not played that extra pass on the overlap. This time, Michael busts a gut down the right-hand side. Look at where he's in the picture right now.
He's been triggering him a lot as well from the start of the game. You can see him just sort of right there, just size them up with Verts. You can't get across in time, and a beautiful finish from Tex as well.
And Bernardo doesn't expect that.
Yeah.
He's looking inside, he's looking at Palmer, he's looking at Bruno, he's looking at those attacking players maybe that have missed chances already in this game, catching him completely by surprise.
I also think that's the wing-back role on the penalty shots. I'm not entirely sure. It looked as if it was anyway, because the original run from the AI to get into that position for him to be able to trigger the run looked as if the role was on wing-back there. Again, we'll find out afterwards.
Back to you, Bernardo. We are all square in the grand final. First time these two have had a competitive game against each other, dating back to November 2023. It was in the FC Pro Open qualifier stage. Of course, following that, they were then teammates. Now Manchester City going to pick up not one, but 2 ePremier League titles this season. Tex, of course, representing Leeds United. Added time to follow in just a second. We are heading into an unbelievable scenario here of 45 minutes of a smash and grab. There we go. 45 minutes away. This couldn't be any better points for Aston. 3-3.
This is what I wanted from the start of the game. We've got it in the second half now. And Tex has done really well to contain Matthias. He hasn't had too many opportunities to score there. We're listening to what they're saying.
Then just try to just you're outplaying him, you're playing so good.
Simple instructions.
Cuando él está con los centrales, tipo bueno tacleando, pero cuando le ganas
Turn so good. It's crazy. Come on.
The other side of it, right? So you've been on Duolingo for 600 days. What they're saying?
I understand, genuinely. He's saying that he notices the run with Maicon going forward, so make sure that the players on the left side, you keep triggering them so they can exploit the space in behind. And it's, yeah, that's it.
Is it, yeah?
Yeah, that's it.
And thanks for the translation there, Ryan.
He also said no extra time is hungry.
So, he's got reservation at 9:30.
Come on. Here we go, look at that for a shot. 45 minutes away from finding an ePremier League champion. Or will we need extra time? And who knows, maybe penalties. There's only ever been one ePremier League final that was contested on a penalty shootout. That was all the way back in 2021, where it was shells with Manchester City against Leeds and Oli Lito.
Will history repeat itself?
Potentially so. £30,000 on the line. And the FC Pro World Championships. But on top of that as well, if you've been doing the FC Pro League live items, there's also upgrades on the line.
Great prize for Akayo Okafor if they do win this game, a base play style.
Yeah, alongside that, they're both going to be 90 rated items already, aren't they? Chance. Here's Tex now. Bruno Fernandes looking to go for a decoy. Into Semenyo! Leeds United in front for the first time in the grand final.
Absolutely incredible work from Tex in the box. As you said, the first time they've taken the lead in this second leg overall there, and for Tex it's a huge sigh of relief. You see the build up here, just the R1 dribbling with Verts to get into the space with Bruno, triggering the runs to cause just a threat for Matthias Banana to be aware of. And you can see how much it means not only to Tex but to the coach and Nick Sneb sat behind.
I think you just need the camera on Nick Sneb, by the way. He's feeling all the emotions of this game, isn't it?
Loving it.
Tex is playing Nick Sneb's biggest match of FC ever.
Yeah, literally.
He is. It's his hands if he races the World Championships.
This is season-defining moment.
Keep in mind as well, the World Championships are in July. This is one of the first leagues to conclude, which will give out those tickets. Leeds United now, for the first time, as we said, across the two legs, in front. Maicon.
Tell you what, Maicon, man of the match so far.
It's been every
I've never seen him play this good across the groups or the knockouts.
He were awfully at the groups.
yeah.
It's been him and Calafiori, really, hasn't it, that have been the left and right back in these ePremier League teams. Not much has changed between those two.
This second
really
half,
been many options.
This second half, Tex has got Tex has got Bernardo caught a little bit.
Fabregas.
Lovely.
What a goal.
Has he got him caught?
he's broke out of it. If he has, he did that same move quite a couple of times against Mark Marley, down the wing, and then that drill and pass into the box. You can see the points being put together, but it's another thing completely stopping it.
And you won't see it from the replay. It also comes from the press that he done earlier on to win the ball back in his own half. To take the touch that side as well with the goalkeeper stranded and to tuck it away. A fantastic way for Bernardo and City to get back into the game.
Shells enjoyed that one, didn't they? What a finish it was. 4-4. Back to the drawing board once again. It was spoken about as potentially one of the best ever Premier League finals we've ever seen.
It's a free kick.
And so far, we are on for that as a free kick comes in for Leeds and a chance to jump into a pause. Maybe some words to be spoken between both teams.
So crazy. Just go again. Come on, push yourself. Focus. Come on.
Push yourself. Come on. This is it. Ramsey on the other side of Man City. What's going to say?
Tienes que hacer cambios de frente rápido acá para abrirte este pase acá. O sea, de Calafiori, un R1 triángulo.
Calafiori.
No, y otra cosa. Cuando tenés la oportunidad.
Well, they're on the player instructions at the moment screen here, Ryan. Just sort of speaking about the team and breaking it down.
Salía siempre con R1X al que estaba libre y ya conectaba el delantero y después solo caminaba a su defensa. ¿Vale? Hay que arreglar los corners.
A lot of information. We've spoken to a couple of players over this weekend actually where
that's a lot to take in.
I was just about to say that, where some people were saying, remember RSD was saying he doesn't want a coach to say anything really in game.
What, Daniel?
Yeah. It was more so a mental motivator compared to an actual, any elements of the game itself.
I mean, all he said, Daniel, was, look, your first goal was incredible. Just keep going. Believe in yourself.
See some familiar faces there.
Many watch on here. Leeds now. And a free kick. And to resume play. Maicon, the goal scorer of Texas first in this one. Not great then.
Could he get caught out here just on the counter? He's got bodies forward. Man City come flying forward and they've got a chance.
Centre-back's gone. Mickey van der Veer's gone missing. Douglas Luiz of all players, he needs an option.
He's gone back.
That was the option, but Maicon was there.
Look at Yaya Toure.
Tries the breakaway, Yaya Toure. The former Man City man against Manchester City. What was the touch?
No
Donnarumma came flying. And what a big moment of the game that was!
He's overrun it so much!
And look straight away, he's got him.
Suddenly this game is end to end! Back to you, Manchester City!
That touch from Yaya Toure there was so heavy. The thing is, we've seen them shots taken
early,
way earlier than that, and it still goes in.
Stoke scores for his own half. Yeah. We call Palmer on a game changer, Travella.
Final 15 minutes, near enough on the cards here. He knows he made the wrong pass there after reaction text, and look how open it is for Florian Wirtz to come through. That was the chance he get on the replay.
And then just tap sprint right at the wrong moment as well. Oh my goodness.
I was just about to say, the reaction there from everyone in the crowd as well. The pace since that last pause has gone through the roof.
Yeah.
Both players realise this game is there for the taking.
Got Cole Palmer here.
Cole Palmer. Has he got the legs around the Italian defender? It does, but he's gone back inside there, Ryan. It's worked out well there for him. Xavi Simons goes on his own.
Wow.
And somehow that goes through Donnarumma.
Question marks for the goalkeeper. The build-up was sensational from Tex. But you'd expect your keeper to just react.
Just save the ball.
Just react. But Tex won't care, neither will the Leeds United camp. You see it there. Cole Palmer powering down towards the byline. Calafiori, I thought maybe overplayed it when he turned back, but to get that ball over to Xavi Simons.
I thought it was going to be a low driven. But it just powered it past him. What we got left? 12 minutes, I think, on the clock. This is starting to get into do-or-die scenario for Manchester City.
This is where you change right now, the approach.
If you're Matías Manano, I think you have to have an attacking variation set up now.
But for Tex, you've got 12 minutes. You're in touching distance from an ePremier League.
The thing is, Tex has been in these positions before in countless tournaments. He will know that even if he doesn't necessarily change a tactical variation, it's about the approach when you're triggering runs less in these moments as the clock ticks on. You don't want to flood bodies forward. We might see Maicon now start to stay in a fullback defend role or something similar.
First leg finished 3-2, second leg 3-2 right now. Real good quality of FC here. That's not correct. That'd be a draw.
More so, Ryan, I'm just speaking from a game management point of view here for Tex.
Yeah, that's what I mean in terms of you can keep the ball and not have to change anything and go too defensive, because the moment you try and put bodies too far back, you're able to, you invite pressure on, and when Matthias is very capable as he is, you don't want to invite pressure and keep the ball in your own half.
7 minutes away.
Big chance.
Wirtz. Gerrard back to Florian Wirtz. 5-5. We're not done yet.
First leg finished 3-2. Second leg 3-2.
That's correct, Richard Buckley.
I went wrong. I was just early.
See the build-up there as well, just the triggering of Bruno Fernandes, causing questions. Back again to Wirtz again, an L1 pass, just a triggering forward.
He'd have taken the penalty there, too.
Yeah, easily in that moment. Would it be a red card as well? But Matthias Bonanno tucks it away. And will there be a response here, Brandon?
This is either going to be scenes in the last moment, or it's going to give what this game deserves, extra time.
I think it's 86 minutes or so, just over maybe.
I think there's a winning goal.
Hear me out. I think you play for last attack on 6-minute halves. I really do.
It depends what opens up.
Unless it's a wide open through.
Do you hit the long? Do you hit the switch? Is that too risky?
I'm not that. I don't know. I think it could pay off. Someone could be spamming. Matthias could spam an offside trap, thinking that you're not going to be thinking to do it.
Get the team press on. Get on the pitch.
Yeah. Just want to see the exact time on the clock. I think it's just gone the 86th minute. I'm pretty certain, and there'll probably be what, 2, maybe 3 minutes maximum added on.
It's going to fall back to Leeds, of course, for the kickoff now, and we've seen some wild things from Tex with various long balls going forward. Is he going to show us something that maybe we saw from Tom Stokes before? Back to the left, back of the long ball forward. Keep an eye on the opposite side of the screen.
No.
Oh, it's 84th minute. That's that correct. Too early to play last. You can't do that anyway.
Maicon dispossessed. He thought about switching over to his left back. Now he might be in big trouble as Manchester City knocking on the door.
Hold on.
What can we see from this corner? A moment of magic off the training ground, maybe. 86 minutes on the clock. What's the idea? Goes all the way back to Dalot. Into Semenyo, has got loads of space and time.
Wow, well worked corner there. What a routine.
Another corner for Man City. We're looking at the same idea. It's the zest. Here we go. Leeds United needs an option.
He's triggering Cole Palmer. Look at him.
Look at Cole Palmer. Mickey van der Ven's got his hands full.
Look at Bruno. Oh, he's going to slow it down, and I think he's going to try and play for last.
Working into the box.
Yeah, it's sensible.
More Leeds United shirts now bombing forward.
2 minutes, yeah.
Happy enough just to stop on the ball. They're added time at 2 minutes.
So
Leeds United. He knows exactly what he's doing by the looks of it.
Don't lack this area though when you're stuck in the corner.
How's he going to move across now into the box?
This is it. Make or break.
Added time has been played of 2 minutes.
Get it.
Last chance of the game now for Leeds United. Bruno Fernandes
will
get a corner. What can we see here? What an ending it will be to the ePremier League. Bruno Fernandes wins a free kick, but the referee takes us into extra time. 30.
I'm looking at the monitor here.
He's given the free kick still.
Of course he has to.
We're not done. We're not done.
Double whistles.
What's going on here?
Referee!
Nah, man. Ridiculous. It's a tactical foul on the edge of the box, Rich.
I'll tell you what, if he's done that, it's a clever way of getting into extra time.
Genius from Bonanno.
I had 2 whistles. I had the free kick whistle and the full-time whistle. Well, 180 minutes has not separated these two teams over 2 legs. Extra time is on the cards.
This is why Tex is a much better man than me. I'm checked out now. You're checked out if you're competing.
Admin, I won a free kick 93rd minute.
Restart the game.
I think the ref made a good decision there.
I've got to say, this is familiar ground for Tex. He was just here against Paolo Neto in extra time.
That's kind of feel we got the yellow for it as well there.
30 more minutes left to separate these two in this year's ePremier League final. Here's all the tactical fouls coming out now.
Surprised he's not blown for half time and extra time after that.
He might do, you never know. Wouldn't put it past the ref. Chat, are you still with us at this point? Man City leads. Has your opinion changed on who is going to win this? See if we can get another poll up in the chat and see if you've refreshed your opinion. 72% of you said that Tex was going to win. It's not been that easy.
Oh, wow.
Lovely. Here's a chance now. Xavi Simons, Leeds United! 6-5!
Great build-up. Xavi Simons with the finish, just kept that extra touch, just took it into his stride and slotted it in at the near post.
I think he caught him a bit cold as well. Texted it here. You can see the triggering of run of Cole Palmer. First time pass into Xavi Simons. You're not going to do much with Maguire there when you're trying to step across because he's not as nimble as other centre-backs in the game, irrespective of the stats, just his body framing game.
It's cumbersome.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to shuffle across and stop Xavi Simons from running on goal there.
There you go. It's changed a little bit, hasn't it? Who's going to win the game? You're still, I mean, you're back in Tex. Probably the fact he's just scored again there.
A 20% swing in Bernardo's favour. From 22% to 42%.
Whenever these two have made an ePremier League final, they have won. It's not going to be the case today. Someone's always got to go. Back to Man City now to tie this up at 6-6, which wouldn't surprise me if they did just that.
Got him again.
Bruno Fernandes, Florian Wirtz. We're all square again.
I'm getting deja vu to the semi-final. I just commentated.
Yeah, literally.
Leeds United and Sunderland.
Shall we just go to the penalty shootout now?
The extra pass was wonderful there, though, from Matthias. Once he gets to that area, he gets it with Bruno here, just to play it to Wirtz for an easier tap-in. And if he tried to shoot where it could have been blocked, it could have been saved, whatever.
He's been here before. It's all too familiar for him.
And this is why Leeds didn't change order. You want Tex in these scenarios.
Yeah.
He's been there, he's done it, he's almost seen everything competitive FC has got to offer.
Yeah, about 45 minutes ago or so, done the same thing. He's in this position now where it's going to keep going back and forth.
Staying calm, keeping composed. It's the most important element of this. The gameplay will take care of itself. Don't make a mistake. Don't cost your club the ePremier League.
Ooh, that pass was on to Yaya Toure. If it was a different player that had another play style or so compared to Mike, and he could have actually found a way to score again.
Well, this could be the chance to actually see a couple of subs on the pitch, maybe. Well, the bench has been pretty untouched at this point.
Maicon's fresh for Man City.
Dallo as well.
Yep.
Added time to follow at half-time and extra time here. Man City 6, Leeds 6 in this year's ePremier League final. Or are we not done just yet? Semenyo. Manchester City looking to go into the break with a goal lead. Yaya Toure comes back. That is heroic from the former Premier League hero.
He covers ground so quick.
My goodness. So good.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to swing it. I'll just keep how it is.
Come on, man. Just keep going. You get your chances. Like, and with your last goal with just go for it. Come on.
I find it fascinating, the two different styles of coaching. Sort of input in. You see Leeds United though, it's very keep going, do what you're doing, you're playing well. The amount of information that Bernardo was getting here. Cezinho, Edu behind him, even Jafonso.
Not too sure how much he's taken in. He still got his headphones on.
Qué mentira, cómo me sacó.
En la jugada del empate llegaste muy bien con Dalot. Que en la jugada del empate llegaste muy bien con Dalot. Digo, si estás con el extremo, espera que suba el lateral y el lateral que fue el R1X.
You've been in these scenarios, Ryan.
Dale.
Naturally, yeah. I think like it's, even if you try your best not to, it's very easy for your brain to drift off and you lose concentration. But that's the key as to why Tex and Matthias are at the top of their game and the top players in the world. They're able to acknowledge that you can drift off, but then take your fingers, get back into what's going on currently and maintain focus.
50 minutes left, gents, very quickly. Are we getting a match winner or are we going to penalties?
I'm going to say, just because I want it, I want pens, so I'm going to say pens.
I think we win the game here. One team will take the ePremier League in extra time.
There could be Leeds to do just that now. They're going to have the first chance of this second half of extra time. Tex. Building now, Kai Havertz fresh off the pitch, looking to make his involvement now, and a chance to break away. Keep an eye on that far-hand side of your screen. Esteval in a really dangerous position for Manchester City. And look at the outpour of emotion for Matthias Bernardo. Could that be the goal to make it 3 years in a row?
I'll just point into the screen with Rich there. There was an opportunity where I thought Tex maybe could have gone towards Bruno, but once he went with Havertz down the angle, there's 3 players surrounding him. You can't really turn left, right, or back. You're stuck. And
look at Esteval there.
He's triggered and he's gone.
Calafiori not quick enough. Van der Ven left in his dust, and then the finish is emphatic. And look at that celebration.
That's what it means on the biggest of stages. Is he on his way? To a third ePremier League title. Lots of emotions in that camera in slow-mo. I think I saw a high-five into a fist bump, and then Matthias Bernardo wasn't very happy as he turned back to Zizinho, who was just barking more orders at him. 7 minutes left, Ryan. Leeds will get a chance.
Absolutely. And
what ball?
Oh my
I
gosh.
might get one now.
Is he? Semenyo! Havertz round the corner off the toe of Donnarumma. Palmer finds Yaya Toure. This is Tex looking to build up from the corner now to give Leeds a 7-7. Has he gone a bit too slow and allowed Manchester City to settle in?
Look at the other side of the pitch. Right there, the space for Esteval here to run into.
It's going to be game management now, really. If he gets one more, it's game, set and match.
Fantastic work from Bernardo to make it beautiful.
He's taking time out of the game. He's in no rush, is he? Manchester City.
Can't go back to here. He can't really go back. He's having to cue runners forward.
He's done a great job of that, though, hasn't he? Semenyo into Florian Wirtz. Manchester City might just be on their way to a 4th ePremier League.
The one true dominant force at the ePremier League are Manchester City. Bernardo Jafonzo, seconds away from glory once again.
This was so well worked. Where he gets the ball down here, he cuts back to Semenyo, and that pass into Wirtz, and you're not going to miss from there. And there's going to be no time for Tex to respond.
Any time of 1 minute, Leeds have absolutely given this all their best. Look at the reaction on the side there against his former teammate, Matthias Bernardo. 3 years he's been playing in the ePremier League, and he's just won an ePremier League again for a 3rd year. It's number 4 for Man City, and it's 3 in a row for Matthias Bernardo and Jafonzo.
Incredible, simply incredible from Manchester City. They came, they saw, and they well and truly conquered once again the ePremier League. 3 years on the bounce. You can't teach it.
Absolutely ridiculous consistency from Manchester City, and that man especially, Matthias Bernardo, has done it again when it mattered most. coming up clutch in that game against Texas. It could have gone either way. From extra time, I honestly couldn't call which way it would have gone, but what a victory there for Manchester City, Brandon.
Yeah, what a result, what a final, by the way. Extra time was needed in the end there. 14 goals scored. What an ending. Jafonzo was there ready to congratulate his teammate. This has been very much a team effort, and we've just seen that from Man City.
They invest the most amount of money in the ePremier League into their players, into their infrastructure. And once again, hard work pays off. Matías Bonanno, the best ePremier League player we've seen of recent memory.
He needed it as well. He's not always been there outside of the Premier League, has he? But World Championship in the bag for him and Jafonzo. What a final. Your Premier League 2026 has concluded, and Manchester City have done it again, gentlemen.
Ridiculous. I just want to give a thought as well to Leeds and Tex.
Yeah.
Obviously the whole camp with Nick Snebb and their coach. Obviously it's a tough one to take, and yeah, it's a very difficult position for them to be in. But honestly, for Matías Bonanno to win it again with that performance against Tex, his former teammate.
The clutch factor that Man City have in these finals is unbelievable. What was it 2-1, 6-5, and now 8-6 in extra time. Last 5 minutes, Bonanno once again proves his worth.
Let's get him out there. Manchester City, they've done it again. With all the traps and teams that could have been in their way, the pressure was on their shoulders, and they've done it again. 4 times they've won the Premier League in 8 years. That's incredible consistency. But more so, they've done it 3 years in a row, back to back.
To back.
Incredible. Let's bring them out. Your champions of this year, Manchester City, coming to centre stage. Well, here they are, an 8th season in the Premier League. It might be a different duo, but it's the same result. It's 3 on the bounce. Manchester City, your ePremier League champions. Absolutely incredible. 4 out of the 8 years in the Premier League they've won it. Matías Bonanno has never lost a final. He's never lost any Premier League.
It's just consistency that we don't see across other leagues, across other divisions. Manchester City, the champions, and they didn't get anything their own way. They had to work hard. It was game after game, tough match after tough match. Deserved winners.
It goes to show you can never really think that they're not going to win it now with the way that they've done. We've seen so many people come in and falter against the likes of Manchester City and whoever Matías Bonanno's partnered up with. Jafonzo was sensational as well. Unbelievable accomplishment.
Unbelievable things. Well, look, let's get a mic on them now and let's hear from them now. Your Premier League champions, Manchester City FG. How are they feeling?
Well, as you can imagine, they're probably feeling on top of the world. Let's get it straight away. We'll come to you first, Matty, because as tournaments go, 3 ePremier League titles for yourself in a row. How much does it mean to get the 3rd one?
Oh, it means a lot. It was a crazy final, so the feeling is still better. So, really happy.
You came into Manchester City Esports, replacing a man who is one of the GOATs in the scene and did so well here at Manchester City. They won 2 ePremier Leagues in a row. You've come here in your first ePremier League and you've won it. Explain to me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm really happy with this win. First time playing in Premier League, ePremier League. And yeah, I don't have words. Like, I think we are an incredible team. We work a lot, we work really hard, and we deserve this. And yeah, Matty is the best teammate as I ever had. He just carried me in the group stage, now in this final. And yeah, we are really happy.
Listen, we'll bring Casey in as well. I think she's going to come and join us at some point. Come and join us, Casey. I mean, listen, Matty, I have to speak to you about Tex as well, and Leeds United in particular, because you know Tex so well. You had such a great bond, great partnership, and great moments with him. What was it like playing him in a final with so much at stake, with so many goals as well?
I try to not think a lot about, I don't know, what he was my teammate or something like that. Just in the game, what I need to do, and then win, of course.
Now, Mati, I asked you this in the beginning of the day. If you were now the GOAT, if you won it again, you kind of skirted around the answer. Can we get another answer now?
No, it depends on the people, I don't know. Texas, a historic player here, he plays, I don't know, 7 seasons, 8 seasons, so still I think no.
Okay, listen, I think you're being a bit too humble. You've won 3 ePremier Leagues in the trophy. You're definitely in the conversation to be the GOAT. Jafonso, is he the GOAT of the ePremier League, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 3 times in a row, but I'm also 100% win rate in ePremier League. So, okay.
I was just about to say, as tournaments go, that's absolutely perfect for you. What's next for you and Manchester City Esports? Because I know how much work you guys do together. Obviously, you're creating a great partnership together, and you've also qualified for the World Championships.
Yeah, we now our focus is in May, Champions League, and then World Championship in July, but now we have a little bit of rest, and then we prepare for the next tournaments.
Well, definitely enjoy your rest. A massive congratulations. Manchester City Esports have done it again. Jafonso, like he said, has got a 100% record in this tournament. If you're watching at home and you want to learn some of the tactics of our top 4 today, you can do. We're going to put a graphic on the screen. I'll be screenshotting it a little bit later.
Same.
Which tactics are you taking, Case?
Can I use both of them one weekend, the next weekend I try, and we'll see which one does better?
Okay. I have to ask you as well, quickly, before we go, who's the best player you've used this weekend in your teams?
Estevão.
Estevão, yeah?
I will say Fabregas.
Or Semenyo as well.
Semenyo as well, yeah, that was the answer we were looking for. Listen, massive congratulations to you guys. We'll let you take your trophies and head off and enjoy yourselves. Casey, from our side, the ePremier League is done and dusted, and once again, it's a win for Manchester City.
I mean, it was an absolutely blockbuster performance. I know everyone back home enjoyed every single second of it. Goals galore, there was tension, there was pressure, but Manchester City came out on top.
They came out on top once again. A massive thank you to everyone for watching us, not just this weekend, but also through the groups. And in the end, it was the same story again, but this time with a brand new partner for Matty Bonanno. Manchester City Esports, back-to-back champions. Congratulations and thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.
Today, we crown the 2026 ePremier League champions.
Nottingham Forest will score the first goal in this quarter-final. Manchester City have their reply. Tottenham Hotspur continue their run.
Sunderland are absolutely flying. Texas turn up for Leeds.
Here we go then. Matthias Bernardo leads leg 1.
This is what champions do. This is what Man City do.
What a game. Must score penalty for Sunderland. What a final. Manchester City lead at the halfway point against Leeds.